The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The Grand Chess Tour is back in the US of A for the St. Louis Rapid Blitz. Top players from around the world have returned to the American chess capital for the penultimate event of this year's tour. Jan Nepomniachtchi came out swinging, winning his first game, but a second-round loss leaves him tied for second. The Frenchman with 3 names, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, is in peak form, comfortably winning 2 games and drawing a third for clear first. Elite chess is once again in the spotlight. Who will shine brightest on the biggest stage? Day 2 of exciting chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to day 2 of the St. Louis Rapid Blitz held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. It was an absolutely fantastic day 1, just simply explosive chess all around. Everybody is here to fight, but I cannot wait to see what these players are going to bring to the tables for day 2. We have a lot of exciting chess coming your way. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
Day 1 of Rapid Chess was full of surprises as some of the favorites struggled. It can all change today as Day 2 of St. Louis Rapid Blitz starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with my amazing co-hosts Yasser Seirawan and Peter Svidler.
Nazi, Peter.
Hey everyone.
It's great to be with you both, especially after Day 1, because that was a great day. Hello everyone and welcome to our show. I must say, yesterday featured everything we could have hoped for in Day 1 of Rapids, as we had so many decisive games. Nazi, do the honors and tell us our standings after 3 rounds of Rapid.
Let's take a look, Yasser. We have a sole leader, MVL, with 5 points. He had a fantastic start yesterday. And there are 3 players sharing second place: Jan Nepomniachtchi, Levon, Aronian, and Leinier Dominguez.
Not 2 of the Americans that I would have expected, as I'm looking at Fabiano at the bottom of that table saying, what happened to our Grand Chess Tour leader? Tell us about the format for the St. Louis Rapid Blitz.
It's a 10-player triple round robin. The time control in the Rapid is 25 minutes with 10-second increment. In Blitz, it'll be 5 + 2. In the Rapid, it's single round robin, and players will get 2 points for a win, 1 for a draw, and 0 for loss. In the Blitz, it will be double round robin with the regular scoring system, 1 for a win, half for a draw, and 0 for loss.
It's Rapid and Blitz, so not much of a schedule, but nonetheless, what is our schedule?
Well, we have 2 more days of Rapid coming up, and then 2 days of Blitz. We may also see playoffs if necessary.
Wonderful. And Peter, it was a nice day of Rapids.
Certainly was.
With lots of decisive games.
Absolutely. And here I am to talk about everybody's favorite metric, the percentage of decisive games. And in Day 1, sometimes you see a bit of a slower day as people adjust to the jet lag and just generally play themselves in. But no such thing yesterday. As you will see on the graphic just there. Round 1 was a bit slow, even though a lot of those drawn games in Round 1 were very, very hard fought. But round 2 featured 5 out of 5 decisive games, which is something that has only happened 4 times in the history of St. Louis Rapid Blitz. I did some counting on my fingers, and there has been 57 fully played rounds of chess in the St. Louis Rapid Blitz since its start. So this is 7%-ish chance of having 5 out of 5 decisive games. Round 3 had 3 out of 5 for a sum total of 9 out of 15, or 60%, which is a very, very high number for a field this strong and this even.
I can't imagine the players keeping that clip. Thank you, Peter. And it's my pleasure to introduce the 4th member of our broadcasting crew, Cristian. What do you have for us?
Good to see you guys. Welcome back, chess fans, to day 2. It was an absolutely incredible day 1, I have to say. Very exciting chess. But one of the biggest problems that I've seen was Fabiano's play. Just unrecognizable. And I have 2 keys for him to try to mount a comeback. As you can see, he was not very happy right now. He's just about to arrive for day 2. Maybe checking up his preparation. We're not really sure. We haven't seen this type of shot in a very long time. We don't know exactly where his second is in this one. He has his phone. He's going to leave his phone behind because the players are not allowed to have their phones. And right now we're going to see the fair place checks conducted by Chris Bird, the arbiter. But let's take a look at those keys to a very important comeback in day 2. The first one is time management. I have to say, yesterday he was just too slow. We've seen him in Croatia. He was always up on time. He was playing fantastic chess, but also up on time. And in those critical final few minutes, he was the one with the upper hand. He needs to come back to those type of principles. And of course, the second key is keep it simple. Yesterday he was complicating matters, especially when he was getting down to the last few seconds, and that did not play in his favor. Just keep it simple, keep the position simple, just play your chess, because we know what Fabiano is capable of. He's won back-to-back events in Bucharest and Croatia, and a lot of people were expecting him to be the clear favorite to win this one as well. But right now, well, he has a big mountain to climb in day 2.
Absolutely. 5 out of 6 for MVL. Thank you, Cristian. Nazi, please do the honors and set us up for round 4's pairings.
Let's take a look. Very exciting round. We have Praggnanandhaa playing Abdusattorov, Nepomniachtchi against Wesley So, and our key matchup, Fabiano Caruana against the tournament leader MVL.
Good time to mount a comeback for Fabi right now, today, this moment.
Alireza Firouzja playing Hikaru Nakamura, and the 2 Americans and good friends Levon, Aronian, and Leinier Dominguez will be playing each other.
They're fighting hard. What are they fighting for, Nazi?
They're fighting for a lot of money. There's a total prize fund of $175,000. First place winner is going to get $40,000, second place $30,000, third place $25,000. Nice prizes for everybody.
Thank you, St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center, as we go to the World Chess Hall of Fame and check in on the players as they're getting ready for this round 4. There you see Prague playing with the white pieces. He had a bit of an
unlucky day yesterday, but I hope he can come back stronger today.
We were, Peter and I, we were just discussing that, and he had 3 winning games that he scored a single draw from. Ouch. And including a loss to Nepo. That was just egregious, Peter. I didn't expect anybody in the field to lose a position like that.
MVL, on the other hand, had a very good day.
MVL, certainly he did. Yes, we see players. Some great matchups, Fabi versus MVL and Firouzja versus Nakamura. I see the matchup between Firouzja and Naka, kind of a clash of generations, Peter?
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of that in this tournament with 3 players. 2 not
teens.
Two even still in their teens, and Alireza just out of his teens at 21, playing against. And this tournament does feature a very serious representation of broadly my generation, maybe slightly younger than me.
Right.
Which is these days quite unusual, frankly.
Right.
So there will be
and Leinier.
There will be a lot of the generational clashes there.
Yeah.
Players getting their drinks. But let's take a look. We have a pie chart with the odds of who's going to chances to win the tournament. And I know before the tournament, before the first day, we had Hikaru leading with more than 30%. I'm sure it has changed after yesterday.
Well,
so we have a new leader.
Oh, but wait.
Wow, Nakamura still remains in the first, but as you can see, actually he's sharing it with MVL.
Right. The MVL certainly bounced up. Firouzja was always up there, but Fabi falling precipitously there, as once again MVL scoring 5 out of 6 it goes to show that every one of these players is capable of a huge result. And I mean, for MVL, somehow, I'm not surprised.
He's done this before. Yeah. He's.
Yeah.
I think people these days slightly underrate him because he's not as young as he used to be, and he's also perhaps not as high rated as he was at his absolute pomp. But to me, he always was and remains one of the absolute best players in the shorter time controls. So whenever he has a good day, I just nod to myself and think, I've seen this before. This is a picture I know and recognize.
I've been saying that for 40 years about world champion from India, Vishwanathan. Vichy is capable of it at any single moment. As the play is underway, and we have as our featured marquee matchup this game between Fabi and MVL.
Grunfeld, MVL's
C6, and it could be a King's Indian Grunfeld. Yeah, how they do it. I would be very surprised to see D7, D6, because again, for MVL, he's got such a great history with the Grunfeld. So D6 playing a King's Indian? No. I would think C7, C6, and D5 will come rather shortly.
I'm guessing Fabi surprised him with the fourth move, G3.
Indeed. Not playing Knight C3 and not inviting that. Peter, I wanted to ask you, one of the crazy things that I've been witnessing is almost against all the King's Indian and Grunfelds, H2, H4.
Yeah, there's a lot of positions these days where you see H4 being very prominent. Specifically in the G3 Bishop G2 Grunfelds, it doesn't happen very much. And MVL actually says something that I've never seen before, and it's
Queen's
not often that the people play something on move 5 in the Grunfeld, which I have no idea about whatsoever. Queen A5 check is a very, very rare move. Let me see. There's 3 games altogether by move 5 in our database. It's very rare. I'm not entirely sure what the idea is because, after Knight C3, I would assume playing Knight E4 is way too optimistic, although it does seem to be playable, but even something like this maybe is okay for white, not allowing the doubling of the c-pawns, using the pin on this diagonal to recapture with the piece. And also I would be definitely somewhat interested with white in some sort of gambit lines like this, just to see if maybe we can do this, although the machine disagrees. But also there is Knight BD2, there's Bishop D2. I guess maybe the point is we're trying to provoke Knight BD2.
Okay.
And then we say, yes, we made a somewhat strange move, but we forced the knight to a very suboptimal position.
Right.
But still, yeah, I'm curious both about the move and also about Fabi's reaction. And Fabi should probably spend some time here because I'm willing to bet he's never seen this before, and there's a lot of choices.
I was about to say, it's very, very rare that I see Fabi being surprised this early in the game because he is such a well-prepared player. Queen A5, must admit, I find that move to be curious. Bishop to D2.
I'm also going to guess when Fabi sees some surprising move this early in the opening, he assumes it cannot be a good move if he has never seen it before.
Right? You have to be contemptuous of the move. Quickly, Peter, Bishop to D2. Is Queen A6 the idea?
The choice has to be between Queen A6 and Queen B6. I'm not quite sure which one is the... Probably Queen A6 followed by... I guess D5 if white plays B3. We also have some Knight E4 play here, but I guess we want to play, now we're sort of back to our usual C6, D5 positions, but we have a Queen on A6, which I can imagine some positions where it's quite useful and it is better placed than it is on its starting square.
All right. Good moment for us to take a walk around the arena.
Another surprising opening I see in Prag's game against Nodirbek. If you go from move 1, I've also never seen this opening.
C4,
maybe you have?
No, this exists.
This
definitely
okay.
exists.
F2, F3? Yeah. I remember a game between Robert Hubner and Gary Kasparov where Robert dropped back with his queen to D2, played Knight C3, and got absolutely obliterated. Bishop D7, D6, Knight D7, Knight C5, F5 came really, really fast. Queen F2, that's actually a little bit, for me, a different twist.
Yeah, it's an interesting new twist on this position. To start from the beginning, C4, G6 is a somewhat rare reply to the English opening, but something that I myself have been playing consistently for the past, 10 years, and this is something that I always give in my courses as a reply to C4, so I've seen this position before. E4 is a very critical response here, trying to muscle black into the king's Indian positions. The idea of g6, if we can dig into this for a second, is if white goes d4, we quite happily go back to playing the Grunfeld, because often white plays c4 in order not to allow the Grunfeld. So we go g6, but then we very, very happily go back to playing normal positions as soon as the English opening is off the table. And after e4, if you play something like bishop g7, you will have to play king's Indian. And the only way really in this position not to play the king's Indian is this move e5. And now after d4, which is by far the main move for white, people used to play knight f6 here quite a bit. There's a lot of theory concerning this position, and I think it currently stands quite well, and this is what Nodirbek does. And f3 is a bit of a rare try. People have been trying to find something for white after knight f3, but I think the current understanding is that black holds. So f3 is an attempt to play a fresh position where, yes, we burned a lot of time moving our queen around, but we do have a Maratzi-bind structure with the pawns on e4 and c4. And if white manages to finish development quietly, to play, I'm assuming we're not castling queenside, although with Prague on half a point out of 3.
Maybe.
Maybe we are castling queenside. I will profess I have nothing to do with this particular position.
We have more moves, d7, d6.
Yes.
And knight g1 to e2. And
this is what I expected, yeah. Your plan is still very much in place after knight d7. I'm curious what the reply is, because maybe we can play knight d4, but it's not very ambitious. Maybe we go knight f4, because you sometimes have to worry about the bishop takes c3 change of structure, but I think here in particular, since we haven't really castled kingside yet, once you get rid of that bishop, yes, my structure on the queenside is now compromised, but you might just get mated very quickly. Also, this knight is very nicely placed to put it on a very good square on d5. So I'm expecting knight f4. You can try playing knight c5 and prepare the f5 move. And yeah, my screen currently is suggesting that it's time to go for some kind of a immediate knife fight.
Wow.
Castling into all of these bishops. This looks very unsafe, but on the other hand, if we get to play g2, g4 the next move, which we probably will get to play, because currently the knight on c5 using the pin, it's hanging, so you probably have to invest a tempo in something like b6. We can play g4, drive this one back, and who knows, some position like this with ideas of h5 eventually. One of our knights hopefully will eventually be on d5, which is a very nice square. This is an absolute mess. And I think this is exactly what Pragg would have wanted out of his first game of the day, to get a very, very sharp fighting position with good chances for a play.
No knight d7. The move was knight e5, in the words of Walter Sean Brown, immediately.
Immediately, yeah. we still probably want to play knight, not f4, knight f4. And interestingly, the top two moves of our engine currently are g5 and even weirder, knight h5. Although maybe not that weirdly, because this idea of just freeing up the f-pawn to play f5 very quickly, it's featured very, very prominently in a lot of these structures. There are positions like this in Benoni's and here as well. I'm not altogether shocked that the computer suggests this is playable. And now we do have to probably castle kingside. And some position like this, I think, should be playable for black. I mean, we're not unhappy with white. We finished development. We have obviously a better structure with black having to double the h-pawns. But these pieces are very difficult to challenge. They are very nicely positioned in the center. Black probably wants to play queen e7, bring the other rook in.
I'm actually starting to like black here a little bit.
You can very, very easily start liking this for black if white plays slowly.
You use the word featured there for a moment, and I thought you were going to say Fischer, knight h5, because of the famous 1972 game 3, Fischer's and knight h5. Knight e5, and just to point out what Peter might have missed with his mouse slip of f3,
there's
f4.
a bunch of reasons why this immediately loses.
There was a threat that you have to pay attention. A small threat, so don't encourage the threat. But yes, knight f4 was, of course, the mouse slip, knight f4. Where would you like to? Thank you, Peter.
Let's check Firouzja's game against Hikaru.
Absolutely.
They've played a lot of moves, well, 10 moves.
Oh my goodness. One of these advanced Frenches that have actually become very popular. Bishop to d7, b4. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay,
Well,
b4.
you're ignoring the elephant in the room here a little bit.
Knight on h6.
No. White is just playing quiet moves a full pawn down already.
Right.
Which is something that hasn't really been the case in this line until maybe 3 years ago. I think this became very popular, that in all of these positions in which people used to kind of autopilot trying to defend this pawn with all they have, these days there's a lot of positions where this just happens.
Right.
White says, you can have it, I don't want it.
Right.
Give me fast development, I really, really don't care how many pawns everybody has. And black also keeps on suggesting that maybe you can try winning it back. And I'm a bit surprised by Alireza's response. I mean, he clearly knows what he's doing, he's playing quite quickly, but I thought thematically they just continue making moves in their half, you know, and just preparing something. But I guess maybe specifically against bishop d7, rook c8, you have to do something. And he went with b4, rook c8 on b5. I'm expecting knight a5. Nothing else really makes much sense. Sadly for white...
Knight e7.
He played knight e7.
Knight c6 to e7.
That's
a shock, actually.
A touch surprising to me.
Yeah.
I thought knight a5 was very logical because
c4 square.
c4 is a very nice square. The problem for white, of course, is that he would like actually to recapture with the pawn, but the b5 pawn is hanging. Right. So you probably have to do it with the knight. And now, I guess the point of knight e7 is that you can play knight g6, or you can also now play knight f5 and recapture with the knight.
Right.
Which is something that you could consider at least. So knight e7 is not, having looked at it for more than 3 seconds, I think.
We do have knight e to f5 on the board.
Knight e7 to f5, yeah.
Interestingly, the other knight, for some reason, was supposedly much stronger. I don't quite know why the difference is so stark. In this position, the engine says a4 is very, very strong. I'm guessing with the intention of meeting knight takes d4 with a5. And you end up with the wrong knight.
Well,
because
bishop
my big question is, why isn't this as strong here? And the difference is...
Drum roll, please.
Here, for some reason, yeah, I guess it really is the question of which knight you get left with. The best move by far here is knight f3 check, queen takes f3, queen c7, not allowing white to recapture on d4. Once again, there's a fight going on, trying to destabilize the center, not allow white back to stability. And here, this knight will go to g6.
Right.
And in the position that Hikaru might end up with if Alireza finds a4, if we do exactly the same for black, in the final position, we have this really, really unfortunate piece on h6, which you really would like to play knight g6 here, but you can't legally. So you're actually in a lot of trouble. This is very, very poor, according to the engine.
It makes a big difference, and Alireza has played a4.
As you've just prescribed.
Nice
I think he knows. I think this is something that it's very possible that he just knows.
Right. Thank you again, Peter.
Thank you. Yes, let's check Jan Nepomniachtchi's game against Wesley. And I'll just note that Jan already has 10-minute advantage on the clock. He has gained a lot of time.
It's an ending. I mean, they went zip, zap, zip. Wow, that was fast. Okay, so this is a queen.
This is very old school.
Yes, this takes me back to my youth. I've had this a number of times, this precise position after queen h4. Takes, takes, takes. I never played h4.
Yeah.
I'm on new turf here, Peter, after h4. This is all standard?
Up to king takes e7, we can take a look, yeah. This is already quite rare because if we go back, I think after knight takes d5, the best move here, not the best, but the most popular move is maybe bishop b5 check, although that's also not true. This is very much a tabia, up to bishop b6. This
exactly.
I'm actually very curious why our database shows so few games. I was sure it was going to be in tens at least, and it seems to be very low. But yeah, I'm not shocked by the idea of h4, h5 here, because your problem is including this rook in the game.
Right.
Black's plan very often features exactly what Wesley has done in response, because white does have a bishop pair, and getting one of them traded off is always good. And while black wasted, well, not wasted, but spent all that time trading the bishop e6 for the bishop f1, we now have this rook in play. It can go to g4, sometimes start troubling the black king side. It's still not a lot, frankly. I don't think this is... anything significant. I'm very attracted to the idea of immediately playing g7, g5, just for structural purposes so that it never gets left behind. We don't really want to, once again, just for illustration purposes. This structure is really, really bad, potentially, because of the pawn on g7, which in every single endgame you will have to watch like a hawk for the rest of the game because this bishop could eventually get to it. So, simply for those reasons, just moving this pawn forward, removing the option of leaving it behind fixed by the pawn on h5 forever, is actually one of the top choices of the engine as well.
Makes a lot of sense.
But you can also just play slower, something like rook c8, rook c1, rook hd8. The king will go to f7, and then you need to figure out where this knight belongs. The obvious square in is d5, but it doesn't really have much to go to from d5.
Right.
So maybe getting it over to e6 is a reasonable idea where it will support a lot of your structure. It's a bit better for white, knight against bishop on two flanks. Sorry, bishop against knight for two flanks, but I don't expect it to be a lot. And g5 has been played.
G5 indeed.
Very gratifying for me.
Yeah. And these two must have played each other often, let's see. I'm guessing a lot.
Well, it's not as many times as some of those.
Right, what we saw, yeah, probably.
And actually, Wesley has a pretty nice lead. 14 wins for Wesley, 8 wins for Jan, and of course, a lot of draws.
Yeah. Wesley also matches up very well with Nepo in a classical chess. I've witnessed at tournaments where Wesley has won. And against g5, very quickly came rook e4 check, king f7. I'm assuming we're afraid of moves like f7, f5, so we might want to include g2, g4, as well as king e2, and maybe get our rook into the game.
Fix black pawns on the black squares.
Exactly. I know that yesterday against Firouzja, Nepo had this rook that was somehow floating on e5. Yeah. It didn't get captured for a lot of moves, but we'll keep an eye on this one. And what's next for us?
Well, only game we haven't checked in is Levon Aronian against Leinier.
And both of these players are tied for second.
They've only played 8 moves, and both of them have been thinking a lot.
E2, E3, okay, so going into a semi-Slav with E7, E6, but bishop D2.
Kind of transposed to Queen's Gambit accepted.
And then because...
With the bishop on D2, though.
Yes,
yeah.
With the bishop on D2.
Yeah, this is a curious thing, because if you consider this position, it's pretty much a straight-up Queen's Gambit accepted, with the bishop on D2 included for free.
Right.
Which is basically an argument being made by Leinier that this, if anything, is a drawback.
Right.
It's not only is it not a plus, it's probably a minus because some of the options might be removed.
Right.
Your pawn on d4 might be hanging because the queen no longer supports it and so on. It's a very, very curious approach because bishop d2, yes, it's a very rare move, but still immediately switch to playing these positions a full tempo down is a reaction that I don't think is very instinctive, but might be quite good.
Right.
Because, yeah, in particular, while cd4, e4, this trade hasn't happened yet, you are not really sure what it's doing on d2. It's just sort of in the way.
It exists.
Yeah. You can play something like, one option would be to play something like this. Although,
wait a minute.
That would be maybe one way to run into a lot of trouble. Yes. So options. Yeah. I mean, you can, if you don't want to blunder a pawn, you can perhaps not blunder a pawn this way.
Right.
And it does seem to be quite healthy, frankly, because against these types of setups, these days I think the only way they really play for advantages with white is some kind of a very quick e4, e5 plan. Right. And once again, it's just not where it should be, because after e4, you can just take, play bishop b7. And yeah, this collection of moves is not the kinds of moves you want to be making in the structure. You need to be pushing in the center. The bishop needs to already be on f4 to support e4, e5. This looks very healthy to my eyes for black.
Agreed. Agreed.
I think Leinier may have come up with this idea at the board because he spent 10 minutes.
Oh, well, for Leinier, burning his clock in the early opening middle game is very, very common, but 10 minutes.
It's a very creative continuation after bishop d2.
Yeah, I remember a game where I was playing a Slav, and then suddenly, like instantly, we transposed, as we're seeing now, into a Queen's Gambit and accepted. And it was a bit of a surprise for me too. I mean, I was all prepped for Slav, and I had to make a readjustment. Rook to C1. I'm kind of curious about this move, B5. Once more, let's just have a look-see about this.
Should be E2.
Yeah, knight to D7. If I was aspiring to play for an advantage, it doesn't feel like I'm getting anywhere.
Seems
though,
a little bit premature, yeah. Bishop on D2 it's in the
doesn't-
way.
Right, it just is in the way. Let's go back to our marquee matchup between Fabiano and MVL and see how this game unfolded, because we did have a very surprising decision out of the opening with the move Queen A5 check, Peter.
And I'm somewhat gratified to see how it came out, because I said if knight b2 happens, we basically switch to playing our usual setups, which we play in the c6 d5 Grunfelds. We're just very happy it's on d2, basically. We want it on d2 and not c3.
Right.
And indeed, after castles, d5, b3, bishop f5, bishop b2, knight e4, I clicked on the opening stab. 125 games in this position. We're back into absolutely mainstream territory.
Right.
I feel like I may have even commented on this position at some point and said it's very safe for black. And let's just finish talking about what's happened here so far. And it feels like we might be getting, sort of switching to our second more prominent game of the round, because I think Alireza against Hikaru might be livelier than this, at least for a while.
Okay.
This is a very solid structure. As you can see, all 16 pawns are still on the board. Black is very, very solid. Black often actually even trades this bishop for this knight. And then the way these positions become sharp sometimes is, let me make some moves. They will not be good moves, they will just be moves. Yeah?
Right.
So sometimes when this type of structure change happens, black then continues by playing f5, h5, and a kind of a race ensues where white tries to break something open on the queen side, whereas black starts playing on the king side. But the way things are right now, I think you can maybe even play something like bishop f8 here. I don't think it's a particularly bad move. Mm-hmm. And then, in particular, if we get, let's say, if we get this trade, and then we get this trade as well, these positions are generally extremely level. You do have to worry about before b5 happening very quickly, but as long as you can control that, the structure is so solid that you're pretty much almost never worse.
Right.
And MVL obviously aimed for this today. He came very prepared. He played queen a5 check. So I'm expecting him to know what to aim for and what kind of structure changes to prepare.
I played a Schlechter Slav in my match with Karpov. And basically, if you played, for example, d5 takes c4, very surprising move, takes on f3, another very surprising move, and e5. Yeah. I've seen a lot of players playing these types of, and again, a very surprising decision, giving up the center, surrendering the center, giving up a bishop, and then getting a perfectly reasonable position.
Yeah.
After
in the Schlechter, it always feels more comfortable to do this because your options are somewhat more limited. I think, considering where we're starting from,
right,
considering how safe this position is to begin with, I would be very surprised if MVL went for that particular sequence, because he has a lot of, I think, very healthy options. But even that, as Yasser indicated, is very often quite playable.
Wow.
Yeah, let's see what he does.
Rook D8, Rook A8 to D8 was MVL's choice. And of course, this matchup features two players having two different experiences.
Yeah, we're not used to seeing Fabi on the bottom of the list, but he had a bad start. So MVL in the first place at the moment, and Fabi sharing last.
Wow. Yeah, and in his keys to comeback, Cristian was saying, time management. Yes.
Simple chess, right?
And simple chess. How's his time management?
Pretty good. They both have about 15 minutes on the clock right now.
Very good.
Position's very solid. Maxime equalized, I think, comfortably.
I think I got a kind of a nudge hint from Peter that maybe I should be going to the game between Alireza and Hikaru Nakamura. And let's go back and just visit this game, because not too much has happened. In fact, a4, a5, a4, after knight f4, knight takes d4.
Following the lines that we're looking at.
And we were looking at
Knight
knight
f3,
f3
right?
check.
But we agreed that...
We didn't actually put queen c5 on the board. Queen c5 was a move we didn't discuss, and it's sort of nice of Hikaru to play this so that we can demonstrate why it doesn't preserve the extra pawn, because bishop a3 continues kicking the queen away.
Exactly.
And now the choice is you can once again include knight f3 check here, or you can play queen c7, and after bishop takes f8, one last chance to play knight f3 check.
But white could start with c takes d4
Yeah,
instead,
or you could
right?
start with cd4, but the engine
By the way,
suggests that both are quite strong.
very surprising. I think a poor decision, knight e2 check.
Yeah.
Because isn't my queen just simply better on e2 than on f3?
Yeah, I think I would agree. I think having the e5 pawn pre-defended, so to speak,
right.
is quite useful for white. And now after queen c7, interestingly, the engine seems to think that both bishop takes f8, which seems very logical, making black struggle to even finish development on the king side, and a somewhat surprising move, bishop a3, b2, are both very strong.
Bishop b2?
Bishop b2 with the intention of just going knight d2, knight f3, maybe rook fc1, c3, c4. Black is incredibly restricted. Your pieces don't really have very many good squares. Knight f5 is now playable, but after knight d2, let's say bishop b7, I can already play c3, c4 here. This gets very dodgy very quick, I think.
What about bishop c5? Because I feel like we're letting black have an active bishop.
Yeah, we still go
Might
knight
as
d2.
well improve it then.
Yeah, we still go knight d2. Let's say you castle f4 in some positions. I wouldn't really be looking for a way to play f4, because I think f4 makes the bishop on c5 make somewhat more sense.
Right.
I think maybe it's a useful pass, just waiting for black to commit to something. And the evaluations on my screen are quite scary for black. It doesn't really look that bad, but the machine says this actually is pretty bad for Hikaru.
Wow.
It's all about the knight on h6.
Yeah, again,
And also,
the knight was on g6.
the pawns on a5 and b5 are incredibly annoying. Because,
Restricting,
yeah, all of these pieces would like to have some squares to go to, and they don't.
Yeah. One thing that you haven't been mentioning, Peter, I'm kind of surprised by that, is that don't you really want, I would be taking on f8 rather than bishop b2, but don't you want to be playing rook c1, knight d2, and c4, and he did play bishop b2. Wow. Impressive.
Alireza is very on point today, and I don't think this is preparation. I think Hikaru's reaction is very much not the prescribed reaction by engines, and I think Alireza most likely is on his own, and he does seem to be very on point. I think maybe one way to describe bishop b2 and to try to explain why bishop b2 is strong is it frees you up to play knight d2 very quickly. If you took on f8, if you took on f8, black takes with the king. Black will play g6, king g7 next two moves.
Okay.
But now to finish development on the queen side, maybe you have to start making somewhat awkward moves like rook c1, which is, I mean, it's still good.
Yeah,
Don't get me wrong, this is still very strong.
Right.
But you do have to kind of shuffle in ways you perhaps do not want to shuffle to get the move knight d2 in. And bishop b2 allows you a very, very straightforward plan of knight d2, maybe immediate c4 if it's allowed. Whereas for black, yes, bishop c5 looks like a beautiful square, but you don't really have any follow-up.
Bishop e7 by Hikaru, knight d2, castles. The players are moving quickly, but I agree, at the end of the day, white is the one dictating the breaks. C4.
C4 is possible, but as I watch the play develop on my screen, it seems to not even want c4 all that quickly. It goes like rook fd1. Sometimes I see it planning to play g3. I think sort of pre-controlling the knight on f5, cutting off some squares from the eventual knight on f5. It's not there yet.
I think the problem with c4 is that then when you take back on c4, knight comes to f5.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, some positions like this, it just feels like it's very, very problematic for black, because you can still improve with g3, let's say h4, king g2. You can also, the engine very often just goes knight f3, d4 here. Let's make some...
So we don't take the pawn?
No, this is actually a very good point. I don't think we're at all interested in this.
No.
The bishop becomes
This
really
is just
good.
such an improvement for black. The bishop on d7, which had no moves and no prospects, is now a
Bishop
monster
C4.
aiming at the c4 square. Yeah, this is completely fine instantly for black. We're never taking that pawn. But something like knight d4, asking a very annoying questions, because knight takes f5 is, I think, much stronger than bishop takes f5. And if you take, if these pawns were on, let's say, a2 and b3, this would be kind of very manageable.
Right.
But they're on a5 and b5, meaning that like none of your pieces go anywhere.
Very
And yes, the question still remains how you win this with white. You have to probably maybe
but-
develop an attack on the king side, but you are in a warm bath here with,
Yeah.
with white.
By the way, we did see c3,
interesting.
c4, without any of the preparations, rook to c1, rook to d1. He just went for this position, and you were mentioning, Nasi,
That allows
well,
knight
the
f5,
drawback is that maybe this knight could land on f5, and just to quickly eval
Still very good for white. You just drop it back to d3.
by a +1.
Less than +1 now. It was above +1 with the other play. This is like +0.7.
Hikaru didn't play knight f5, he went rook d8.
By the
It's
way,
a bit of a
my computer. I
bit of a
Yeah,
mysterious
yeah.
move. Yeah.
My screen. Rook d8 question.
Okay,
Mark.
the first move of the engine, I'm not going to make into a quiz. It's not very shocking. Rook fc1,
right.
queen b8. Okay, I'll block.
The next.
I'll block the text here. Yeah.
Yeah. The
Make a
next
move
one.
here. Yes.
Okay.
You will. You will not like it.
Everybody and their brother likes knight e4. So.
Yeah, but you're not going to like what the machine suggests here.
e4,
g4.
g4.
It is g4.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Keeping.
But why?
Restricting the
Keep
knight.
it there.
Is it?
That knight on h6 is out of the
So
game.
all black pieces become super passive after that.
Let's just quickly, because we're not going to get that much chance to look at some of the other games. Tell me where I'm supposed to go.
Prague's game is very interesting against Nodirbek.
Ooh, this
Pretty.
was this Marozzi with Queen F2
The queen has moved again.
again and again, and Knight H5, Rook H3. Okay, and
No castle.
no castles long. Not yet, but why did he hesitate? Why didn't he castle long on the previous turn?
Maybe he didn't like queen b4.
Well, then you have A3, don't you?
Knight. Maybe queen b3.
Queen c2. Yeah, he really should have castled on the previous move. It was playable.
Okay.
And in fact, weirdly, starting from the position after knight f4 c6, where Nodirbek did not play g5, did not play knight h5, the two moves we were mentioning, this is an incredibly normal-looking move,
Right.
which I think you kind of expect to be making. Already here, the engine says the choice between h4 and long castles is not that clear. And in this position in particular, queen d2, knight h5, rook h3, queen a5. He was definitely suggesting it's time to castle. Not that a3 is horrible, but castling was stronger. The issue is after a3, and I'm honestly a bit surprised that this hasn't happened, you can already start breaking in the position with d5. Not that rook a8 is bad, but I would be very tempted to start doing something in the center while the king is still on e1.
Right.
Now with the king on c1, you no longer really seem to have these options as comfortably available to you, because white will actually just take twice and even take 3 times if you do this. It seems like we're opening our king on c1 to all wins, but there's no attack really. The knight on d5 is a very, very dominant piece. It's just a healthy extra pawn.
Feels like there's a wrong rook on d8.
Yes,
Right?
exactly, exactly. Yeah, very well put. Okay, we're going to keep our eyes on this one. Again, I'm going to go to Levon and Leinier, because those two players sharing second coming into the round. And guess what? Against this
Levon listened to you. He played 95.
Bishop f3. There are two players in the world I have really hard time understanding. Levon and Vasily Ivanchuk. And when I get it right, I feel like something's wrong. I don't know. Bishop f3, queen b6. And
Yeah, queen b6 is not computer approved.
Not
No, not at all. No, computer actually says that bishop f3 was a bit of a. This entire excursion is not that great because the engine says you could just take twice, and if you take with the queen, which is the
was the
normal
intention,
reaction,
yeah.
after knight d7, queen g3, let's say queen c. Oops, not queen c8, queen c7, f4, and you can play c4, knight c5.
Looks okay.
Yeah, the engine seems to suggest that black is simply faster with their
his
play.
play.
You can, once the knight gets to d3, which it probably
Excuse
will,
me?
I can maybe even castle queenside because it will be enough protection for my somewhat open king on the queen side.
Didn't
And
happen.
yeah, so much so that it actually goes gf, knight d7, f4, c4, and goes
94?
queen f3 here on knight e4, feeling that this structure is slightly preferable. But the engine actually thinks black is maybe for choice.
Wow.
And queen b6 changes that, because now white is not better, but completely out of danger, and perhaps even pressing a little bit after something like takes and knight e4, which seems to be the best line currently.
Excellent. Going to go back to our marquee matchup, MVL. What's
Fabi
happening?
against MVL. We had some kind of a pawn breakthrough. MVL played c5.
So it was a question of what was going to happen after rook to d8, bishop c5. I didn't see that one coming. What is the bishop?
He's just provoking. Well, he wants to b4 and
b4, b5.
yeah.
A very, very interesting kind of a sequence of decisions on the last couple of moves in this game, by the way.
After
and I want to compliment you, Yasser, by the way. I checked this a little bit with the engine starting from this position where we're discussing. And dc4, bc4, and maybe not immediately bishop takes f3, but something like knight d7 was very much computer approved.
And going for
aiming for both e5 and potentially c5 breaks. You are not committing to either one yet, but you are preparing both.
Nice.
But let's get back to the game. So rook a d8 followed, bishop c5, a cute little move, trying to perhaps go for the b4, b5 breaks. Knight d7 takes, bishop d6. And in this position, for no particular, I guess because MVL felt that moving the rook away from the d8 square to give yourself the d8 square for the queen would be admitting mistake. So he went c5. And this is very curious because it looks like both MVL with black and also interestingly Fabiano with white assessed this position, which is a full pawn up for white.
Yeah.
As something that is sort of undesirable for white, or at least not as desirable as the move queen d1, which he's made. It's not a bad move. He's still going to be a bit better, but
how do you resist?
It's very, very interesting that they both sort of agreed tacitly that this is completely fine for black. And I'm not so sure.
Me either.
I am not so sure.
Like, excuse me.
Maybe you hold, because obviously if, let's say, just for illustration's sake, if something like this happens, the fact that black has 3 pieces to white's 2 might be more important than the question what these pieces are called.
Right.
Because the f2 pawn might become weak, and the 2 rooks could actually launch a very direct attack against the white king. But obviously white will have something to say about this. You're not forced to take like this. You can take on b7, and then you are threatening bishop d5 yourself. And let's say this position the engine assesses as borderline winning for white.
Right.
So yeah, very, very curious that both of them agreed that this is not something that black needs to be worried about. Queen g1 played, and now another bad move apparently by
b6
by MVL.
Okay,
It's really cutting his queen off completely.
Okay, there ought to be some. Whenever I see this tension between the two bishops, the bishop on e4 and the bishop on g2, I often look forwards to playing moves like bishop h3 and knight g5, and so very cleverly avoiding the trade of
Not
bishops.
only that, bishop h3 creates a massive threat of bishop.
By the way, we have about to have a draw, I think, between right?
Very
very strange.
Yeah, it's a queen endgame with just one
hang on a
extra
second.
pawn.
There's one more on b2, yeah. I was about to say the game is about to finish, but maybe not just yet, yeah. Although
black is winning
he
the
picks it
pawn.
up. He picks it up next move. Yeah, it is a draw.
Yeah.
It is a draw. Okay.
Check.
And by the way, look at the clock. Nepo still has 20 minutes.
20?
Against 6 minutes. Yeah.
Oh, queen d4
So
check.
he didn't take the pawn yet.
Rubbing it in, yeah. Play queen h8, come on.
And that's a handshake. All right.
Okay, our first result in this round 4.
Fabi did move his bishop, but not to h3.
Not to h3.
He played bishop f1.
Bishop f1 is also very strong, but bishop h3 was stronger.
Ideas of bishop b5 in
Yeah, I
this
was going to
case.
say that looks very attractive.
I mean, especially whenever you see a c5 takes d4, bishop b5 and b4 would be really closing the trap door, so to speak. So bishop f1, and
Can black maybe try to trade one pair of bishops with bishop f8, but he already played rook e6.
He already played rook e6. I find myself tempted to play bishop to c7?
Should he-
Yeah, I think you always throw in bishop c7
Yeah.
here
Right.
to ask where the rook goes.
And then there'll be bishop h3 as well.
Yes, yeah. Boy, we've been doing this together. I feel like we're a married couple where we finish each other's sentences. Bishop to c7. I'm feeling that black's pieces are getting awkwardly misplaced. Don't want to see rook e8. That would really be inviting.
Bishop h3, bishop b5, knight g5 as well is extremely dangerous for black.
That's a tempo.
Yeah. No,
against the
this
rook
looks
as well.
horrible. I think you have to play rook c8. The bishop will drop back to f4, and now you once again are faced with all of these threats. And
Nice.
just to give you an illustration of what the computer thinks about this position,
Yeah.
it goes h6,
Okay.
slipping knight g5. We play bishop h3.
Yeah.
It goes knight f8.
Ooh, just giving up the exchange.
But honestly, if you take on e6, I'm not so sure this is clear. Because you do suddenly give black a bunch of pretty decent looking pieces.
Okay.
It is better for white, but I would be hopeful with black. If I'm pretty sure white is not supposed to take immediately.
Knight f8. Remarkable. By the way, I'm hearing
Some craziness
noises.
happening in
Prague and
Whoa.
Nodirbek, it blowed up on us.
It's a G4 move.
When we left it, we did leave it in this moment where castles, kings on opposite flanks, always good stuff. And suddenly a6, an introduction to the move b5.
Yeah, Prague reacted correctly on this move, but then made a big mistake next move, according to my screen. Queen g2 here is borderline winning. Not at all obvious, though. Queen g2 with the idea of
Bishop
meeting bishop
c3?
takes c3 was just gh. And saying all of your pieces are still hanging, plus g6 is now hanging, so
And queen side is safe.
yeah.
King is actually
Ish.
ish.
Yeah.
I think so too. He didn't play queen g2. After knight takes, he played queen c2. Bishop takes c3. Queen c3.
And once again, the machine says
G7.
gh instead of queen c3 was playable, but it's I think those decisions are difficult to make.
Well, whenever you're in this position, queen g2 would obviously be so much
absolutely,
manifestly better than on the c2 square. Okay, let's just see the current position because we have
Black is
a
up a pawn.
rarity of two bishops versus the two knights,
But black has an extra pawn, and white's pawn structure is not great.
and a very safe.
But
But he still has an attack maybe on h-file.
yeah, interesting that black seemingly has the safer structure. Black has an extra pawn. White does not have any direct threats. And the evaluation still hangs around equality. And white,
Wow.
if anyone is better here, it seems like it's white. It trends upwards immediately if you make a slightly inaccurate decision here for black. I think mostly because of this knight on g7, which is
Absolutely.
extremely restricted.
If you don't mind me asking, therefore, knight e8. So on the one hand, I'm ready to maybe play rook to sevenths.
Knight e8, c5 machine already starts liking white for some reason.
C5, d5.
d5, I think probably bishop,
Undermines?
yeah, some sort of bishop d4 play might. It starts by taking on d5, then it goes rook dh1, and weirdly, your king really isn't safe.
How?
Because the h-file will get opened at some point, the bishop might come to d4 at an opportune moment and join the attack. This is trouble.
This is true.
Knight e8, c5, d5, e d5, massive advantage for white side.
I was hoping to play knight f6 with a gain of a tempo against the pawn
You
on
have
e4.
98 on the board. We might see c5 now, and Prague is better again if he plays c5.
Yeah. c5 is an important move here. I think the main line to calculate there would be c5, knight f6, trying to include that piece in the game and to...
I wanted to ask Peter about that move, knight f6.
But then we go c takes d6.
C takes d6, yes.
Knight takes c4, we go bishop d4.
And once again...
You have to jump to f7. Knight f2 doesn't work clearly. I don't know why, but it doesn't.
Okay.
So you have to go knight f7.
Yeah, okay, knight f7. So
And we go rook e3.
Rook, just in time to stop
Yeah,
from playing
we go
e5?
rook e3. And yeah, none of this is, shall we say, obvious.
Not at all.
But the engine does like it for white a little bit.
Let's say I take on d6 with the f7 knight.
I think then bishop b6 might be very strong, weirdly. Because you can't actually hang on to all of this
I see.
material. Rook
Well,
d7, rook takes e4.
Let's say rook e8.
Sorry, I missed rook e8. Yeah. Bishop c7, though?
I mean,
knights are not good at defending each other.
Yeah, a little bit awkward here.
Yeah.
Maybe rook c8 instead. Let me ask the oracle.
Stop this. But knight e8 is on the board.
Even bishop f3 should be good enough.
No, you actually play quietly. You instead of bishop b6, you take on g6.
Yeah.
Maybe
And then you go bishop d4, e5. And both of the knights are hamstrung forever. And the threat is, I guess, rook d4, rook takes e4. Maybe in some positions, bishop f3 even.
Yeah.
Neither of the knights have any moves.
It's very easy for black to blunder here.
Pragg did not, I think finding the sequence bishop d4, rook e3 is difficult, which is why Pragg played g5.
Which is
the second best move, yeah. It's a decent move, but c5 was stronger.
You know, when I'm sitting here in white shoes and I'm playing against this knight on g7 that's gone to e8, I see that it's ready to go to f6. The move that comes to my mind right away was the move played, g5, just saying, no. I want you to maintain a very passive
I just wanted
knight.
to point out one thing
please.
about this. And I spoke to the young man yesterday, and he agreed with me, but some things are easier to agree to than maybe to translate into practice. He's down to 3 minutes again.
Oh, no.
And this is what I think sort of derailed his day yesterday, because I think in all three of the games he played yesterday, the first 25 to 30 moves were of absolutely first caliber.
Right.
Outplaying three very strong players.
Right.
And then he got very low on the clock and started misplaying all three positions.
Yeah,
Exactly.
right now Nodirbek has 3 times Pragg's time, so it's 3 minutes against 9.
Wow,
It's a
big edge. But on the other hand, this move, g5, asks black some very, very serious questions. What are you going to do next?
What if I play c5 myself so you don't have it next move?
Okay, and that also stops...
We have bishop takes though, right? Rook c8 though, maybe, yeah?
Rook c8, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm happy to trade.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, you get... I more or less am drawn to this and takes on... If you take on c4, which I suppose you can,
Yeah,
I will take on g6
right.
and I've got
not
to...
great for black.
And then suddenly,
But
whoops.
we do have g takes h on the board, rook h5 and
rook
rook
d7.
d7.
Rook d7, the prescribed reply there for black. Yeah, this is a very strange position. I'm looking at how the computer treats it, and yeah, I think playing this position well is quite difficult.
By the way, this move, rook d7, just protecting the h-pawn, I like that because originally when I played the move knight e8, somehow I had the idea that I could also be doubling the rooks. That is to say, my knight on e8 will be defending d6,
Right.
and I'm kind of released, if you will, for a moment. I see 3 results in this game, but time could be the deciding factor. Again, I'm going to return to Fabi versus MVL.
Is up in exchange.
Whoa. When we left it, we did
Played
see
h4 instead of bishop h3.
we did see bishop c7, bishop f4, h6, h4, no bishop h3, h4 just, I suppose he thought that g5 could be a potential threat. Rook went back to d8, bishop to b5. Here's one of those, and I'm threatening bishop d2 types of moments, right? a6, bishop c7, ab, bishop, whoa. So exchange, but not for a pawn.
Not a pawn.
Not for a pawn, yeah. Compared to the position we were discussing a bit earlier.
With the knight on
yeah,
the
having the knight on e6 compared to the knight on d7 would have been, of course, much better. I think white
But
is...
white's bishop on d8 is kind of stuck.
But you can play rook a7, bishop c7 here. It actually gets out reasonably safely, and I think finding those moves is not going to be...
I think that might
a
be
massive
forced, because
problem.
otherwise black's threatening rook e8
Exactly.
Yeah.
or queen c8.
And I noticed that MVL got up, which suggests to me that he has more time on the clock.
Just 40 seconds more.
Only.
They're both around 5 minutes.
Okay.
And massive developments in Hikaru's game.
All right.
And very surprising developments, if we could switch to that for a second.
I will.
We left it somewhere around here. The move g2, g4 here was not found, and not surprisingly at all. I think it's a very difficult move to make with a hand. So knight f3, very logical, but somewhat weaker. Knight f5, bishop d3. And The reply suggested by the engine here, I think, is quite difficult. The engine says you have to prepare a square for this knight. So it actually very often goes either h6 or g6. In particular, g6, I think, is a move that you never ever make in a game, but the engine quite likes it. But bishop f8 is, I think, specifically very, very bad here because you've robbed yourself of the possibility of replying to the move g4 with knight h4. And if you go knight e7, you actually get mated like this, king takes h7, bishop takes h7. If you go to g8, queen f3 followed by queen h3 is kind of mate in 9 territory. So g4 was basically borderline winning here. If you cannot play knight e7 here, if you have to go back to h6 and white just plays h3, you no longer really need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows, as they used to say. This is going to be forever. Right. Instead, Alireza played h4, which is still okay, but not the best move. And then this decision. This decision is very, very surprising. I think this decision tells me that he thinks he's winning by force.
Right.
There is no way you trade this bishop for this knight unless you think you're winning by force. Takes e6, and Hikaru correctly replied by taking and playing queen d6. And honestly, you've thrown most of it away, right, by this point, because if you don't win in the next 3 moves, Black has 2 bishops. The position opened up, so those 2 bishops will actually have space to play. Perhaps what he miscalculated is he thought knight d4 and knight takes e6 will be winning.
Yes.
But there is bishop takes b5, which I think can be missed from afar.
Oh my!
A massive option for Black, because not only are we winning a pawn here, we're also giving ourselves a very useful square on e8 to move the rook to, because I think our biggest issue otherwise was that we had to move the rook somewhere towards a8, which is not a good square. So perhaps I think you can explain how Alireza played it. He played knight g5, but it comes to the same.
Right. Takes on e6.
Yeah. In fairness, you can also just play h6 and bishop takes f7.
Really?
You're going to be slightly better in this position, but you're not dead. And it's not that much of a shock. Black really has all the pieces around the king. You're not really lending a killing blow here. Queen h5 check can be met by g6, or even king g8 and playing for counterplay like this. Yes, it's not fun. Yes, only white can play for a win. But compared to where we were 5 moves ago, this is just such an improvement. Yeah. And Hikaru, I think, will breathe a huge sigh of relief here, and he will feel that from here on out, I should probably hold this.
After f takes e, could Alireza try queen e6?
Yeah, you could, but now...
Because if you lift the rook, I thought I had some rook c8s.
You do, but the fact that the bishop on b2 is hanging, I guess, kind of holds it all together. I assume maybe even this is playable. I guess I missed something. Judging by the evaluation bar jumping, I missed... Bishop d6 is winning on the spot. Nice. This is very, very cute.
Yeah.
Threatening mate in 1, and if you play g3, now the same thing actually wins a piece instead of trading a piece. This is very cute.
But I did like the roller coaster ride.
Oh, we have this on the board. He played
everything is on the board.
Unfortunately for Alireza, he listened to me.
The rook d2, key moment here, because white has got to reel it backwards.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, I mean, you obviously make a comfortable draw with bishop c3 followed by knight takes f8. You're in no danger, but...
Yes,
but
good point.
Yeah, this will feel like a huge miss to Alireza, because I'm sure he knows he was much better earlier in the game.
By the way, that is a really nice point, that after rook c8, where you think these bishops are your targets, and they turn right around and bite you with this move bishop to d6.
That's why white should have played g4 and not h4.
That's what I was saying.
That is the reason.
Nice. Looks like after bishop c3, this one's going to peter out to a draw. Pardon me, that was not a pun, Peter Svidler. But rook a7 was found.
Never heard that one before.
Never. Rook a7 was found by Fabi, and bishop came back to f4. Fabi is giving back a pawn in order to get some very active...
Do you have to give that pawn?
But can I go rook c7? That was my question.
The engine prefers starting with e takes d4, putting that on f3. Says black will still have to go back to g7, then you go rook c7. White is still very much in control.
So once again...
e4, I assume you want to take on d4 because
I did.
Yeah. Knight f3, you have to drop it back on g7.
I will.
And then I go rook c7.
And now you go rook c6.
And then I go rook c7. And yeah, it seems to like this quite a bit.
well, the doubled rooks on the refreshment stall. I think Lev Polygaevsky referred to the the rooks on the 7th rank.
Yeah, the immediate rook c7 is, it seems very attractive, but the reason it does it, the drawback is d3, and if you take with the bishop, you've given me this square, which you really do not want to give to this knight. It protects f7, and also now all kinds of bishop g4, knight f3 check ideas start coming up.
Yeah, I am blundering. Rook takes d7, takes on d2, and you have a queen d1 check threat.
Yeah, if rook d7
takes on d2.
Whoa, very interesting. e2 is playable, ef2 is playable, but the one I want to point out is that currently my engine says queen for a rook here is equal.
Oh, because the d pawn joins in.
And not only is it equal, the only way for white to make a draw is to play knight b1.
Obviously.
Obviously. Because if you go knight f3, I'm guessing bishop g4 followed by bishop like king g2, you get hit by bishop c3, yeah?
Oh, nice, nice. That's very, very painful. Wow.
Fabi's down to 1 minute and a half.
I don't think Fabi watched our show and the keys to a comeback. Cristian was very
insistent.
Yes, maintain a good
it's easier said
time
than done.
Management. Yeah. Well, I know it. And by the way, we have very quickly takes on d4, bishop to g4 by MVL. MVL was not interested.
He didn't take the pawn.
In capturing on d4, but bishop g4, knight f3, queen f5 played very quickly.
So what's his plan after rook c7?
No fair. I want to see first. Let's see. What could be his plan? Is queen h5 ridiculous?
Rook is queen h5.
Okay. King g2.
Rook takes d7 wins, apparently, which is kind of surprising to me, because I would be extremely worried about bishop takes f3. But it loses to rook takes f7. You still have to calculate quite a bit.
There is bishop d6 right at the end.
If bishop g1, we take on g7, and we force your king to, eventually, it will have to go to f8.
Fair.
And there it will get chased down by bishop d6 check.
I do see a question mark next to Fabi's move. He played rook c3.
Rook to c3.
And now after g5, black is fine. And black is even fine after other moves. g5 is the most direct one, but even knight f6.
Oh, there's knight c5 also.
Seems to hold. Yeah,
I like knight c5.
Both knight f6 and knight c5 are completely fine. You're correct, yeah.
Sorry, Peter, but that was a very important moment. Rook to c7, queen h5, rook takes d7, bishop takes f3,
rook f7.
Rook takes f7, bishop takes d4.
You will very much like the reply here. This you will enjoy. This is like those Novotny crossings, yeah?
Yeah.
If I told
bishop
you...
e5, no. No, go away. Oh, that's beautiful.
It is unbelievably beautiful, actually. Can we have this blown up? Because we don't see a diagram like
this. I want a poster of that. I'll hang that on the ceiling.
Let me show this on the board again. Our queen is hanging. If we take, we get mated in two.
Right, that was the
intent. And there's seemingly a lot of attack against our king going on. And what we do is we interrupt absolutely everything.
That is gorgeous.
By placing a bishop on a square where it can be taken by 3 different pieces.
That is amazing.
If you take on d1, you get mated after rook g7 once again, very easily. Clear. And if you choose to take on e5, whichever way you choose to take on e5, we can simply take on f3, and once this bishop is gone,
it's easy.
We're just winning very, very comfortably. Yeah.
Wow, that is a poster moment. Bishop e5, what Mickey Adams would call a visual.
Very much visual.
Lovely. Oh boy. And
well, we have
what
rook
do we
c3
have?
And
though?
knight f6 by MVL, which was one of the good moves for black.
Yeah. Exactly. No, this is very much swinging in black's favor, frankly.
Is it really? Knight e4?
In practical terms, I think. Yeah. I think it's becoming a lot easier to play for black. Knight e4 played.
Okay, rook c7 is an automatic, I'm going to guess?
Rook 7 is bad.
Oh, no.
I'm not entirely sure why yet, but it's just straight up bad.
Knight g3?
Maybe knight g3, yeah. Knight g5 wins. No, not wins, but black is better.
Knight g5. Queens hang in and then in between.
Oh dear.
It's nasty.
Yeah, and this is what I meant. It's suddenly just a lot easier to find
And
these
we have rook
tactics.
c7 on the board. Blunder by Fabi, but we'll see if MVL spots knight g5.
Well, knight g5, you're playing for such a move as knight. Not to mention, okay, rook f7 is obviously what white wants, g5, but knight g5. Okay, that's
Second
a
best move for
discovery.
black in this position is knight d2, which is also fine, but not as strong.
Because it allows queen d2, I'm guessing.
Yeah, queen d2, bishop takes f3, and king h2, and supposedly
g5
this is not made.
On the
Knight
board,
g5
MVL found it.
And Fabi does not look like a happy camper after this one.
Is black now much better?
+1 for black, yeah. You have to take on f5, you have to just play that.
Knight f3, king g2.
You go king g2. We can even throw in knight e1
Oh, knight
check.
e1 and take back
Yeah.
with the bishop.
For some reason, the agent takes, I guess I understand the reason. It wants to still support the f3 square for the knight. Let's say king h2, and the agent goes g takes f5, and I think it's very happy with rook f7, bishop takes d4. Because as long as that bishop is alive, yes, those rooks kind of look menacing, but they aren't
yeah.
really generating very much in the way of threats.
Yeah, the bishop does control the business squares. Knight g5 on the board. Wow. And the clock times between Fabi?
30 seconds for Fabi, minute and a half for MVL.
Well, we could be seeing our tournament leader scoring an unbelievable point with the black pieces here.
By the way, Hikaru's also going down.
Hikaru.
Alireza completely winning.
Oh my goodness. And Hikaru can't believe it. Hikaru looks like he's in...
I think it was a draw endgame and he blundered
Yeah,
something.
he made a very uncharacteristic kind of a short miscalculation, exactly the kind of miscalculation he pretty much never makes.
But this is just bishop takes b6.
Yeah, bishop b6.
Yeah, bishop e6 on the board, and I think
And
we should go
now-
back to Hikaru's game.
Okay,
It's
because
going to be over soon.
we want it like a good vulture. We want to see the handshake here.
Our pick going down.
Yeah, you influenced me, I must say. You were the first.
I will say you still have to win this because
Yes. Yeah.
the a-pawn doesn't win by itself. Black having the rook on a6 and the bishop on the long diagonal somewhere will still force you to make some progress on the king side, but it should be convertible.
It's doable.
Yeah,
as we
it
would say.
should be
Okay,
doable.
so we start with rook b8, just defending our bishop in the
Play
first
rook
place.
c8 too.
Rook c8, yeah, that
Yeah, you
makes
could
sense.
very much play rook c8.
Rook
He played
c8 does.
c8.
What I wanted to say was that my intention is to...
Whoa.
Whoa, rook
What?
takes b6. Oh, he's going to go check.
Oh, we're in
Check
the
on
rook
rook
ending now.
a1, but this is not great. I understand that the other position also wasn't great, but this is very
The
much.
bishops of opposite color maybe better chances of holding.
Yeah, I
this
would have
one.
assumed the other one maybe gives slightly better chances of survival, but he didn't like it.
But here, doesn't the white king just make a beeline towards the a-pawn?
You can also throw in h5 and actually start threatening h6 in some positions. It should be quite comfortably winning, yeah.
So h5 with white.
That doesn't actually do anything to prevent
That's
us
true.
from bringing our king straight across to the promotion of the a-pawn.
Yeah, black needs to... I think the issue is how the pawns are positioned on the king side, because you would like to play h6 and g5.
This one's over, by the way. What happened? Did MVL
Looks
win?
like...
Oh, they repeated. It ended in a draw.
Wow. What a save for Fabi, because he was behind on the... Wow. Okay. Definitely drawing from a position of strength, I would say. MVL looking really good. We're going to stay with Alireza and Hikaru for a moment. H5. Well,
Yeah, I
you
think
need
that's
to do
king
something.
d3 and let's start running towards
Exactly.
the a-pawn.
Exactly. King to d3.
Just a really bad setup for black. Black king cannot win any of the white pawns.
Exactly. Exactly.
King d3 on the board and g5 quickly played. Would you take or play g3?
Yeah, or f3. I'm thinking about it, right? You're like...
Stalemate alert.
What?
H5, king g5, f3, king h4, rook g7, and then we need to figure out how to give this rook away without
Exactly.
moving the white rook away from g7.
Hikaru's looking with a pained expression here. I mean, he's hoping for something like h takes g5, king takes g5, and h4 and f3 ideas, but I don't think you're anywhere close to getting any of those.
We might actually see that stalemate type position.
No.
No?
No, you don't. I'm thinking I'll go...
I like f3, but I don't like rook g7. I think we play f3, and then we just go king c3, king b3, and we wait for you to play king g3, and then we give this
go
check.
check.
Yeah, and then
And
we
I
give
go
this
back
check.
king h4 and
Yeah. I'm a bit surprised he's allowed f3 here, but maybe he is intending to meet it with... Okay, now we go f3.
Now we go f3.
Now we go f3.
I think we would have met f3 with g3. Or
Yeah,
then you-
probably this is why Hikaru hasn't played it. Yeah, that would be
Right.
my assumption. Yeah.
Okay, h4 on the board. Again, pawn breakthrough's idea is f3 and give us a past h-pawn. Not that necessarily that past h-pawn is going
he's
anywhere.
going for king b3 first.
Yeah, he
b3.
can include king b3 at any point.
And
It's
then play
definitely-
f3.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. King b3, rook b1, f3, h3.
h3. Takes.
Yeah, but then maybe even just rook g7 in this position.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
And go with the king mark. Okay, this is probably a draw.
This ended in a draw.
Yeah,
Levon-
Leinier actually had slightly the better of it. I think he was a pawn up in the final position, but very difficult to make any progress.
And once again, back to Alireza. Alireza's king is marching.
Yeah.
He gets his king to b6, protects the pawn on a7, and then
You cannot even attack the pawn on f3. I don't see any counterplay available to play.
no. A lot of grimacing and head shaking by Hikaru at this point.
And after checks, our king goes to b8, and then we cover with rook b7.
Yes,
And black pawn is too far away.
indeed.
Yeah, I think he's just calculating it all out, realizing he doesn't have any counterplay. But earlier, yeah, it was a very equal endgame. Just made a one mistake, and
That's sometimes
also a little bit of a
it's all it
strange
takes.
choice to trade the bishops. I know it was still lost,
Yeah.
but keep the opposite color bishops.
Right? Yeah, I agree with that. Transposing into this rook ending with the pawn already on a7.
Right.
Yeah, he clearly is just calculating where he had the draw, and I'm sure he found the draw by now and is now just very upset with himself. Because there is nothing to calculate in this position.
For Alireza, this is a huge,
Absolutely.
huge victory. It's not only the 2 points that he'll need in the blitz, but he's really taking down key rival.
One of the best blitz players in the world.
Absolutely.
King b5. Yeah, I don't see any ideas for black. King b6,
King is just marching to b6.
and he
Yeah,
resigned.
there
And he
it
just
is.
resigned.
Yeah, b takes a6, as I think this is what he's indicating. B takes a6 was basically an
I think we
immediate
still
draw.
have one game going on between
Let's go
Prague and
there.
Nodirbek. Interesting rook endgame.
All right, I'll bring that one up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. 4 rooks. This is intriguing.
Who's playing for a win? Maybe black. I like black's active pieces, but no.
I mean, the answer probably is nobody. But
Nobody.
frankly, the answer is probably nobody. But
Well, hold on.
yeah, you're still not
because-
getting mated if your rook is on the back rank. So yeah, I'm a bit like Prague is much braver than I am. I never would have allowed the rooks on.
By the way, 4 seconds for Prague.
4 seconds. Okay, that's
Yeah.
that's living life.
Yeah, this is not how I would have approached this endgame, but yeah, he is still, I think, very much within the margins because you're not actually getting mated.
Well,
You're getting
Very close.
perpetualed, but you're not actually getting mated. You can take on c6, I'm pretty sure, even or rook
Rook
b8 as he's
b8.
done. Yeah, but then rook takes c3, maybe.
that's
but
a
no.
tempo,
But he can
right?
take on a4.
Yeah.
Take on c3. Give me your rook.
Rook takes c5. I mean, it's
Ooh, a pawn against c pawn.
Rook takes a4. Rook takes c5. Yeah, but then I'll have rook b2.
yeah.
It's a
If
draw.
I want to, I just play rook b8, b2, and we kind of
Right.
glance at each other and nod
With understanding.
with perfect understanding.
King d5.
Yeah, it doesn't really
Still
change
rook b2, right?
Yes.
change very much about rook b2. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they both know it's a draw now. There's no draw offers allowed, right?
No draw offers.
No.
But they're very good at finding the repetitions.
Would you play just rook f1, rook c1, or just trade on b2, take on c5, and shake hands?
Yeah, one of those two.
Honestly, against 27 seconds, I don't see particular reason to pretend you can be better here.
Right.
But yeah, these are very, very fighting players. Just as I was saying those words, I thought, nah, Nodirbek clearly doesn't trade on b2 here and continues playing for
7 seconds.
course.
Yep.
Yeah.
There we go.
Check.
And look at him go. I mean, just throws that rook down to the c1 square. Anticipates playing king c4 and rook a1 checkmate.
Two of the youngest players in the tournament. They have so much energy. They just want to keep playing.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, definitely not allow king c4. But even if that happens, you can always kick it out.
You can always
with a check.
kick it back out, yeah.
Something about the rook on a4. I just hate that square. I would probably move the rook to h4. Ideas of, no, he's played
Okay,
rook to d2 check. King takes c5. That was a strange decision, I must say. Sorry.
Well, he
about
played
that.
it with 2 seconds.
With 2 seconds.
so-
I was about to say I would have swung my rook over to h4. Just
Yeah, I
to
would have
give
begun
my-
with that, but this is still fine.
Yeah, just to
This
give
is
my
still
king
fine.
an out, you know, and here we go. King a2.
Maybe now they'll repeat.
Yeah, just put it back on a2. It's not really in any danger there.
Exactly. Okay.
I don't see 4 rook endgames very often, with no pawns left on the board.
Right. Whose king is more vulnerable and why?
And Nodirbek, was he sharing second? No, he was sharing 5th place coming into this round.
Right.
Draw with black piece is not a bad result.
And something like rook b8 now, I guess, if he wants to continue pretending.
Rook to b8 to continue the pretense.
It's a bit awkward, actually, because a3 is hanging and you don't really want to be defending anything a pawn down, even though it's still a draw.
What
But
about checks
maybe you can
from
go
the
rook
side?
h3, yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, is a man of,
Just
a man of culture.
and rook to c3 check and come out. Keep it steady. Keep the ship steady.
Keep it steady. You are never ready.
Rook c1, an indication we might be seeing a perpetual. Whoa, whoa,
No.
whoa.
No,
He's
no,
right,
no,
reach
no.
for his king. Spoke too soon.
King b5. He will exhaust every option he has.
Oh, wait a minute. Rook b1, rook b4 check?
King a5.
Do you want to go rook d8 and play for mate?
Yeah, I was thinking.
But there's always rook b1 from behind.
Right.
You actually, you can't get that. You
No,
can't
I
get
can't.
that to work.
No. That is true.
But you can force the rook trade that way.
Right. True that.
Then
We can go rook b4 check, king a5, rook c4. To really rub it in.
I will trade a rook, darn it.
17 seconds for both of them. It's a bit unnerving because you still have to make moves, and you probably by this point are
Trapping.
expecting the game to be over.
Wait a minute. 8 seconds?
okay, he goes for
Check,
the
and
check.
yeah, let's go rook c4 here, Pragg.
Yeah.
Come on.
Just shut it down. Rook c4, and that does shut it down. Once again, 7 seconds.
goes for rook.
Whoa, he did go for the check.
Okay, he will have to. I mean, it's still a dead draw because like he has to defend 0 against 1, but it's a 0 against 1 that he will defend. He has
Do I
enough.
have to defend 0 against 1? I have rook a8 check.
Maybe not even. Yeah, maybe you don't even have to. Yeah.
I don't have to give up the pawn.
Yeah.
Nice.
0 against 1.
That's a very good point. Yeah, rook 8, rook b8, and you don't even have to. Yeah.
Right.
Clever.
I think now they'll repeat.
No, he'll take on before. There's
Yeah,
no.
of
There's
course.
no way he doesn't take on
It's
before.
going to test Pragg one last time.
Right. Pragg hesitating, but
Check. This is one of the longest games we've had. 73 moves.
indeed. In snooker, they celebrate the 100th.
Yeah, and it seems like we're back to having one decisive game in the first round of the day, followed by 5, hopefully. but-
3 and 5 and 3.
It's a nice pattern.
Yeah.
But I mean, a lot of crazy games today.
Yeah.
We're not
Oh,
expecting
yeah,
to see some.
King a6, they can't agree to
Yeah, he
the
took
draw.
AB to allow for the pawns to be traded easier. I think that's a very good.
Yes,
And Nodirbek is not playing c5.
which is really remarkable.
Yeah, I like that for him. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
just like I am not going to give you the satisfaction. Now rook h5, please. Come on. Yes, very good.
And finally,
Found a way
yes.
to repeat.
Well, I do believe the players have made their 3-time repetition, and a draw indeed there, as we have Cristian with a guest.
We don't have any guest right now, but I have to say these two players definitely hate us in this one, because they could have agreed to a draw 50 moves ago. But this was the big moment in this game, Alireza versus Hikaru, and Peter, you mentioned it on the broadcast as well. And it was one of those situations in which, look, Hikaru defended perfectly for the duration of the game, and he only had to make one more good decision, and that was to take on a6, not b6. He had 1 minute and 37 seconds on the clock, and in fact he spent a lot of time on this decision. It was one of those moments. You take on a6 and you're probably going to have to defend 3 versus 2, but it's a very easy defense. You're going to go bishop to b5, you're going to attack the pawn on a6. Now I can go rook to c5, and I'm pretty sure this is what he was worried about. Bishop takes a6, I do take one pawn, and I take the other one on a7 as well. I'm going to be a pawn up as white, but this is an easy defense. You're just simply not going to be able to make any progress. 3 versus 2, there's no passed pawn on the other side of the board. This is an easy draw. Rook to d1 followed by rook to d7, cover up the 7th rank, absolutely no problems. Or you can just simply play the move b6 and hope that you calculated correctly, which he did hope, but he didn't calculate correctly, and this was the critical move. Rook to a8, a7, rook to a6, defending the pawn on b6, but you're actually not defending that. I can just simply take on a b6. This is an easy calculation for Hikaru, and if he would have had more time on the clock, perhaps less pressure, surely he would have found it. After bishop to b6, white is just simply winning, and I have to say, Alireza never let go of the advantage. He played clinically for the rest of the game. Now, another big moment was this one that you guys almost had it on the broadcast. It was the final few moments of Fabiano versus MVL. They repeated the position, and I was trying to find a way for MVL to continue this game, and I think I found one. King to g2, knight to e1, this was the repetition. But the simple move b5, and sure, it doesn't look as, it looks simple with the engine, of course, with the help of the engine. It's not that easy when you have a minute on your clock, or perhaps less with the clock ticking down. b5, rook to b7, and now what he had to do was simply understand that there's no immediate threat for white. You don't have any sort of mates coming with rook to g7. The bishop on d4, the bishop on this long diagonal defends very nicely the king. So what I have to do is utilize my trump in the position, and that is the passed pawn on the d file. I just have to free up the avenue for that pawn to go towards promotion. d4, d3, and so on and so forth. Still, white has ways to try to continue this game. Rook fd7, d4, and then you have to find ways to try to get some sort of attack against the king on g8. Not easy, especially with such great control over the light squares given by the knight on f3 and the bishop on g4 in coordination as well with the pawn on f5 defending that thorn in white's position, the bishop on g4. So this would have been a very difficult defense for Fabiano. I'm a bit surprised that MVL coming into day 2 in such great shape, and he did not continue this game to try to finish off Fabiano. Still, shaky play by Fabiano, but as I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, it all comes down to those last few minutes. If you're behind on the clock, you're going to feel the pressure.
Thank you, Cristian. And just at the very end, help me out. Fabi was the one that was very low on time, right? In his game with MVL. So maybe a big test, and maybe MVL will regret that he didn't press Fabi a bit. We reached that time in our show. We take a break. Before we do that, we check in our friends at Q Boutique and see what they have for us. Well, here you go. Stay warm and show your love for chess with the 2024 St. Louis Rapid Blitz men's soft shell jacket. Soft shell jacket. This official merchandise features the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz logo on the front breast and the St. Louis Chess Club logo on the back. Comes with zippered pockets to stay stylish and organized, and more. Also featured is the 2024 Rapid & Blitz women's cardigan, made with 70% Pima cotton? How about that? Pima cotton. And 30% nylon. This cardigan features the official logos on both the Rapid & Blitz tournament and the St. Louis Chess Club. For all your shopping needs, do check out QBTSTL.com. And what about on the break? What can our viewers expect?
As we go to break, Anastasia sits down with current GCT leader Fabiano Caruana. Take a listen and we'll be right back.
Fabiano, welcome back to Grand Chess Tour. We again have another chess event happening, St. Louis Rapid & Blitz. You had such a great performance in Croatia. What is your motivation for this event?
Yeah, I think the motivation is still high because it's I don't always view it as just single events, but part of the whole tour. And the ultimate goal is to be in the lead at the end of the tour. So just having like one good event, or also Bucharest, I did manage to tie for first and we all got shared points. But still 2 events, it always comes down to these last 2. So last year it was very good for me. And hopefully this year I'll find the same form.
Yeah, speaking about 2 events in a row, do you have some kind of an approach? Do you have some conclusions after winning those events last year?
I think that it's quite relevant that they're 2 in a row, and because also a lot of the players are the same. So you'll play a rapid game, 2 blitz games, and then a classical game, and the openings very often are going to be a relevant factor in all those games. So there's some strategy when it comes to that. And also, if someone is maybe playing poorly in one event, they might lose confidence for the next event. So there's also some psychology.
Do you remember the times when you struggled to win even one Rapid & Blitz event? What was the turning point to start winning those events?
I think I got more confidence in my Rapid & Blitz play. And it's already been for quite a few years. But to actually win an event, you can have a good event. I even remember in Poland 2 years ago, I had a good event. I got, I think, 23 points. 23 points could even be a winning score sometimes, or sometimes second place. It's a very decent score, but it was only enough for 4th place because everyone was having, it was 23, 23 and a half, 24, and then Jan Krzysztof Duda was 24 and a half points and he won. So it was very, very tight race. So there's also this element of you're playing well, but other guys are also playing well and maybe it's not enough. And last year it wasn't enough for me, even though everyone was a little bit shaky. I'm sure you remember how in the last round Maxime could have beaten me and tied, but I got this very lucky break that he just blundered and he touched a piece and then he realized his blunder immediately and then but it was too late. He already touched the piece. So of course Zagreb was my best performance by far, not even close. It was my best rapid blitz, maybe not the best, but still a good blitz performance. So hopefully I can continue that. It's a lot of the same guys again. It's Jan and Alireza and Wesley, and we have all the same kind of tour participants with a few changes. So it'll almost feel like an exact repeat of the last over-the-board tournament that I played. And I played some online stuff, but that was the last time I was sitting over the board.
I was also wondering that you are one of these top players who always played really well, of course, classical chess, but you were not so great in blitz from the very beginning. And there are some players who keep the same level. So you had some challenges to go, let's say you had to find a way to level your strengths in all possible time controls. So how did you do it at the end? What do you think? How did you manage to get through those obstacles? And who do you think these days have to go through the same challenges from the top players?
Yeah, it's interesting. Of course, all the top players, maybe there's some differences, but if you think of, I don't know, Gukash, who's a fantastic classical player, might be world champion, but you don't think of him as the best in the world in Rapid or Blitz, but still he's very strong. So it's very small differences, and sometimes people, I think, overestimate or underestimate the differences. But when it comes to my performances, I think I always had some good performances sometimes, in the World Rapid in 2014, I got the silver medal, but there was a lot of inconsistency. So I could have a good event and then I could have a very bad event. And when it comes to the Grand Chess Tour specifically, you have to have consistency because we're playing 27 games. And in 27 games, you can't have one bad day. It just ruins your whole event. Even one bad blitz day, we saw it last year, Maxime was doing very well the whole event, and then he had one bad day in blitz, and he wasn't able to win the tournament because of that. So once I found some more consistency, I was able to increase my performances a bit and to win tournaments, which is, you really need the consistency for that. And also one psychological factor which I improved was that if I lose games, I don't get too emotional with which I used to. So I don't get what they say is tilted, right? I don't get tilted anymore. If I lose a game, it doesn't affect my mood. So I'm able to play the next game without being too upset.
Wow, that's a great, thing to have. You should tell me more about it next time. How do you do it, Fabio? Thank you so much, and all the best of luck for you in the tournament.
Thank you. Thank you.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it. The 2024 Grand Chess Tour returns stateside for the St. Louis Rapid Blitz, followed immediately by the illustrious Sinkfield Cup. Elite grandmasters from around the world will leave it all on the boards in the capital of chess in America. With multiple time controls from classical to blitz, the quest for the GCT crown will finally come to a close. Don't miss Chess Legends Make History in epic back-to-back events for the dramatic conclusion of the 2024 Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our standings after 4 rounds of Rapid. I think after last round we had some changes. No? MVL is still in clear first with 6 points, and the same players are sharing second: Nepomniachtchi, Levon, Aronian, and Leinier Dominguez.
Except they've been joined
by Alireza Firouzja with his win against Hikaru.
Exactly, and looking at the bottom of the table, once again, it's just such a shock to see 2 of our tournament favorites, Hikaru and Fabi, warming the cellar. Tell us about the pairings for this upcoming round 5.
Let's take a look. We have Dominguez against Nepomniachtchi.
One of our marquee matchups for sure.
MVL, the tournament leader, playing Alireza Firouzja.
And that's what I thought would be the marquee matchup.
Hikaru against Levon Aronian. Abdusattorov playing Fabiano, and Wesley against Pragg.
Wow. MVL versus Alireza in the All-French Derby. That promises to be a classic. These two, when they were fighting, I think it was Croatia, just their games. You think they're friendly off the board, and they are. They are quite fond of each other. But on the board, the knives come out.
I'm sure they know each other very well too, and they still trick each other and find some openings to surprise each other.
Exactly.
Also, two different generations.
The generational clashes, we're going to see more and more of them as the Grand Chess Tour presents, the best players in the world, and those guys those youths are sneaking in the top 10.
Yeah, I think the shift has not really even begun. I think it's very much underway and about to be completed in the next year or so, it feels like.
Wow.
We have Caro-Khan.
Caro.
Oh, we can soar to the understanding that Alireza is showing on move 1.
By the way, we don't need to switch, but I see that Hikaru is playing another e4, c5, f4.
As he did yesterday,
Yeah.
yes. And knight f3, d5, knight c3. I've never been a big fan of this.
Two knights?
Well,
I like it with black.
Yes, exactly. And the reason is actually because of very consequential captures, knight f6. And in these structures, I'm not a big fan of the knight on f3. It just usually in these structures, bishop to d3, pawn goes to d4, pawn goes to c3, and the knight goes to e2. So that's the way I've always solved this. And I know other people like to play these bishop g4 variations where maybe white.
I've played this many times.
Yeah.
Both bishop f3 and bishop h5.
Exactly. And I have gone for this as well myself. I've gone for the e6 followed by g6. And here we do have captures, knight f6.
We might say queen e2.
One of the old, yes, you guessed it, queen to e2. The old, have you ever seen this take place?
Oh, yes. It never happened in my games, but I was playing an open tournament, and right next to me on the board, it happened. I was like, oh, guys.
I had this in the Budapest Gambit, right next to me, the checkmate from the Budapest. So, yes, obviously, after queen e2, lots of games have gone takes, and queen to d5. The idea, once again, in the Caro is you do want to develop your bishop outside of the pawn chain with the e7, e6.
Actually, a little surprise, Firouzja played bishop f5, allowing
immediately
knight f6, and then you're forced to retake with the g-pawn.
Right. Then you've got the kind of David Bronstein, Bent Larsen structure. But in this case, you've committed your bishop to f5. I'm not a big fan of this now, suddenly for black. After d4, there are lines where white plays g3 and knight h4, and, well, he can lay claim to an advantage in this case. Peter, I see you kind of chomping at the bit, looking at some of the games. What's caught your eye?
I just wanted to point out that an extremely rare bird,
Say what?
Rare bird makes an appearance here. This is Nodirbek against Fabi.
Yes.
And it began with 1f4, the bird opening.
Right.
And, yeah, you don't see that every day. And already by move 4, this is something I don't believe I've seen ever. It's not the most striking position. It's just that even for the bird opening, this is quite a rare sub-variation.
Right.
After knight f3, I think most people just autopilot knight f6, g6, which is very sound.
Right.
There's no reason not to play the Dutch with colors reversed, even if you're tempo down. But Fabi has a different idea, and he goes for this. And here I expect white probably to switch to some kind of a stone wall. That's definitely one option. Or you could play something like bishop e2 and continue normally. But my guess is Fabi is intending to drive this knight away. If this happens, then play c5. This frankly looks very, very healthy for black. I quite like this from the black side, which is why I think maybe starting with d4 is playable, so that perhaps in this position you can play something like c2, c4 now that you have more control in the center. Black did waste a lot of time moving the bishop around, playing f6, and Ben Feingold will probably wave at us from the other side of the screen about this. So, yeah, very, very curious approach here by Nodirbek. I'm guessing he's not planning to make the bird the absolute center of his repertoire. He's played bishop b2, Fabi did not play f6, he played knight d7, and castles, bishop d6 is on the board. And Fabi really is provoking white into the stone wall here. I think it's maybe about time to do that.
Okay, very good.
If the players are playing such crazy openings in Rapid, what are we going to see in the Blitz?
I don't know what to expect. By the way, hard for us to guess what MVL and Alireza are going to end up in, because after the move bishop f5, there was no knight takes f6 check forcing g takes f6. In fact, d2, d3. The modest d2, d3 at that, at least, yeah, you'd almost expect, unless, can I really?
The pawn's just hanging, right?
Maybe we can take,
yeah, exactly. Maybe
and then go to a4, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not trapped, am I?
No.
Nope. Okay.
escapes.
He played d2, d3, and then after d3, well, immediately came the move e6, as mentioned, g3, and there is this idea, in this case, you want to kind of hunt this light squared bishop. Knight d7, bishop g2, bishop e7, castles, castles, a4.
I think they're going to include a4, a5.
Yeah, definitely as black.
What is white's plan?
Well, again, with the pawn, you know, on d4 and c3, then we know what we're playing for. With the pawns on d3, I just don't know what I'm playing for here as white. Capturing on
maybe
e5,
develop the bishop.
Bishop b3 or bishop d2?
I was going to play bishop d2. That's where it usually goes in this line.
Okay, fair. Bishop to d2.
Yeah, something like rook e8 or queen c7. I think it's very, very healthy for black. I would also be tempted to include h6 just to make sure this bishop can never be really attacked and captured by knight h4, just to give yourself a square on h7.
I completely agree with that. I start with the h6. How do these two players match up against one another when they play Rapids, Nazi?
Not too many games. 10 wins for
Some would call that a world championship match.
7 wins for Alireza, and of course majority games have been drawn, 17 draws. So small lead for MBL.
I wonder if he scored those wins when Alireza was just coming up the ranks. But okay.
We have an interesting opening also in game Dominguez against Nepomniachtchi.
Let's go there, because once again,
both
these
players sharing second place.
Right, and it's an open Sicilian with a Taimanov, queen c7, bishop e7.
Bishop e7 is already very interesting because you're trying to finesse something, but I'm not entirely sure what.
It is, yes.
Bishop e2, normally this particular variation of the Sicilian where you play queen 7, knight c6, these days you're sort of expected to play bishop e3, and after a6 there's a lot of extremely sharp lines. For instance, queen f3 is very fashionable. The old lines with queen d2, knight f6, long castles are still being played, which lead to obviously hugely messy opposite color castles, very sharp variations. There was a spectacular game played by Alexander Grishuk in the recently concluded Astana tournament in this line. But after bishop e2, normally you would feel like you're very happy because white is switching to the old lines, which are really not supposed to give very much. I think the current understanding of this old canard, which has been discussed like from the mid-70s. I think the current understanding of this is completely fine. But instead, Leinier plays bishop e7, gets met by the move queen d3, which they play pretty much in every single position these days.
Jan played bishop e7.
Oh, sorry, I'm mixing the,
It's okay.
And the idea, of course, is very often, let's say if you play a6 here, if you catch yourself and you play a6 here, one of the options white has, and a very serious option, despite it looking like you maybe begging for the position to simplify. This trade, in particular, because it opens the h-file and also introduces the idea of pushing the pawn all the way up to g5. These endgames are often very, very annoying for black. But the reaction Jan showed here, taking on d4 and playing bishop f6, even after queen b4, honestly, I would prefer white a great deal. But there's also this move knight b5, after which The only thing that doesn't resign immediately is queen a5 check. Everything else is just straight up completely bad. You have to play queen d2. But yes, black sort of stays afloat for now. But let's say we go f4, you have to play bishop b8, we play e5. It's coming down. It started from a feeling of this being very, very dangerous. It's now coming down. But this is, if Jan doesn't know what he's doing, he could be in a lot of trouble. But he's, as usual, above 25 minutes. So either he knows precisely what's going on, or he is once again just very good at bluffing.
A bit of both. And then the question is, which one is it? Bishop f6, I must say, the move knight b5, queen a5 check, queen d2, I would find this position incredibly compelling for white, even at the cost of this pawn. I mean, it just looks like I'm getting so much development. Oh my
and a very cute line I just wanted to show to our viewers. Let's go a few moves back. After queen a5 check, I asked myself a question, why aren't we playing bishop d2?
Right.
And there's a very funny sequence there.
Queen takes b5.
You start by playing queen takes b5. I realize I blundered something, and I try to re-desperado it, and I play queen takes f6.
Yes.
And then queen takes e2.
Yeah.
And black actually wins that race of giving up their queen for something,
queen,
and ends up being a full piece up. So yeah.
I was one time mesmerized by loser's chess, where you force your opponent to capture everything. But this move, knight b5, once again, what's your gut feeling? Bluff or?
I don't believe this is a bluff because it's so early in the game. Move 6 is when he played bishop e7, bishop f6.
Right.
It's also, you can't say he confused some lines. That's clearly not the case. I think it's prep.
Okay. By the way, we do have by Leinier queen b4, threatening to win the game.
Quickly played.
a7, a6, the only way to really justify bishop f6, no reason to play bishop e7 and just the queen would settle back nicely on b3. Okay, so I've got my queen on what would appear to me to be a very dangerous diagonal. Peter, jump in on this one.
Yeah, there's a very fine, I don't know if the game actually will continue like this, but after a6, if you play bishop b3, black can and perhaps even will play b7, b5.
I thought bishop b6 was the threat.
Yeah, so the question is what happens if we go a4? And here the engine suggests something incredibly funny. It goes bishop e7.
Okay.
Queen d4, goes bishop f6. Draw. And kind of offers a draw. And shockingly, it's not even entirely unreasonable. You can continue with queen d3, knight e7, f4, d6. But as someone who's played Paulsons of some kind all my life, or at least for the last 20 years, or maybe even more, I would feel I'm doing okay-ish, as long as something bad doesn't happen to me immediately. Sometimes, like you blunder e5, knight e4, and it turns out to be mate. But I don't think it will turn out to be mate here.
In this case.
And if I'm able to continue development, play perhaps knight c6, rook d8, or bishop d7, bishop c6, I think I'm very healthy here with black. But yeah, it just kind of tickled my fancy, this idea of a completely random repetition appearing on my screen.
It's so early. By the way, we do have bishop e3 with the threat, I thought, of bishop to b6. b5 played very quickly. And now a4?
Bishop b7, I think.
Bishop e7.
I think so, yeah. I haven't checked yet, but I'm pretty sure the idea is to play bishop b7. And once again, you definitely do not want to have your queen side blown up, so you want to be able to play bishop f6.
b4 maybe come in.
Maybe even before, first.
Yeah, because I was about to say bishop
queen
f6.
c5,
I do have queen c5, as maybe that takes away a little bit of the fun. But b5, b4.
Yeah, b5, b4, the knight has to go somewhere because queen g7, bishop f6 does not work out for white, so I'm guessing you go knight a2.
Okay.
And then the engine just goes knight f6.
Doesn't even go bishop f6 after all of that.
No, now we develop, now we develop.
Of course.
We go knight f6. If knight takes b4, e5 looks very interesting. No, e5, knight d5.
Knight d5.
e5, knight d5.
Yeah.
Knight takes b4, we can play. It's very interesting. The engine just says we're so far, we're actually not that far ahead in development, but this queen on d4 is so much of a target that it goes e5, knight d3, and now it just carefully castles and says c2 is hanging. In some positions, I might be interested in some breaks with d5. In some positions, for instance, after rook c1, it just quietly goes d7, d6. and says e6, e5 is an unbelievably unpleasant threat because the queen has no good squares whatsoever.
Knight is so strange on d3.
And yeah, this is not really a particularly pleasant
not the
piece.
dream.
And just says I have perfect compensation for the pawn here after f3, knight e7, reintroducing the idea of bishop a6. Best move for white appears to be queen c3. And it's not that difficult to imagine how this is fine for black, right? You're a pawn down, but you have a lot of play against the queen side, and
Wow.
you're seemingly doing okay.
Wow.
I think we can sort of settle the question of whether this is a bluff or not. I think he is actually quite prepared.
Very nice. What shall we go to? Let's take a walk
Let's check
around.
Wesley's game against Prague, because
Wesley versus Prague.
I think the game's blowing up.
Say what?
I
What just
haven't
happened?
had time to calculate what's
so
going on.
this is a queen c2 Nimzo Indian, which we all know and love. Takes. Bishop g5, bishop b7, f2, f3. This was an old idea of mine. It backfired spectacularly against me, against Anatoly Karpov in a Grandmasters Association event, where
You
he
played
played
it as a novelty?
No, it was just at the time, it was a very topical line. And he played it with a very early d5. I don't think he included h6, but whoa. Okay, something is... I've never had this in my time. Practice.
I was about to say, you probably have not seen this position.
No, not at all.
Neither have I, and Prague, now that he's played 95, I am reasonably confident he actually spent some time remembering and has actually remembered what it says. Yeah, thank you.
That's so nice when they remember.
It's much better than the opposite.
alternative. Yeah.
D6, now a very useful intermediate move with 95, forcing the queen to go somewhere. The best move.
C1. Sorry.
No, queen C1, knight takes C5. It already starts liking black a great deal because knight B3 is a threat. The bishop is hanging. Well, I mean, the best move is queen D2, which honestly runs into seemingly same issues. But we do have rook D1 here with the intention of meeting GH with E4.
Right.
And this is somehow a draw.
A draw.
Yeah, this is completely equal. Nothing to play here. Move on. Next. Nothing to see.
Nothing to see. Here.
Both knight C7. Weirdly, knight C7, queen H6, queen E7 on our somewhat low depth seems to suggest this is playable. And what is probably stronger is the move F E6, ED5, queen D5, queen takes H6, queen E5, check, knight E2.
Oh my.
Yeah, and it just goes like rook FD8 or rook AD8 even, and says you will have to give this perpetual because this king is actually not safer than this king.
I was about to say, seriously behind in development is white.
And as often is the case, you get to a position like this, and the first thing you look at is actually not the board, but the clocks.
Right.
Yeah. If Prague reached this with 20 minutes, I think I am reasonably confident in expecting that he knows, and if he knows, he will be okay from here, I think.
Very unlucky in day one was Prague. The 3 games he played, he made a draw and 2 losses, but in each and every one of those games, he had a winning position. If he had finished day 1 with 3 out of 3, it wouldn't have been that big a surprise considering his positions that he had. By the way, queen d2, after a little calculation,
Wesley probably has already also seen this at some point on his
he also seems familiar with it.
Right. So once again, knight takes c5. This is like a really crazy looking position. Rook to d1, sidestepping knight b3, inviting a capture of our bishop. e4.
If you were not familiar with this, which side would you pick?
I would say, could I see the position after 2 more moves?
Very good answer. Yeah, I like this answer.
e4, knight c7, as Peter was...
I like f6 more because I'm worried about this a little bit. If we continue this line for a bit, let's continue. Knight c7, we go queen takes h6.
Yes.
Queen e7, it goes ef7, rook f7.
Yeah.
It goes bishop c4, we put a knight on e6. Probably 7, I guess, yeah? And white goes knight h3.
Right.
And even if the engine tells me this is fine, unless I know exactly how it's fine, I feel very worried with black here because I think I give white 2 more moves and I will just get completely rolled over, right? It's 3 pawns for the piece.
Yeah.
White finishes, white castles next move and then gives mate. Maybe not in the next 5 moves, but in the next 10 for sure.
Exactly.
So unless I remember exactly how my file tells me to make a draw in this position, I would be scared.
Right.
Whereas the position after fe6, ed5, queen d5, it's very unclear who is actually on the attack. And I've always found in my career that playing unclear positions with equal material are just much more pleasant for me, or even maybe down material are much more comfortable for me than being strictly on the defense with some extra material.
Exactly. Especially for rapid chess, those faster events, the initiative. I'm taking the perpetual check and thanking you for the game.
Yeah.
I'm out the door, and what did I do that was wrong? We'll keep an eye on this one. Where would you like to guide us, Nasi?
Well, let's check with our leader MVL, and they repeated 3 times already.
Have they?
Well, on our
Yes.
board it says they have.
Okay, so when we left
Yeah, I
it,
think they're calling the arbiter.
yeah, I didn't really see how we were looking at developing the bishop right away with bishop to d2. MVL's choice was b3. I'd asked you, how would you like to develop that bishop? B3, and yeah, this is where they
Yeah, MVL
made.
didn't get any advantage, so
He
made
certainly
a quick
did
draw.
not. And that
Saving his energy for the last round today.
was well done. As again, 2 of our tournament leaders, MVL in clear first, and that leaves Leinier and Jan as 2 players. By the way, they did go for that ending that I actually thought was better for white. B5.
Well, we had it with the pawn on a4, and there it would have been better
he
for
played
white. It's a
castles.
bit, it's a bit of a different position.
Knight e7, and this is what we have. Okay. Queen takes c5, bishop takes c5, and weigh in on this one. Peter, as a Paulsen specialist,
Well,
I have to buttress you up for your chess courses.
yeah, I think bishop b7 is a very logical start. After f3, I was looking at ways to play d7, d5 immediately, because as a Sicilian player,
That's what
you've been.
aspire
Yeah,
to.
you've been taught that if you manage to play d5 almost in every Sicilian endgame, you will immediately be fine. But the engine for now, it plays h5 first, or another move which I quite like and which they often actually play in these types of structures is the move bishop b7, c6, which does a double job of supporting the pawn on d7. Perhaps maybe one day we will want to castle, but also preventing a4, or at least making a4
harder.
of work in progress for white. You can't really play it immediately.
Right.
And a2, a4 in this position is pretty much the only idea white has. White is a bit stuck. I mean, maybe you could consider trading this dark square bishops, because the one on f6 is maybe
Actually really good.
yeah, I mean, this one looks like it might land on d6 and be quite well placed on d6, but I think it gets chased away quite comfortably. So, and I think the idea of h5, h4 is very logical in all of these positions, because you want to play h5, perhaps put this pawn on h4, perhaps try to get some kind of knight g6, knight f4 play going for later in the game. But for now, yeah, bishop. Very interesting choice by Jan. Not something I would have done. Not something I would have done this early. It's fine. Your position is very solid. You're not going to be worse, I don't think. But it's a very committal decision. Now we can play something like bishop d6.
Right.
And I'm guessing he is planning to start attacking
The center.
the center immediately with f5, because the one issue black definitely has now is this bishop on b7 being incredibly restricted by this windbreaker on f3 and d4, and trying to dig at it immediately is a very logical follow-up. I would play something like rook d4, bishop d3 here. Let's say fe4, fe4. Now we finally probably cash in our extra pawn. And we get these kinds of endgames. I probably misplayed it with white already a little bit, because it seems like the engine now likes this for black. After rook takes c3, it says, yeah, king b2 is just a wasted tempo, go rook hf1 and play like this.
So we're not even
White definitely has compensation
getting the
for
pawn back with
Yeah,
bishop
no,
e5.
bishop c3 and bishop e5, bishop
Yeah.
g7, no. Thank you for that, Peter. But the move for me, bishop takes c3, sorry to say, I mean, I thought that bishop was a monster, and
I wouldn't have hurried with it.
c3
I wouldn't
was
have
not.
hurried with it either, but Jan clearly feels that breaking up the structure is more valuable.
I have to quiz you on this one, Peter. Without the move bishop takes c3, had Jan started with the move rook c8,
Bishop
is he
d4, I
saying
guess.
that
Yeah.
he didn't want to see bishop to d4?
Yeah, I think you can sort of understand the reasoning. Although, if you continue move by move, we play knight c6, right?
Or d5?
I don't particularly like, I mean, I'm worried after, let's say d5, let me show you what I wouldn't like to happen. e d5, you probably take with the knight.
Yes, that was the
I
intention.
you take with the bishop, I play a4.
Okay.
And it's probably fine, but sometimes you drift into a position where you get some weaknesses developed on the queen side, and you have to defend them for a bit.
Should be 3 here, or no?
Bishop
here.
3 obviously blundered, but...
Sorry. Thank you. I was wondering why he didn't include the move rook c8. He did play bishop c3, bc3, rook c8.
No bishop
d6.
No bishop d6, yeah.
Bishop to b4, and now Jan very happily said, okay, I'll get in my desired d5 break. And he did it.
Yeah, this is fine for black. You can, obviously, you can play e5, but then after knight g6, and I think this is maybe what the whole idea hinges on, because if white is allowed to play e5 and then perhaps play king b2, bishop d6, I think you prefer white.
Yeah.
But after knight g6, the pawn on e5 cannot actually be protected comfortably. The engine, I guess because of that, goes rook he1 here, fe4, d4, fe4, and says it's maybe time to actually make some kind of a repetition like this. Because despite the absolute ruins of the structure white has here, the bishop on b4 and the king on e8 is such a pairing that the engine actually prefers white here. Not a great deal, but does prefer white because finishing development here is not that easy.
Rook c7, castle short is the only thing
Rook
I can
c7,
imagine.
well, at the very least, you probably will lose the pawn on b5 somewhere.
Right. Okay. Wonderful. By the way, we do have
e5
e5,
and e6
knight
on the
g6.
board, yeah?
And that
There's a
was
huge
what it hinges on.
Time difference. Leinier's down to 5.5 minutes, and
Wow.
Nepo has 24.5. That's extra 20 minutes on the clock.
I'm always used to seeing Nepo, really play with incredible speed, but this is really one of those outstanding moments where it's so obvious.
Yeah. Leinier quickly plays rook he1, and I guess you do play knight takes e5, and the resulting opposite color bishop ending should be very close to equality, but you do know who is better, if anyone is better. It's pretty much always black here because the structure is just much more aesthetically pleasing.
I mean, the way I would look at
we
it
have
is
that on the board.
that it's almost play on one goal. I get to go f6. I get
exactly.
I get this very nice majority.
And you have a 20-minute cushion on the clock.
Not bad.
Which is
it's
not nothing.
Good position to torture your opponent for next 100 moves.
Right. We used to say, I have the sunny side of the torture. The sunny. How long did your game last? 100 moves. Yes, but I had the sunny side of the torture, we would say. Rook he1 and definitely Leinier on the back foot. Nasi, where would you like to take us?
I think Fabi has a slight advantage now. That was the bird opening by Nodirbek.
Nodirbek playing f2, f4, a rare bird. I judge my audience by their reaction to my jokes. Is he better? Castles on opposite
What am I,
wings?
fried liver here? I made that joke half an hour ago.
Okay, very good. Nobody heard you. What's happened in the game?
This is not great for white. I think black has achieved a lot more progress with the opposite color, opposite castles. The pawn is already on h4. Black is prepared to dig at the pawn on e5 with f7, f6. And if, let's say, I don't know, let's say we play h3, just for illustration's sakes, if this type of structure change happens, and then black gets to play c6, c5, you just get completely stampeded in the center and on the king side.
Totally.
So I think Nodirbek will have to play quite well from here because it's definitely a dangerous position for white. It's not already very bad, but it's definitely not great at all.
Let's throw it on the board. Bishop g4. Oops. Trying to invite bishop takes, queen takes.
I'm not sure why queen c6 is so strong, but
queen c6.
The evaluation seems to have plummeted for whichever reason.
With one move, bishop to g4, and the evaluation...
I think the idea that the engine wants to go for here, it includes h3, g3, then it takes and it plays f6. And it says... I also thought that the knight on g5 is sort of misplaced and will be under pressure, but f6 just supports it perfectly adequately. And then this pawn on h3 is going to be a thorn in our side for the rest of the game.
Wow.
And Bishop G4, I think, has been played.
Why Queen C6?
Bishop G4. Yeah, I know. Right?
Why not
I mean,
immediately just H3?
right?
Yeah, the immediate H3 allows white to go knight takes H3. This is what the machine thinks about this position.
C2 is not hanging.
Basically, this is ugly, but it's preferred to the other thing.
Gotcha.
Very much preferred.
By the way, H3 on the board, not the Queen C6 inclusion that you mentioned. So
yeah, this is a bit of a
and
whoa.
G3. And not knight takes H3. And now this is the moment for Queen C6, yeah?
Queen C6 is strong, but shockingly to me, a little bit shockingly at least, even this position, it dislikes for white immensely.
What? Yeah, but the knight on F4 is...
Almost -2.
Hates it. Absolutely hates it. Thinks it's borderline lost.
Amazing.
Because this king is just not going to be safe for the rest of the game.
I would not have guessed that, Peter. I would have just... Boy. And by the way, G6, not F6.
And we're back
not
to...
Queen 6.
Yeah, I wanted to say equality, not equality yet, but yeah, this is not...
The way to go.
This is not the way computer was playing it, let's put it like this, yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Well, one game we haven't checked.
Stunners, please.
Hikaru's game against Levon.
Let's see what we got. If you don't mind, I'm just going to go very, very quickly. This was the F4 Sicilian. Right. And this was the endgame we'd mentioned on day one. And I was saying that these endings, somehow, white's king, even though it's in the middle of the board, ends up actually finding a good home. In this case, it was back to the king side. Okay, takes. And this looks very balanced.
Yeah, this looks very safe for black, or white.
Or white, or both. Rook E4, that looks evenish.
Yeah, looks very even. But it's an important game for both of these players. Let's take a look in the standings.
Near tie for second.
Well, yeah, Levon is sharing second.
Sorry, Levon.
And Hikaru, he needs to come back.
He does.
1 or 2 wins to jump back, join the leaders.
Especially after his earlier slide. He lost the opening game today against Alireza.
Of course, he's hoping that in Blitz he can make a big comeback, because that's where he is considered to be much stronger player than most players.
And yeah, there's a very, very important moment right now in the game between Wesley and Pragg. Wesley, perhaps he did not remember exactly what the file says, because he went with the suboptimal EF7, Rook F7. Now, apart from the threat to Knight B3, there's also, in some positions, there will be ideas of Knight takes E3 and Rook E8. So Wesley solved it by just abandoning the bishop on H4 altogether. But in this position, he was supposed to play Knight H3, and it wasn't great, but it was still some sort of playable. Knight G3, H3, Queen E7. And we can, for instance, castle here. And this pin on the C4, G8 diagonal probably more or less forces black to go in this endgame, which is pleasant for black. Of course, you choose black if you have to choose. But I have a feeling it kind of trends towards a draw. The pawns on the king side are not very impressive. And as long as we don't blunder any forks here, which is kind of important, we probably make a draw here with white. Instead, Wesley made the most natural move in the position E3, E4. And now if Pragg finds Rook C8, Pragg is much better. But you have to see the idea, and the idea is really not obvious. I think the main idea here is after E5, you have this move H3.
Rook C8 and H3? Oh.
Yeah, and you kind of have to play G3, because stopping Queen H4 check is absolutely essential, and there is no comfortable other way of stopping Queen H4 check. Okay. But now, after something like B5, Queen, Bishop A2, and for instance, Queen D6.
Oh my goodness.
This king is not going to be able to go anywhere.
Right.
With a Rook on C8, you're never castling queenside.
Right.
And your castling kingside options are also severely limited. This is already basically game over because 93 check is a threat. You have to see Rook C8 though. You can play Queen E7. You're also better-ish after Queen E7 because Bishop takes D5. Bishop takes D5, Queen takes D5, Rook D8 is completely unplayable for white. This is very bad with 93 check coming in. But after Queen E7, white can castle long, Rook C8 and King B1, and after Knight E4, F4, black can take on C4, black can play Knight C3 check and then take on E4. But in all of these positions, it seems like white is close to equalizing. It seems like perhaps Wesley will have the worst behind him. But If Pragg finds rook c8 here, I think Wesley will find himself in trouble.
So rook c8's idea is just knight takes e4, right?
Rook c8, yeah, we're creating a threat of knight takes e4. We're stopping long castles. I think maybe the most important part of it is just stopping white from castling long. Because we've seen that queen e7, white is not really aiming to take on d5 in many of these lines.
Right.
White just wants to play long castles, king b1, and then think. So we're preventing long castles, and then we will sort of reassess on the next move. But you do need to see h3, because if you don't play h3 here, if you play, let's say, queen d6 immediately, and white goes knight e2,
And
I will actually
castle
castle. I will actually castle short next move.
Right.
And I'm 2 pawns up, so I'm quite happy with white here. So as long as you see h3, I think you play this. But seeing h3 is not a given.
Wow. Just in this position, I find it hard to believe that white's so busted. But maybe rook c1. Rook c1. I don't like g3. Thump.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, that is nasty. That is really nasty.
Don't just lose the
Yeah,
rook.
I know.
it's an actual queen. It's an actual queen, yeah.
It's a queen on h1.
Yes.
That is funny. Knight d3 check. Okay, good morning, St. Louis. Thank you. Thank you, Peter. I got the Hikaru Nakamura Levon Aronian game on my screen. I'm going to say that's still even-ish. I'm going to go back to the Nodirbek Fabi game because it's so hard to guess what these players are fighting against. G2, G3, C2, C4, C7, C6, Rook C1, and we've caught up with the players here. I don't like G6 for a number of reasons, including just the loss of the flexibility. I thought it was important that I have F6 in my...
It's still the only plan black has.
Right.
The two main options for black in this position are immediate F6 or queen D8 followed by F6.
Right.
You have no other play.
Exactly.
So F6, if I take, then you play queen F7.
Queen F7,
That was the
so
intention,
it comes to very, very similar things, both lines.
I'm trying to pick up this pawn and maintain the harassing pawn on H3.
It's kind of hard to find good moves for white.
Right? Yeah, I mean, we're not playing E4 where
Meanwhile,
we're kind of stuck.
Black's going to play E5 soon and keep moving forward.
I'm going to jump back to the game between Leinier and Jan for obvious reasons. Again, these two players are fighting for top positions, bishops of opposite color, but it was always Jan having the more enjoyable bishops of opposite color, and that's still the case. I mean, this pawn on B5 is absolutely fantastic.
So now he's
in
also
dealing
off
with
a
this
pawn,
majority. What?
right?
No, even pawns.
Even
right?
pawns? One, two,
One, two,
yeah,
three, four.
okay, it's even.
Except that you feel like you're two pawns
Yeah.
down. You know, you may be even pawns, but
We absolutely understand why you said that. It has the disadvantage of not being true, but it feels true.
Boy,
It
sure
feels
does.
true.
But yeah, now having said that, bishops.
I think
of
he's
opposite
drifting into
color.
trouble. Yeah, Bishop D6 was already not very precise on King E3, allowing E5. Feels like he really is. I mean, he's down to a minute and having to play very quickly, but it feels like he's drifting a little bit.
Okay.
The engine, instead of Bishop D6, if we go 2 moves back, the engine was saying play Rook F4, Rook G5, G4.
Rook F4.
Yeah, Rook takes G5, G3, G4. And suggesting that this is just a draw, more or less, because Black looks very nice, but you can't really make any progress. And you probably end up having to play F5. And then it feels like maybe you're 2 pawns up. But
right.
your pawns are completely blockaded, like G takes, E takes, King E3. And it feels like an absolutely eternal blockade, which will never get shifted after King E3.
By the way, Nepo found the best move. He played E5 and now targets G3. So do we play Rook G1? That just looks so ugly.
Only move not to lose is G4.
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 Only
I
move
was
not
about
to
to
lose.
say, yeah, maybe
G4, King D7, and then Rook F6, and you're still sort of alive, but yeah, this is far from...
You're borderline.
Yeah.
Bishop
just,
E6.
And on a minute, I think I would probably
D6 is
take...
hanging.
Apologize. Oh,
Then I'm
Bishop
taking
E6.
Rook G4, defending E4. I guess you have
Bishop B8, yeah.
Bishop
I think
B8.
it goes to B8.
Have to.
And somehow, by the skin of your teeth, you're still alive with
Yeah. King D7 on the board. I know the clock times in this game earlier were decisively in Jan's favor. How is it now?
Still the same. So 36 seconds for Dominguez and 23 minutes for Nepo.
Wow. Wow. That is just simply huge. I mean, having said all of this, I mean, you've got to play rook f6 because anything else is just too gross.
And he has, I think, yeah.
Rook to f, having played rook f6, okay, what's the next step? Let's see, how do we... Bishop e6, what you mentioned.
Bishop b8.
Right. Threat of king takes d6, which
King e7 and f6, maybe?
If you can get those moves in, definitely,
but I
why
still
not?
lose e4.
You what, after rook h6? Do you play f6? And he has played, yes, he has played rook h6. So far, we're guessing pretty good. Got to give ourselves a little...
You very much want to play f6 here, right? Because you would very much like to preserve your structure on the dark squares where it dominates the bishop on b8.
And a check?
Yeah, check.
You can just cover bishop f7.
Okay.
Maybe rook h4 back?
Well, just that you're there makes me reach for the c4 pawn.
On rook h4, rook g8, and I quickly reroute my rook.
Yeah,
right.
That's a good point.
Rook h4, rook g8. I like that. I was actually thinking about c4. Is that completely ridiculous?
Oh, you want to create a passer on the A file?
You see, like most people, I have a hard time playing very passive
Bishop
positions
takes g4 chosen by
where I can't do anything.
Jan, which the engine disagrees with for some reason quite vehemently.
Bishop d6 check and king takes e4? Or king takes, no, bishop d4 check, of course. Bishop d6 check
first, then take on e4.
Yeah, I'm struggling to decipher what the screen tells me. It says check and then just go back to b8. Doesn't take on e4. I do not know why.
Oh, maybe there's bishop f5, bishop c2, but still, why wouldn't we want to take?
Yeah. He did. He took it on e4. He wasn't asking twice. Bishop f5 check?
Yeah, now you're back to being worse. King e4, king e4, because king e5,
bishop e6 check.
Or g6, yeah, and you lose the bishop on.
Oh, that is actually pretty funny.
But finding bishop b8, I would suggest, is borderline impossible.
We played king d5.
And now he has lost the bishop e6 check and e4 check, and he's lost the bishop.
Oh no, the bishop's hanging.
Bishop e6 check.
That's a blunder and game over. He resigned.
Yeah, king c5 and e4 check.
I think it was the time trouble that really got to him.
Today, this might have been Jan's best game of the tournament. He's been very, very successful, but some of his positions have been strange. Maybe today's position he actually won
he found a very interesting newish opening idea and converted once the game kind of left the opening phase and got into a spot where they were both on their own. I think he played much the better of the two.
Should we check Prague's game, with how it developed?
Of course.
Prague is better now.
Wesley versus Prague, that was that great... But it looks like he did not find that rook c8 move. He played
queen e7, but Wesley didn't...
second best.
Yeah, Wesley didn't find long castles. Wesley played knight e2.
This was the
long castles was stronger here.
Yes.
It's not very obvious that it is, but it was stronger.
Knight e2.
Knight e2, knight e4, fe4, queen e4. And bishop d5, I think most of us would play bishop d5 in this position. The engine was actually suggesting that both bishop b3 and bishop a2 are maybe a better choice. But I don't think anybody does that. Yeah, now black is, I think, comfortably better after something like bishop b3.
Yeah.
Knight c3.
Bishop b3, knight c3.
And just, let's say, queen f5.
And let's just say queen f5.
Yeah, rook d1 feels like maybe the only move.
Okay.
And I'm not sure what's the most... I'm tempted to suggest king h7, not just because I like the king on h7, but because I kind of want to create the threat of rook d8. I want queen takes d8 not to be a check, and then rook d8, I think, becomes a very annoying threat for Wesley to deal with. We're not winning as such. It's a very clear advantage, but after rook d1, king h7 is not in the top three. If you play king h7, it feels like I've thrown everything away because rook e4 is very strong, preventing my pressure against the c2 square. So the engine actually just goes in immediately with rook d7. let's say queen e2, rook c8. And I mean, even visually,
Yeah.
this doesn't look like fun for white.
No.
The only move not to lose is g3.
That's not obvious.
Yeah, and you're somehow grimly holding on because rook d3, trying to break in and just win. You have rook h1, rook hf1, and rook f2, and you're still sort of alive, and you're actually, the evaluation starts climbing up. So perhaps it's not, if you're a computer here with white, perhaps you don't lose.
Right.
But in practical terms, obviously, this is quite ugly to play and not enjoyable whatsoever.
I can see on your board the clocks, and it feels like Prague has not solved his time management issues.
Not yet, no.
That plagued him in day one.
Absolutely. Although this will now become a bit easier, will become a bit easier for him to play, because I think his moves will be natural. You know, you create threats with every move. You just improve the position of your
Right.
pieces. Even most endgames, even let's say in the line that we were talking about, let's say you go queen e4 here. Oh no, hang on, this is not great.
Oh.
I was going to say even endgames might be dangerous, but endgames, the knight on c3 is so stable that maybe endgames are actually kind of okay, but white is not getting very many endgames here.
Exactly. By the way, bishop b3, I'm not going to say Wesley seems to be stuck. A quick question for you, Peter. Knight c3, rook c8, I believe is what you suggested.
Queen f5 first was the engine suggestion.
Queen f5 first, yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Rook e1. There was a move. You went rook c8, and I went g3.
Yeah.
And you said that was the only move?
For some reason, it's strictly the only move. I don't quite understand. I guess it's just that you don't really... Why does rook hf1 lose? Because there's even very simple prosaic problems on the light squares. You just lose material here.
Gotcha.
And you cannot find a square for this queen which would allow us to give a check on e6 when black takes on f1, because if you play queen e4, you run into bishop d3 check. So e3 allows black to trade, e4 runs into bishop d3 check. I can't touch anything on this board. e5 is once again a queen trade. So there are no squares we can escape to, which will keep us in contact with the all-important e6 square.
I have another idea. In the current position, can Wesley just sacrifice an exchange to get rid of that bishop? So play queen d3, and queen c6 just cover and...
Or this,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah, or just lost?
Yeah, I mean, the black king isn't unsafe enough, I think, for this to work. I think if white had a completely safe king and black had a very unsafe king, you could do this. But here, I mean, obviously the computer wins it, but I think even a human being very likely
So we are
wins
also
this.
losing our kingside pawns.
Yeah.
And g2 is very weak.
Yeah.
It goes rook e8 in the end, kind of just as an indication of how safe the computer feels in this position. Just takes on g2 and says, I can even open files in front of my king very safe.
Wow. Wow.
He did
Basically,
play
by the way, queen f5. Yes. What you
And
wanted
queen
to
f5
say.
on the board, yes.
Right.
And this game has ended in a draw. They're repeating.
Yeah, they're looking at the screen to make sure that they make enough of the repetitions.
Right.
That's the reason they were looking sort of behind themselves.
I think Hikaru is just feeling the ill effects of round four's loss to Alireza. He hasn't cleansed himself of the demons of that
Let's check
earlier loss.
and see how Fab is doing.
We're not going to have 5 decisive games in this round.
You don't?
I'm in mourning.
No. Definitely MVL and Alireza pay to that idea. We've got a knight middle game. Very intriguing one, I
I like
must
the pawn on
say.
h3, but our queen's too far away.
To get there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Something tells me that Nodirbek is taking a lot of risks here. Just a moment.
Well, from move 1, right?
He's fine now.
Is he?
Yeah, apparently completely fine for white. The queen is just like not where it should be. It should be on d5, and this is why this little interplay just now is so important. After g takes c4, if we go back one move, you could take on c4, but this allows black a route back to d5.
Right.
Which is why he goes knight c5, and now really the only move to make is knight takes c5, b takes c5, and this queen is very sidelined. And yeah, this is still an annoyance, but your queenside situation as black is also not that safe. And after, let's say, queen b5, this queen is...
Yeah, it's a strange queen.
Very iffy.
C3.
About to get lost.
Yeah, c3 basically needs to be, more or less needs to be played.
Queen
And,
e2 is my dream, right?
yeah, even queen takes c3 is fine. You can also start by doing this. And the queen gets to better squares, but it can be driven away. and then perhaps traded.
But I achieved the queen.
Yeah,
I achieved the dream.
But in the meantime, white improved his structure a great deal, and the
course.
queens will come off. So,
Right.
yeah, feels like Nodirbek is out of the woods here.
Very, very good.
Queen a6 played, now let's say rook c3. And the idea is, I guess, rook fb1 and rook a3. If you play queen b5 first, rook b1 is playable, queen c2 is playable. Yeah, it feels like
Right.
it's shifting a little bit towards white in this game.
Rook to c3. How am I supposed, Nazi, how am I supposed to save my c4 pawn here? b5, rook takes c4 was a brave attempt.
I also
nowhere.
Yeah.
we can also play cb6 actually. b5 we can take en passant, and if you take ab, I can go rook takes c4 anyway.
Aha.
And then do
Something
we have a draw
similar.
or something more?
No, I think I have more. Yeah. Queen a5, rook b1. I think I'm.
Oh, it's just over, yeah.
Right. Oops.
Ah, and Wesley did play rook hf1. So if
Let's go to
if
that
Prague
one.
finds queen g5, bishop c4,
Well,
he
I
is.
think Prague actually made a mistake because he
Oh,
put
he
the rook
didn't
on
play rook
d8,
c8. Yeah, he didn't
not
play rook
c8.
c8. No,
What
that's a
happened when we left it? We did see the move queen f5, as expected. Rook e1, rook d7, not rook c8 again. Queen e2 and rook h1, and now it feels like Wesley's the worst behind him.
Yeah, feels like it, because queen g5, king b1, the fact that we no longer have this all-important idea of bishop c4 allows white a much bigger degree of safety. Black is still completely fine. You go, engine likes rook d7, d4, for instance, taking more
Not
control
rook
of...
d2,
Not
but
rook
rook
d2 for
d4.
some reason. Yeah, rook d4.
Oh, so-
Reintroducing the idea of bishop c4,
When
among
rook was
other
on
things.
c8, there was just bishop c4.
Exactly. That was the big diff. Okay. We'll
Still
keep
looks
an
pleasant for black, but
We'll keep an eye on this one. So this is Wesley Prague. Fabi's game we just saw.
the only
Hikaru
games
made
left.
a draw.
Yeah.
Oh, so those are the
Those are the
two
only two.
remaining games.
so we can stay with
Wesley.
each is Wesley, yes.
Yeah.
This is
By the way, no rook d4, but rook d2. I
can
mean,
still play bishop c4 now.
Yeah,
And
bishop c4, the
Prague.
engine says rook e4 now is... This
Rook
is...
e4.
starts to get
Does
interesting. Wait a
bishop
minute.
d3 check?
Yeah, we just go, I guess, king a1, and there's forks everywhere.
Oh,
So rook e4, give me rook to g4, flash.
so what if I
Check.
take on f1?
And Prague is below a minute again.
Take on f1, rook to g4, yes.
And what's this two rooks against the queen?
I'm glad
think this is
I'm
now-
glad I got the queen. I'm glad I got a knight close to my king. I was
Yeah.
to say, my knight is doing.
I don't like this for black.
Yeah, doing yeoman's work here. Just a second. So queen f3, bishop to c4, rook e4, and the tables are turning.
Yeah.
Is rook f4 necessary? Can black just play, white play rook f2 instead? A simple move?
Sure. No, nothing's wrong with that at all.
Now that's not great actually, because
No.
weirdly you can completely abandon the king side. You can, in that position, let me
please.
switch to this. After rook f2, the engine suggests that we can quite safely allow rook e8 check, which is
No
quite
kidding.
spectacular. Because rook e8 check, it says, I wanted to say this is only one check, this is only two checks,
Yeah, only
and
two.
now suddenly there are no more checks available.
Good
And
thing.
things will start happening on this side of the board.
So
and the
folks-
evaluation has plummeted. This is like -2 for whatever reason.
What? Wow.
The threat, I guess, is actually rook takes b2, with queen d2 coming in, and this is mate.
Okay, that's
Which I didn't realize at first, but then it dawned on me what the threat was.
That is mate.
Yeah, so
No rook e7.
We do have queen g6 check on the board.
Okay. And king a1.
and after king
Yes.
a1, yeah, it starts liking white actually.
That's
and
what I
Wesley
was
has
thinking.
6 minutes against 20 seconds.
Uh-oh.
This can go badly wrong
again.
very, very easily now.
A beautiful piece of preparation by Prague may get wasted here, because I don't think a lot of people are going to want to follow Wesley's footsteps. Prague unleashed some very nice preparation. That's the worst thing in the world. You got some great preparation on the board.
Get a
You
good position.
Get a great position, blunder the game away. Now everybody knows what you've been looking at. It's like, no! King a1 on the board, by the way, and
Well, it's not
20
over
seconds.
No,
But it's the
there's
time, yeah.
plenty of moves here which are fine for black. The best move
But
that the
hold
engine
on.
suggests
10 seconds.
5 seconds. 4.
No. Rook takes g2. Now, I'm a pawn grubber.
Yeah.
But that is
Now we're in trouble.
more
after
than
94.
bold.
Bringing the knight over now, 94.
Yeah. 94. This is not going to be great for. In practical terms, I think it just becomes kind of unpleasant.
The other
Wow.
I'm just throwing in knight f6 check. And you can go king h8, right?
Well, give me your bishop, first of all.
Okay, bishop c4.
Yeah, give
Yeah.
me your,
Playing this against the engine is extremely annoying because
the engine holds it.
knight e4, bishop c4. The best move is knight d6.
Put the knight where it's attacked twice.
Everything else is fine for black, but after knight d6, you.
What?
First of all, you are so shaken by this idea that you probably lose on time, but also
You're stunned.
yeah. But also it's genuinely unpleasant.
Oh
Is that
my God.
Queen a8, rook e7 is the idea, or what?
Queen d5 checks.
After rook d- oh.
Bishop
What do you
f1.
take with?
I see. Queen f8, yeah.
Yeah, queen f8 there. Yeah.
Queen f8.
Yeah.
You take with the rook, there's queen f8. You take with the queen, g2 is hanging. You take on f1, there's a d5 check.
Is that so deadly?
I don't know.
Yeah, queen d5. You have to play king h8,
Right?
knight f7, king h7, and you're actually still alive. It's not. We're not losing, but in practical terms, first of all, you have to find all of these moves. Then after knight takes d8, threats continue piling up. I'm not even sure what the best move here is. I kind of stopped looking because I'm
Like bishop d2.
maybe bishop e2 or maybe queen f6 is playable. My
Right.
hope would be that queen f6 is playable because at least we create a counter threat worth
Yay.
something. Yeah, you know?
Yay. Yeah, and you have stopped rook e7 and
94.
knight e4,
Bishop
bishop c4 instantly. Now, here is actually a very important lesson for those of you watching here. After the move rook takes g2, your opponent's in deep time trouble. You have plenty of time. You've already decided that your move is going to be knight e4. You've decided your move is going to be knight e4. But your opponent, whose bishop is under attack, is going to play bishop c4. So don't play your move knight e4 immediately. Come to the conclusion of what you're going to do next. Now, imagining what Peter says is true, that you're going to play knight e4, bishop c4, knight d6. Okay?
You play
Calculate knight d6 first in this moment. You play knight e4. Your opponent plays bishop c4 quickly. You hit them with knight d6 almost instantly.
yeah.
They will flag, right?
And they flag. That's
Yeah.
So that's the correct technique when your opponent's in time trouble.
But I mean, knight d6 is not an easy move to spot.
Not an easy move to spot at all.
Let's check knight f6. It's
Knight
more
f6,
natural.
king h8. You have to play knight e8.
Knight e8.
And then
nice.
black can take, actually you can take on e8 using the fact that f1 is still hanging in the end of all of these variations.
You can, sorry, say
I can take this knight.
You can take this knight.
Yeah. And white doesn't take on g2. White goes like queen c3 check at some point and goes to, and takes on c4. But it feels like black will be able to stabilize. This is not much. This is a bit better for white, but it's drawing margins.
Weak king, no?
Yeah, but or very few pieces attacking, so you shouldn't be doing that poorly.
A pair of rooks get traded.
Rook d1 has been played. We haven't even considered this.
Rook d.
Black is now much better.
Looks like
He
a
needs to
blunder.
see that he can play takes, and rook g1. If he sees rook g1, he's completely safe and actually better.
10 seconds.
And it will also become a lot easier for him to play if he sees rook
Of
g1.
course,
yeah.
of
Because
course.
the
Trade
position,
off.
yeah, the position simplifies to such a
And he's
Played
done
it.
it.
to
Oh,
such
how
a degree
things have
that
turned around very
Wow, the worm turns quickly in this game. Knight f6 check. Wesley played this as if he was expecting rook g1.
quickly.
knight f6, and both king h8 and king g7 are very good for black. So basically any kind of a legal move is good. Yeah, king h8 is fine.
Good legal move.
If queen a8, we go bishop g8, I guess. Yeah, bishop g8 just wins on the spot because you cannot coordinate anymore.
Wow.
You actually
Wow.
drop material.
Yeah, and by the way, that bishop on g8 is covering
Everything.
our back rank is something.
Yeah, so Wesley has to play something like knight d5 now and just resign himself to defending a very grim endgame, which he will not enjoy.
Yeah, because
You still
eventually-
don't always lose it, but
right.
But yeah,
I think he was expecting that he could play knight d7 here. That he's got ideas of queen f8 check and knight to e5.
he can, but Takes queen d3, maybe even, yeah. Because all the endgames are going to be borderline lost, right? Despite seemingly the extra pawn being not counting.
Good point.
These endgames are extremely dangerous, even if there's only one h-pawn on the board, and if there's two,
Yeah,
you really aren't enjoying yourself.
I am not having fun. You are
No.
absolutely right, Peter. I'm not enjoying this at all if I'm Wesley So. So, Prague. And what is happening in our other game?
It's still about equal.
Shall I just have a quick... Well,
think
he's
we should
played
stay
it
with this.
knight h5. Wesley just played the move knight h5. Immediately, rook takes d1, queen takes d1 by Prague. Queen d3. Wow, he has spotted a favorable endgame.
So should Wesley just not trade and go queen g1? Oh, I can't queen f1.
Well, the funny part is, how good is this king? I mean, like, let's say I take, okay, and I want to go king to d4. Yeah, zip, zip, zip. The problem is you can't go king h7.
It is a bit of an egg. You're still much better, but yeah.
We do have queen g1 and trade it on f1.
So we're trading on a different square. So
he can play
on the
king
one hand, he
d1.
can play king b1, but on the other, king h7, g6 actually happens at
faster.
tempo. At tempo, yeah.
Yeah. Wesley is definitely...
I think he'll play knight f4 because that actually saves him a tempo, forcing
Yeah.
black to go via g7.
Wesley is going to be hanging on grimly in this bishop versus knight ending with pawns on both flanks.
So you want to look at the other game?
Sure.
It's going to continue for a while.
Indeed, this one.
Pragg has gained a lot of time. He's back to 1 minute now.
And Fabi is playing.
We have all
Do
major
we have-
pieces still on the board in this game. And what's going on? So
I'm still counting.
me too. Black is up a pawn.
Okay, very important.
But we're
H3 is
losing
hanging.
Yeah, black's losing h3.
Yeah. Machine suggests going e3, e2, which kind of forces white to go king f2, and then it goes c6, c5, blowing everything up, and says, of course, 0, 0, 0.
Of course.
What else can it say?
But playing c5 when your king is on d7.
I mean,
It's kind of hilarious, yeah, what the
Dang.
angels, what the angels get up to. And also, I think in this position, it suggests going queen h6. So let's just ignore all of that.
all those suggestions.
Let's
Queen
just ignore
d5, very
all of that.
human move, I want to say,
Yeah.
by Fabi
Queen
here.
h3, and now you have to play c5, apparently. You're in trouble if you don't play c5.
But that one
Yeah, that
actually
would-
has a logic to it.
Right, we'll
I
take
mean, I
both
can,
pawns, c5 and e5, right?
right. So, I mean, I can, whoa,
King
king
c7.
c7. A move not appreciated. I saw my little screen thermometer.
Queen h6 is the
Queen
problem.
h6 or even queen h4 or queen g4, like all of your breaks become much slower. Queen f1 played not the best move, but for a kind of a specific reason. Black now needs to break with either f6 or f5. And this is also extremely, extremely difficult on low time, I think, because it looks like you're just giving up a pawn for not very much. The point is f5 en passant, and we go queen f5.
Queen f5.
Yeah, queen
sorry.
f5. And we win it back immediately, and we also make our rook on f8 participate in the game, which I think is the major part of why this is playable, because the rook currently is extremely passive, and now it's suddenly back in action.
It's so funny.
But
when
on a
you-
minute, I don't think it even occurs to you to go f5,
Yeah,
at least not at first.
I thought your intention, seriously, when you were playing f5 was to play for e5, but queen f5, somehow that en passant queen f5.
Yeah, e5 you've lost, yeah, queen
Yeah.
f2 plus 2.
No,
So you have to connect it specifically with queen f5, and
Right.
that, I think, is very, very dangerous very difficult to appreciate from afar.
Nazi, tell me about the players' clocks in this one. Who's been doing better on
Well,
the clock?
Fabi's down to 30 seconds at the moment, and Nodirbek has 1 minute more.
You can feel the
Not
tension
keeping it simple,
rising here. He's not reaching for the f-pawn.
Plays
He's played
c5.
c5.
the king
the
c7
combination of king c7.
I think it's
There's
a
a
bit worse.
logic
D takes and
glitch.
king h1 is very strong here.
There's a logic glitch there.
Not immediately rook c1?
Rook c4. Instantly.
Yeah, I want to put one of the rooks on c file. That looked...
No, that's...
Apparently
now,
a bad move.
Yeah, now after king b8, black is
Okay.
back to having decent chances of survival.
Yes.
And
And
he
also
did
you
it.
just play king c8. Oh, sorry, king b8, because what else do you do?
Right.
It made the decision much simpler, I think, for Fabi. I think the c5 was
Is a5 asking too much? Am I overreaching with the move a5?
C takes D. You're not afraid of giving me 2 central pawns?
I am.
But you want to play A6?
I was trying to blow up with the black king, yeah. The cover of the black king with a6. That was what I was thinking. a5, a6, rook takes b6. But
a5, you have to calculate b5 as well, right? You have to calculate a bunch of things suddenly. Because queen takes d4 checkers.
We have rook b5.
He's gone rook b5, which is the first line. Which is correct.
Which makes
Best
sense.
move is e3, which I think is findable, but he played rook c8.
Rather
now
quickly.
A5 looks better, right?
Yes.
a5
no
best
b5s.
move, yeah.
Yes.
a5 the only serious try in this position. But with precise play 5 he should hold. But he's down to 30 seconds and
You don't get
this is really
precise play
anybody
with 30 seconds on
really
your clock,
anybody's
sorry.
game now.
Yeah, both players have 30 seconds now,
Yeah.
so anything can happen.
I can see the nervousness of how Nodirbek is twirling. Is that a queen?
Maybe, probably a pawn. Queen e2.
Queen e2. Just trying to keep... But now e3. Somehow e3. I don't know
he's
why.
right.
Yeah.
But e3 feels attractive.
e3 you kind of want to play yesterday. Yeah.
Yes. You
It's
open
time.
up the diagonal. The rook is... Yes. Fabi actually played that move quite quickly. So much so... Is he ahead?
25 seconds against 20 seconds.
So he has more time
H4.
now.
Yes, a little bit.
H4, making a little lift.
Isn't this a little bit scary?
Rook g8.
And
It's swinging a little bit. It could become dangerous. But
Rook g8, king h2.
rook g4. You need to see rook g4. But you
Rook
could
G4.
find it
and he has played rook g8
by exclusion. Yeah.
by deduction. Yes.
Now you have to play king h2. There is no
H2.
other choice.
Rook
and
g4 is coming.
I think he's reaching for it. Yeah.
And he's done it. And
No, this is very much swinging in Fabi's favor.
ooh, hello.
When d4 is just lost.
You give me that pawn.
Apparently, the best move in this position is rook c to b4
Not easy to say.
to a different square where it's sort of attacked. I don't think you're
Okay,
finding that.
that is not obvious. And what is
And
the
after rook
point?
d4?
What's the point, Peter? Rook
Because rook
d4?
Rook d4, we take, we go rook b3, and this is, according to the engine, still manageable.
a5 was played with 2 seconds on the
What?
clock.
With 2 seconds. Oh my goodness.
Rook takes d4, Fabi is significantly better now.
Wow.
Wow.
You have to take, you can't allow rook d2.
No, rook d2 is a win.
Takes, and if a6 you play, yeah, ab
Takes on
is what-
b6.
yeah.
What's queen to d2?
Rook
Rook
b2.
b2. Rook
Oh,
b2.
thank you.
But you can
Otherwise
also
I was
include,
trying to...
you can actually create a second runner. The best line in this
C4?
position is c4, yeah.
C4 looks great, by the way, and he's played it with the idea of maybe queen d2, rook b2.
And c3.
Exactly. So he's got his king.
King h3, we can go c3.
Yes.
Honestly, even rook takes b6 in practical terms is quite dangerous. Queen d3 in practical terms is quite dangerous, but c3 seems to be the computer favorite for now.
I like c3, and again, players are moving ahead and behind on the clock, almost.
h5.
Whoa.
Just queen d2, no? Maybe his idea is now on queen d2, just move the queen. Queen g4, threatening queen g8 checkmate.
Good point.
Not so simple, maybe.
Not so simple.
Rook d7 is the only winning move here, but it does win.
Rook takes b6.
b6 on the board.
And h6 instantly.
Yeah, and this is a draw now.
What?
Rook takes b5, queen takes b5, king c7.
How
It may
is
be
the
a draw
just-
by the engine, but
I guess
for
a lot of
these
checks.
two
Do we push
grandmasters,
Do we push h7 or do we
he's
keep
done
checks?
it. He's done it.
Okay, this is so insane.
Are we going to have 4 queens?
You can play queen d5 here. And if white takes and puts a queen on the board, you go any
E2,
any
and
of
there's
the
no
pawns.
checks or
Yeah,
anything?
and there's no checks.
And look at this move, queen e4,
I
he's
think Fabi
threatening.
just blundered. I see 2 question marks.
Yeah,
Check.
It's now bad for black after queen c5, queen e7, and somehow it doesn't work out. But exactly why it doesn't work out, I think, is very difficult to understand on 10 seconds. Although it's 40 seconds.
Queen
actually.
c5 check,
Yes, queen
queen
e7.
e7 check.
Yeah, but why? What's the big point?
King a6.
King a6, queen d6. Ah, you get the check from b8, and then you put the queen, and queen h1 no longer wins that queen.
And then it protects the queen on h8.
And
I
he's
think
done
he
it.
found it.
Why can we not play king
Wow.
A7, king a7.
Why can't you go back to b7?
Queen d7, queen
Queen
d8.
d7 check.
Eventually, there will be a check from the bottom rank.
Okay, so the point
That's
is
incredible.
this queen is coming to the 8th rank so that we can play h8, and there's no skewer.
So now simply queen b8, right?
Queen b8.
Yeah, he's just double checking. Queen b8 and 2 queens on the board.
Except, is one of these pawns queening?
Oh, maybe there's c2 coming, right?
Right. No, I can't believe that.
So trade queens and then push c2?
That was the question that I was.
But-
Then check on the c8 square or king g2.
King's too far.
Yeah, I think so. He's done it. No, he has not traded queens. Apologies.
Is there
Yeah, and now we go king h5, king h4, g4. Well, yeah, or g5, h4. It doesn't really matter.
Right.
I
Same.
think it's all the
no
same.
perpetual?
I think it's all the same.
No.
Yeah, and once the pawn appears on g4, you run out of squares. Yeah, just don't go forward here, but he is not going to go forward. Yeah, you have to play g4, but
G4.
once again, you have no other choice, so you will play g4.
Queen h1 and
Can I
king
play
g5.
after g4 e2?
But yeah,
Do the just 2 queens checkmate me? Yes.
probably.
Yes,
Should.
they do.
Sure.
Probably.
checkmate.
Yes.
I don't see immediately how. Queen c8, king d3, queen b5, king d2. But the assumption has to be that they do
yes.
somehow.
Yeah, there is
You still have to do that.
By the way, again, they have been
Play
playing.
g4.
Ah, there's queen b1. Yeah, what I didn't realize. There's queen b1 there.
Yeah,
And
they've
this
gained a
is-
lot of time.
They did.
Nodirbek over 1 minute now.
Especially those avoiding the perpetual
Wait.
check with the king moves. Well, for Fabi, I can't imagine a worse start. I mean, he's still not over whatever funk he's fallen into.
Just for a second, if we could.
Yes.
I just want to show something to our viewers while he's thinking.
Well, just go ahead and tell me.
Yeah,
Oh,
in this
please.
position, queen a6 wins, queen b1 wins, everything else loses. So it actually is kind of tricky. We're a
Loses
queen up,
for a while.
we're a queen up, we have checks, and it's our move. And only 2 of those checks win. Queen b5, you're losing.
Queen
How
b5,
can
you
it
are
be
losing.
losing?
Queen b5, king d2, you're losing, yeah.
That's incredible.
So I just wanted to show this position.
That
and
is
then-
amazing.
And then I'm done, yeah.
Right. Okay. But we do have king d3 on the board. Not e2, but king d3.
Still tricky. You have to give right checks.
And Nodirbek understands.
Yeah.
That
Now you can
he-
stabilize. The best line by the engine is queen b1, c2, queen e1. Just putting a queen on a good square, kind of safely controlling everything. And then the second one will join in the fun, yeah.
You find its way. You know, that's where your calmness, you show your nerves
He does
and
not look very
calmness.
calm right now.
But no, I mean,
I think he's okay.
your intention is to, oh, look at this. If he finds queen e1, kudos.
Queen f1.
Queen f1.
Allowing e2 check. Not check, but
Allowing
I
e2.
guess you have queen d8.
King d2. Well, queen d8, queen d5?
Queen g2. Queen g2.
No, queen g2. Oh, that is nasty.
You can play e2 and
Who's doing cross checks to me? It was a bishop e5
It
business.
died, it died on me, so I can't really.
Died
Queen
on-
f1, e2, queen d8 check still winning, queen d5.
Queen
Yeah,
d5.
takes, and even queen c1 is winning, unfortunately. Hang on, this is not the position. Wait.
So
He
current
played
position
queen-
on
he
the
played-
board.
And he went
is queen c7.
queen c7.
Okay, now e2.
E2? What the heck?
This is impossible to evaluate.
Peter.
Only queen f2
Peter.
wins here. Only queen f2 wins.
I didn't
Queen
see
f4
queen.
check is not good.
Because of king d1, and I'm threatening e1 equals
10
queen
seconds
check.
again for Nodirbek.
10 seconds.
7, 6, and counting down.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
And he
no.
took the
And he bails, yeah, and he bails.
I'm bailing out. This is enough. This is too much excitement for me.
This is unbelievable. And now he goes king g5 and try. No, king g5, queen d8 check. If you could play king h4, f6 here, you would actually be better.
He's gone.
But queen d8 is immediately stopping all winning attempts.
I mean, Nodirbek really reacted to that move, queen d8.
Yeah.
I think he just simply forgot. that move
I mean, just 2
stops
moves
his
ago,
progress.
there was an extra queen on
There
the
was
board.
an extra queen for white. Yes, correct.
Yeah, it all hinges on this
By
one
the way, don't
specific
you have to
tactic.
be a little bit careful if you go queen e4?
Oh, we might.
Can you get into a king
probably
upon
lost.
endgame that you lose?
Yeah. I
No,
think they're
no,
gonna
it's-
agree to a draw now.
Wow.
What a game. What a save by Fabi.
We had written his epitaph there. I mean, you know, here lies a brave
Time
man.
management, keeping it simple.
Yeah, right. Here lies a brave man who did not keep it simple. And I think that's the third time.
Yeah. Maybe fifth. We still have one game going on. Wow.
Wow. What a Donnybrook that one was.
Wesley and Prague are still playing that endgame, knight versus bishop.
Yes, when we left
Yeah.
it and we thought it was
I've seen this
good.
endgame getting lost recently. It's a draw now. It's supposedly a very comfortable draw even, but you can still misplay it. You can still somehow let the king get to the h4 pawn, and
And
then
it's the right colored bishop, so yeah, it's still not that simple.
King b4. So why is this such an easy draw?
Because the engine says.
yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
I think the point is we put the king on b4, we put the knight on f4, and once you stray too far away from the b6 pawn, I just go king knight takes h5 and king b5.
Gotcha.
I think this is how it holds, and it's very difficult to do anything about that particular mechanism. You just go knight f4 here. Yep. King c4.
There's just no way to improve.
Yeah, just stay in touch of the b6 pawn. You don't even have to drop the knight back. Yep.
So the whole point is whenever your king strays too far from the b6 pawn, there is knight takes h5. Although I did like your answer to my question of why is this a draw? The engine sets. So king to b5.
Yeah. And sort of conversely, the way you lose it is you somehow lose this shape and you allow king e5, king f5, and then you could be in desperate trouble.
Exactly, exactly. And as
Wesley
this
does
is,
look unhappy because he knows earlier he had a very good chance.
yes,
And we are.
right there.
Yep, this is ending. King g4 and draw.
Wow. It wasn't through lack of effort that these players weren't making attempts at decisive games.
Wait a second.
But a number of draws. Let me just interrupt this and turn our attention to Cristian, and we'll send it over to you, Cristian.
Well, I was having my eyes on that game between Nodirbek and Fabiano. It was absolutely an insane battle. So let's try to break it down because both players had chances of getting pretty significant advantages. Let's take a look at the first opportunity for Black, for Fabiano. Fabiano had a very comfortable middle game, but it was all about the structure and how the structure was changing with each and every move. And this particular moment, he played the move h3, very good move, to try to create some weakness around the king. Now, of course, you're not going to be able to take on h3 because that opens up the h file. You get absolutely clobbered on the king side. So you have to close things up with g3. But the problem is right now, there's this g2 square, which is very tender in white's position. Now, he played a bad move. He played the move g6, which is simply too slow. What he had to do is get to the center as soon as possible. Try to break open the center and get to the king. And the way to do so would have been via f6. This would have created very big problems for white. Probably you have to take on f5. And the thing is, visually, Black's position doesn't look that great because of the double pawns on the f file. But the problem is, from a practical perspective and an objective perspective as well, you have huge problems with the e3 pawn. Not only that, but you also have problems given by the fact that this pawn is on h3, beautifully placed. And coupled with the action of the knight on g5, very close to the king, it keeps the rook in place to defend against any sort of knight f3. This one is not looking good for white. Very unpleasant position. Queen to d2, for example, to just simply defend the pawn on e3, falls after a d4. It's all about breaking open the position, getting to your king. It doesn't really matter the fact that I have a bad structure on the king side. I have the two pawns on the f file. In fact, the pawns on the f file protect and control a lot of squares. You cannot pass with the move e4. You have to accept the breaking of the center because of my double pawn on f5. So this was a great opportunity for Fabi. He didn't spot it. He played the move g6, and now very good move by white. c4, try to create some tension in the center. Now f6 doesn't come as easily anymore, and in fact I'm going to use my offense on the queen side to try to defend on the king side. Hey, you mind my business on the queen side. I'm attacking you. Forget about your attack as black against my king on the king side. c6, rook to c1, and we got to this position, which in fact you guys were watching as well. I think at this point you tuned in into the game, and there was this particular moment. By the way, things have changed. Now I'm attacking you. White is attacking black. The king on c7, pretty tender. The king on g1, sure, the pawn is still on h3, but you don't really have a way to get to it. a4 and e4, very good move. Take, queen to f2, rook to f8, and this was the critical moment. First of all, psychologically, once you lose that pawn on h3 as black, you don't have an attack anymore. You're the one getting attacked. I wouldn't have liked to be in Fabiano's shoes right now, especially with 1 minute and 51 seconds on his clock. He played the move king to c7, queen to f1, c5, and these are the type of minute details that change the outcome of a game. He played the move rook to c4, missed opportunity. The winning move, which would have given most likely white quite a decisive advantage, would have been rook to c1. Now if you try to play like in the game, try to hide the king to b8, I can just simply take on c5, take on c5, and the big difference is that right now I have the right rook on the b file. I take on b7, you no longer can take with the queen on b7 because of the simple rook to b1. That's pinning up the rook. With the rook on c4, for example, this wouldn't be possible in the position. So just a minute detail. He played the move rook to c4 and allowed Fabiano to get back in the game. After that, there's no point to analyze it from an objective point of view because it was just simply madness on the position. This was it, guys. Just a crazy game altogether. Let's take a look at the standings after this incredible round. And we see Jan leading right now. What a game he played against Leinier. Just simply dominated from top to bottom. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, 7 points as well. Sharing the podium is Levon, Aronian, and Alireza, Firouzja. And Fabiano struggling alongside Praggnanandhaa. We're going to go on a short commercial break. We'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere.
What is your favorite chess opening and why?
My favorite chess opening are classical openings, so the Ruy Lopez and the Queen's Gambit, but pretty much the Ruy Lopez because you can understand every move and every move makes sense. I don't like too sharp openings that rely on engines, like the Sicilian Najdorf, for example.
It depends a lot on like what is, let's say, what I'm focused on and what I'm passionate about checking. I made like a long opening course about an opening that I played since childhood, which was taught to me by Grandmaster Boris Avrukh when we were working together in 2009. And the opening is the Archangel Ruy Lopez. So I guess I'll pick that, but I like the Sicilian, I like the Najdorf especially. These are really dynamic and fun positions. But a lot of it is also like kind of childhood stuff. Like one of my early coaches, Boris Letnik, he taught me the French. And then I played it as a child like so much and then stopped. So some of it is like childhood openings, you have fond memories, but then you stop playing it.
Probably it's Sicilian because it's very sharp and it's a good opening still. And there are many different ways you can play.
I like Spanish Ruy Lopez. I played it a lot of times and I still play it. I think it's very sound and very efficient and powerful opening with white, and I think many top players prefers to play it when they get it, but unfortunately nowadays the main problem is to get the Ruy Lopez because you have Berlin with black. So yeah, when I get Ruy Lopez I feel confident and I played it a lot of times and I have a lot of practice. I think just feels more confident and more comfortable.
Honestly, no idea. Let it be King's Gambit because it's, it's subjectively bad, but it's fun.
I guess should
still with Najdorf. I mean, I've played it extensively since my teenage years and with good success. And I like that it brings so many chaotic positions or very often refreshing positions. Like, it's never the same game. So it seems limited, of course, but it brings out so many different approaches that it's very nice.
Yeah, I don't really have a favorite opening as such, but the openings I ate is Berlin and Petrov. Yeah, that's an easy answer to say. I can't really name a favorite one.
Well, it must be the Sicilian, because I think it's the most fun, and you have the opposite sides, castles, everybody's attacking, g6, b3, so yeah. And also it's very strategic, so I think the Sicilian.
Favorite chess opening would probably be the Sicilian Najdorf or the King's India. King's India defense, I should say.
Well, I think it's probably, if I have to pick one, it's the Sicilian, because it was the first one that I learned when I was a little kid, and my first coach. That was one of the ways in which he was getting me to love chess, to just show me the Sicilian, especially the Najdorf, and I have all these nice memories from my childhood. So, and I kept on playing it even after I developed as a player. So that would be the one for me.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it. The 2024 Grand Chess Tour returns stateside for the St. Louis Rapid Blitz, followed immediately by the illustrious Sinkfield Cup. Elite grandmasters from around the world will leave it all on the boards in the capital of chess in America. With multiple time controls from classical to blitz, the quest for the GCT crown will finally come to a close. Don't miss Chess Legends Make History in epic back-to-back events for the dramatic conclusion of the 2024 Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Jan, congratulations on your victory against Leinier. The moment you finished the game, I saw you had more than 20 minutes on your clock. How did it happen? You played fast?
Yeah, I played fast, and I had small idea for this game. Yeah, like his bishop e7 move order, which is not so common, and I think he didn't play the most principled way, and then he got like this sort of endgame after queen c5, which is, normally equal, but it's I think it's more or less black is playing and white is trying to be accurate, and he was a bit low on times, and his opposite color bishop endgame. It's always tricky. Of course, it was a draw objectively, but I tried to cause some small technical problems. Yeah. At some point, I think after g5, it's maybe practically it's not as simple as it looks like.
Yeah, it's already, I noticed a couple of games that you had so much time on your clock left. Does it mean that you are in a good shape for you when you play so fast?
It means that even if I start thinking, it leads me nowhere. Yes, I just push the button.
Yeah. So how is it going for you, the tournament so far?
So far, yesterday was actually disastrously bad, but somehow I scored 2 out of 3. And today, like the first game, I'm quite unhappy with. I got a pleasant endgame, and I just missed this rook d4 idea, which leads to a forcing draw. Otherwise, white would be like pushing forever in this rook endgame. This game was fine, but sometimes I play very bad, sometimes less bad, so let's see.
And my last question, what are you doing between the rounds? Normally I saw you were also chatting with other players.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that, like a little bit of chatting, a little bit of preparation, because my second here at Starbucks, doing his, having his duty.
Yeah, some coffee also?
Perhaps.
Thank you, and all the best of luck for you, Jan.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our current standings after round 5 of Rapid.
Absolutely.
We have 2 co-leaders now, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with 7 points, and 2 players are only 1 point behind, Levon Aronian and Alireza Firouzja.
And tell us about the pairings for this 6th and final round of today.
Well, we have Levon playing MVL.
Ooh, very nice.
Matchup. Wesley against Dominguez. Nepomniachtchi playing Hikaru.
Our co-leader there playing against Hikaru. That's a nice one too.
Pragg against Fabi and Firouzja against Nodirbek.
3 nice games. Boards 1, 3, and 5, and they are off. That happened very fast. I'm starting with the game of these 2 giants. They have played wars with one another, and I'm sure we're going to have a matchup, how they have matched up, because I remember them playing so many key games, and one in particular, I think it was a knockout where literally Levon was a rook down, fought on a rook down, and somehow managed against all odds
like a World Cup knockout?
Yes.
In Tbilisi, I think.
Yes, you remember the same, Peter. It was just an astounding match to witness. It was so great.
And heartbreaking for Lev as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. By the way, players are transposed not into a Queen's Gambit accepted.
Yet.
That would happen after the move d2, d4. And maybe there's reasons why white shouldn't be playing d2, d4, Peter.
I think there are some. I think you can try finessing it for a bit. You can, you probably always castle, but after c5, you can try finding things to do. Yeah, queen e2, perhaps, and rook d1, and only then d4.
Right.
Because one of the issues you have sometimes, at least, hang on a second.
Well, actually, Levon played b3. He did not go d4.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Like, you could play b3, finesse it, what you were about to please continue. Yeah.
And perhaps one of the things you might aim to switch back to, or perhaps switch to, not really back, is these kind of modern plans of playing bishop b2, knight c3, and then playing queen c2 and castling long, and then launching something on the king side. I think this is very much in Lev's wheelhouse. Doing things that way.
c5 as predicted, and how do they match up?
Look at that, 46 draws.
Let's just start with that, 46 draws.
And then 19 wins for Levon and 32 wins for MVL.
Wow, isn't that just incredible? And by the way, that's rapid chess. I mean, there are things known as classical and blitz to go along with that score. So quite something. B3, C5, bishop B2, A7, A6. And essentially what white is doing is he's holding off on the move D2, D4 for now, castles, or as Peter just mentioned, knight C3, queen C2. But for the moment, the idea when D2, D4 comes, white wants to recapture, not allowing isolated queen pawn. But please, Peter, pick it up.
Yeah, this is, I think now that white castle kingside, it's likely to transpose back into the normal Queen's Gambit accepted, and in fact B3 against the QGA is perhaps the most topical line that people play, so I'm expecting this to be a quieter game of sorts, but there's some weirdness going on elsewhere. In particular, in Fabi's game, Fabi played this move knight e7 in the Berlin. I was kind of bracing myself for heavily theoretical discussions in either the mainline Berlin or perhaps bishop c5, which is what they played in Toronto in one of the later rounds of the tournament. Prague lost a very dramatic game to Fabi in round 13, I believe. But knight e7, it's not unheard of. This is a move that absolutely exists, but it's quite rare. And the point, of course, it looks like you've blundered a pawn on e5, but not quite.
Don't take it.
Knight e5, c6. If the bishop goes somewhere, queen a5 check followed by queen takes e5 will win a full piece. Looks like maybe you have a trick. But that trick doesn't quite work out. You can play d5, stopping the smothered mate on d6, and then you just pick up the bishop next move. This is completely lost. So after knight e7, you can drop the bishop back in the anticipation of the move c6. You can go castles. I assume there's nothing particularly wrong with the move d3, d4, but Fabi coming with the first kind of unexpected move of the game it's always a useful thing to do, because already up 3 minutes on the clock, and Prague only just now replying to the somewhat surprising knight e7.
Thank you, Peter. Turn our attention to our other co-leader, Jan versus Hikaru. Again, well, I'm not going to say a clash of the generations, certainly not. We have this, well, it's a semi-Slav with a early a7, a6, and it really intimates when you play the move a7, a6, you're trying to capture on c4, and if you're not capturing on c4, you're trying to play the move b7, b5. Knight d7, bishop d3, and I remember I was playing in the candidates Montpellier, and I was on the white side against Michael Tal. I had the setup as white, and for me, Misha played this move, bishop b4, and it absolutely threw me off. I mean, I was just so totally unfamiliar with the move, and I got nothing, and I mean just nothing out of the opening. Just really very upsetting that so much so I stopped playing the line. I think rook e1 is kind of an indication that white really doesn't have anything here, Peter.
I'm not sure about that. I think rook e1 is a very concrete move. You want to play 3-4.
That is clear.
And then you will be quite happy having stopped the break. But the break does happen with e5. I was just trying to remember. I think there was a very, very beautiful line played in this line. Levon Aronian won once a beautiful game against Magnus in one of the Norway chess tournaments, around about 2017, I want to say, where he played at some point a3, bishop takes a3, rook takes a3,
yeah,
and then pushed in the center, and it was a very, very compelling positional masterpiece by Lev. But rook e1 does allow e5, and this hinges on a tactical idea after, let's say, takes, d5, queen e5, knight takes d5. This looks very strong, but sadly for white, first knight takes d5, then bishop takes d2, and then queen takes d5. And you still have maybe a little bit of something because your bishop feels like slightly more active and is structurally slightly, with all the black pawns on the light squares, you claim a moral advantage here, but it's obviously not very much. Like you go queen d6, you go queen e7, you develop the bishop to e6. It's not going to be
It feels
very
like
dramatic.
last year Queen's Gambit declined where you've included a6, and you don't really have much. I like your moral victory though. It's very important, these things. By the way, also rook e1, once again, you mentioned the move e5. Can I capture on c4?
Yeah, d4, bc4, e5 is also playable, but after that, white has this, for instance, this tricky move bishop c2, once again using the fact that this tactic works out for white. And after bishop c2, the engine kind of stops loving it for black, because
what's the threat for white after bishop? Rook e8. Just tell me what the threat is. I'm not sure what I'm afraid of.
c5 it goes.
I'm afraid of c5.
Well, not afraid exactly, but your structure is sort of ill-equipped to deal with this. You do get to play this, but with the knight coming into d6 very quickly, the engine doesn't believe we're getting mated. Sometimes you get mated on the king side in these types of positions.
That's the drawback.
But here it appears not to believe it gets mated.
Wow. Okay.
Predict any of these moves.
Wow. And when we came into this event, our pre-tournament favorite was Hikaru Nakamura. Let's see how he's faring now that we've got some rounds under our belt.
So pre-tournament, he had more than 30% chance of winning. Huge favorite. Firouzja was second at 21.
Fabi third at 16%. Oops.
And after day one, MVL caught up with Hikaru.
Right.
They both had about equal chances. And
Okay.
Firouzja dropped a little bit. Oh, we don't have after day 10. It's happening right now.
I wasn't wondering if we were going to have the simulation after 5 rounds. But no, there we have it. At the moment, Hikaru has fallen from a grace. And I want to see what has happened. By the way, they went right into the line that you prescribed with e5. And as you said, there was this tactical shot, knight d5. But it's simply not enough for anything significant. It looks like White's all dressed up here. He's got his rooks nice on the central files, but
It's pleasant, but not enough to call it an
C5,
advantage.
no, bishop e6, rook d8. I think we're going to see equality. Result, tell us where we're
A very
going
sharp
to go.
position in Firouzja's game.
This is what I wanted to go to as well.
Nodirbek. Maybe Peter can catch us up.
Peter, jump
Yeah,
up.
this was the old poison pawn. Neither only White decided not to give up on b2. Alireza played a3 here, which obviously stops queen takes b2 because knight a4 would capture the queen. Black played bishop b7, queen f2, sorry, bishop f2, queen c7, queen f3. And honestly, Nodirbek's reaction here indicates to me that perhaps he is not as familiar with this particular sub-variation, because I think he started thinking and he went for, sorry, b5 is not great. But you could play knight bd7 and then b5, and I think those positions are kind of well known and playable. Instead, he went for this break with e5 and then d5. And unless my engine is dramatically wrong, if you go much, much deeper than it shows, both knight takes d5, which I think was Alireza's choice, and even castles, castles and queen g3 are both very strong, because d5 is hanging, g7 is hanging as well. I was kind of wondering if I can play queen c6, but the engine just says I can take on g7 and return to g3, and there is no attack. I will park the bishop on d4 and be very happy about things. Yeah.
Show me.
Knight takes d5 also seems very, very logical. Takes, takes. I will castle next move. Yes, I will probably have to give up the pawn on f4. Let's, I don't know, make some moves, yeah? Like this, and White will play, for instance, something like this. Black will castle, we will go rook h1. These types of positions, I think, are generally understood to be quite dangerous for Black. Pair of bishops, material is equal. Even endgames, for instance, one of the lines here is this endgame. Massively dangerous endgame for Black. Perhaps you survive if you play extremely, extremely precisely, but maybe not. Honestly, maybe not.
Bishop b3 looks like a monster.
Queen a5 check played.
Knight
c3, e4. But once again, currently it says queen e3, knight bd7, long castles, knight g4, queen d4, and says this doesn't seem like equality. It's not horrible after specifically the move long castles. Wow. And if Nodirbek continues blitzing all of this out, maybe we'll have to revise our opinion, because the evaluation is not really very sunny for Black here, but if he knows, he knows. And we do have to deal with the fact that our machine here is not
what they have, their cloud engines.
But it looks very dangerous for Black with, honestly, I'm not quite sure what the upside is. Well, none of these lines feel particularly attractive.
For me, the move e5 just doesn't, I think the old Soviet annotators does not fit the needs of the position. You know, it just doesn't feel like the right way of going. I liked your suggestion of knight d7 and b5, frankly. But bishop, knight f5, I would love the two bishops in an open Sicilian situation.
I can see from the body language, Firouzja looks pretty confident, and I don't think Nodirbek is in his prep. And it's a tough position to face for the first time on the board.
For Nodirbek, he's just coming off an amazing game against Fabiano, where he was a queen ahead, that ended up in a draw, and we were just like holding our breath, I think, for the last 5 minutes of that game. For him, has he settled down? I mean, like after you just played
I don't know how.
Incredibly intense
he had
game.
Maybe 10, 15 minutes to recover from that.
Max.
And start focusing on your next game. I don't know how they do it.
Remarkable
I
stuff.
think that game would haunt me for the rest of my life.
Right? Knight c3 on the board. We're going to keep an eye on this one. I want to go to the game. I think it's Prague versus Fabi. Peter, we've got, I want to say a Philidor.
Yeah, it's a kind of a, I've been reliably informed at some point that something like this is called the El-Taj variation, but I think the proper El-Taj variation starts with something like knight f3, queen e7, knight c3, c6, and then you go d6, h6, g5. And it's a bit of a joke, a kind of an inside joke in some chess communities, but what Fabi got feels honestly quite playable, because you're sort of 5 tempi up on that joke line that I just referred to. The knight is already on g6, white just wasted, White just wasted 2 tempi on knight h4 and then back to f3. So yeah, this seems perfectly playable to me. I think this is exactly what he wanted to get out of the opening in this particular game.
Somehow, and for me, the move g5 isn't a weakness. No. That's kind of useful, actually.
Yeah,
got F4,
you gain space, you immediately supported by pieces.
Yeah, exactly. And
an interesting option after knight g6 immediately would have been to do something like this. But it's incredibly double-edged. Yeah, some position like this. If it works out for white, fine. If it doesn't, if something like g4, g3, which is what the computer suggests with the idea of bishop g4 coming in, if this doesn't work out, he could be much worse out of the opening.
Bingo.
So very easily understood that Prague doesn't go for it. Right. Honestly, I think maybe he just did not expect g5 to come, because I think if you see g5 as a possibility, you choose something like a4 or queen d3.
Right.
Because
e3, h3.
You know, they might play g5 anyway, and you're just so happy compared.
But you didn't provoke them and lose two tempi as well. Nasi, where would you like to take us?
Well, Wesley's game is very symmetrical.
Okay, so you're telling
Not
me...
much to see there.
Yeah, that looks like an exchange Slav. Two guys ready to call it the day after hard work at the office. Okay, Levon versus MVL. Shall we go there?
Sure, some developments since we last looked at it.
When they hadn't gotten into a Queen's Gambit accepted properly because White had delayed this move.
Eventually they got there.
Yes, d2, d4, takes. And you might call this a Rubinstein variation of the Queen's Gambit accepted. I have played this on multiple occasions as White, and I've always played it with the move a2, a4, as I've been trying desperately to win the square c4.
Queen e2 is a novelty.
Which one?
Queen e2?
The one you just made on the board is a novelty, at least according to our board. But looks like MVL was quite prepared for it, because Queen d7, the move he played in response, is not the most obvious move in the position.
Right.
But seems to be working out quite well, because he's just making sure that he gets to trade every single rook on the c file as it appears there.
Okay.
And we've seen one traded, and we will soon see another one.
He did. Yeah, with the rooks off the board, the pawn on a6 no longer is the weak
Should be
link.
quite peaceful. Obviously, White's pieces are a little bit more active, but the structure is so clean for Black that
exactly.
I think you have to misplay it quite badly to be in trouble.
Maybe just one problem. I wouldn't want White's queen on a8. Let's have knight c4 if I don't do anything. Let's make some random move, h6.
You're saying queen a8?
How do we get rid of that queen?
Might be more than a little disturbing, right? Unless knight d5, knight c7.
Let me tell you how the machine deals with it.
Please.
Machine, instead of h6, goes queen c7, allows queen e8.
Queen c7, yes, allows queen a8.
Allows queen a8, goes knight d7, knight b6, and says you can't actually get the knight on b8, and we're not worried.
You know, it's funny, because I actually thought with the queen on c7, I was about to threaten knight e6, and bishop e5, and your knight on d7.
97 is a clever move there. But yeah.
Very clever.
We do have a move on the board. MBL went knight bd7 immediately.
Okay.
Still fine.
That's an easy way to avoid queen a8.
Well, but hold on. Can I drop in on c6? Can I bully you a little bit here?
Takes bishop f8, then 95. It's not really worried about any of this. Yeah.
He has gone queen c6. Takes bishop f8, you say. And for the moment, I'm somehow there.
There's just no way
but you,
to really
you don't have squares to attack the pawn on
attack
a6,
pawn,
right?
yeah.
And this is what is stymieing White's progress.
The knight comes to d5, f6, king f7.
Knight d5, knight c5 even. It's actually easier for black to attack b3 than it is for white to attack a6.
Isn't that remarkable? There is a reason why they have halved the point for 46 of their drawn games. Queen c6. And, well, Peter, I'll turn it over to you. And what's caught your eye?
Well, it looks like there will be, in particular on my screen, there's, I think, a very clear separation. All the top positions are quite dry. Okay. And both of the bottom positions are extremely mad. So I think we're going to be sticking with the bottom two for a while because they do seem very, very interesting. And Nodirbek just did something which the engine violently disagreed with.
H5?
After e4, White did not play the move that the engine liked the best and went with the second choice, queen h3. And here the suggestion was just develop. Knight c6, castles. It's not great, but we want rook ac8 and then maybe some jumps will appear. Bishop takes a3 might start working in some positions. Really, the only move here that gives White anything is the move bishop h4.
Really?
But instead,
I would have been afraid of g4, g5, right?
g4 we can already take on a3 and we are already fine. Supposedly.
Wow.
Supposedly, b takes a3, we go e3.
Naturally.
Queen takes e3, knight takes g4, and we win the Yeah, so
I feel I'm always on the wrong foot.
But after h5 long castles, I'm not like. It feels like he's preparing knight g4, but he never has time for this. Like f6 is winning, bishop h4 is winning, bishop d4
is
bishop d4 I suspect is also close to winning.
Right.
So it looks like he just burned the tempo. Alireza played bishop e2, which is weaker than castling, but still a huge advantage for White.
Wow. Okay. And knight d7, by the way, on the board.
Knight d7 played. Yeah. Now it's time to castle again. Yeah. No, this is massively
Castle short, right?
No, you castle. Now that you have bishop d4, you're not really very worried about anything. Yeah, you're not going to get mated on the queen side.
Yeah, I definitely. It was funny. You had shown a variation a while back where somehow the white bishop had gone to c4, nestled comfortably on b3, and I thought was like awesome because the pawn on e6 has now gone to e4. So I don't quite get the move bishop e2 because I
think Alireza just did not want to even think think about knight g4 in any position. I would have been so tempted to completely ignore it because it just never feels like black has enough time for knight g4, queen takes f5.
Castles, bishop d4, bishop c4.
Exactly,
moves are just that play themselves. They're all very happy.
I'm
moves.
absolutely in agreement with that.
Bishop e2, knight d7, and a short break here on the clock at times. What's going on?
20 minutes for Alireza, 22 actually.
22.
14 for Nodirbek, and
he
has a move.
Castles.
He did castle queen side, which is absolutely correct. And I think, if castles knight b7 would have been on the board, he would never have played bishop e2 here. So I think he's sort of slightly regretting a previous choice. But
exactly. I mean, your bishop would be on d4
On
or
the
c4.
other hand, now black cannot castle short because you take on h5. So maybe he's just stopping black from...
You have to.
Oh, you still have to castle.
You absolutely. G4, I think, is a threat now, unfortunately, for black.
Ooh, G4.
If you allow G4, I think he castled queen side.
Yeah, well, stopping G4.
Yeah.
But
I said a
bunch of moves are basically winning now. Yeah. The strongest among them, rook d4. Rook d4 creating a lot of ideas, including rook a4.
Very nice move, by the way, rook d4. it was funny.
But also bishop d4 is very strong. There's a number of things here which are giving white a massive advantage.
Yeah, the moves that were catching my eye were bishop d4, bishop c4. But I love that once you see rook d4, you don't unsee it.
You still have to calculate, because after bishop c5, the engine says rook c4,
bishop c5,
rook c4, king b8. It takes on c5. No, rook c4.
I know, but I can't.
Rook a4, queen b6 maybe, or queen c7 even. Yeah, I think all of these things are
okay,
probably
but rook c4
good.
Immediately. Sorry, Peter.
No, rook c4 for some reason is by far the strongest.
Okay.
So rook c4, king b8.
Yes.
And now we go rook takes c5.
Very nice.
Knight takes c5, and we go queen e3.
Ooh,
And
A7.
after hang on a second. Somehow it
rook c8.
It was wait. No, not rook c5. I'm being overexcited. Yeah, just knight c5 and queen e3. Just be more prosaic there. Yeah, knight c5.
Just
knight
go
c5.
bishop takes c5.
Bishop c5, knight c5, queen e3.
Gotcha.
And you're just in complete control because none of these pieces can be touched. We're still a pawn up. Black is getting pushed away from all of these squares. For instance, rook c8, king b1. We're now back to being
just
very much mindful of going b2, b4 and picking up a full piece. Yeah, this is completely lost. It's just dead for black.
Yeah.
And rook d4 is already on the board.
Rook to d4 is on the board. Yeah, once you see this move, rook d4, and again, you just want to play rook on h1 to d1. You want to play rook a4. You want to play rook c4.
I want to say this is.
You want to play knight takes e4.
Everything looks.
I'm a pawn grabber.
I want to say this is a very strange type of an opening catastrophe because it's clearly
self-inflicted.
Nodirbek's choice to go for Najdorf. And
right.
What Alireza has done is maybe not the most topical, but it's, I mean, bishop h4, bishop f2 existed for quite some time. And he played e5, d5 very, very quickly. It didn't seem like he needed to decide on something so quickly and also go for something as committal as his decision. And now by move 17, he is in tremendous amounts of trouble.
Bishop c5 on the board. It was funny that I mean, again, I couldn't stop my hand from doing it. Rook a4, and where do we go with
Queen
the queen?
b6?
Queen b6? And
it's that in the lines that we're looking before, we had b4 forks, now we won't have that. So I think that's why you shouldn't include rook a4.
Because
so let's say king b8 here.
Yeah, and then I wanted to take.
Oh, you want to go?
Queen e3?
Okay.
Give me your knight.
Either knight d7 or rook c8.
Either knight d7 or rook c8, and in both cases I was going to go b4.
Okay.
No, it goes queen c7. If we're looking about if we're talking about rook c4,
rook a4.
It goes queen c7.
Queen c7.
It goes queen c7, and then I suppose the point is if you go rook c4, it has b5 maybe.
B5 in this case.
Yeah, and you'll have to sacrifice material.
Gotcha.
No, queen takes a4 existed. We're all kind of...
No, queen takes a4, bishop b3.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Actually, that's a kind of a funny move, right? In this particular position,
yeah.
Queen takes f4 check, bishop e3. Oh dear.
Yeah. we have to go all the way back and then resign. Yeah.
Right.
It's unfortunate.
Bad break.
Well, Firouzja did find the best moves. He played rook c4, took on c5, and queen e3.
Yeah, and this is just bad for black.
What's remarkable is you're playing rapid chess, and you would be happy playing all of this accurate moves in a classical game, in a rapid chess game.
He hasn't even used much time. He still has more than 19 minutes.
Wow. Queen e3, and as you said, an opening catastrophe for Nodirbek as he's a pawn down, much worse position, and weaknesses on h5, on e4, and b2, b4 will one day be a very serious threat. Nazi, tell me where I should be going.
I guess let's check with Fabi. That's the other game that's not balanced.
Yes, this was the g5 game, and let's check it out. After knight g6, bishop e3, well, Fabi couldn't resist. He's started to hunt this bishop on e3 with a move knight g4.
It's a little bit surprising to me, though.
Okay,
because
please.
I think the bishop on e3 wasn't a particularly stellar piece. And if I want to trade it for something with black here, I'd much rather go knight f4 and force white to take there. Because I think h3 and then f takes e3 kind of makes white's life easier on some counts, because We now have this semi-open f file to put a rook on. We are definitely now castling queenside, so we know this much. And our center, now further supported by the pawn on e3, is a lot more stable. Position is still very unclear, but I probably wouldn't, my mind wouldn't have gone to knight g4 immediately if I had this position with black. I'm a bit surprised by this. Knight h2 is, though, not what I expected. Proud to do.
Yeah, after all of that, knight h2. By the way, I wanted to argue the other side of this from Fabi's point of view, is that we do win the two bishops. We hope that the bishop, once it gets to the g7 diagonal, will do something. And so we start with the move g4, anticipating that hg4, bishop g4, the pressure on...
And I wanted to talk about this position for a bit, because I looked at it briefly on my screen because I was wondering, it felt to me like white is quite comfortable, and I was trying to figure out exactly what's going on.
Right.
I would play sort of queen d3 by hand here without even thinking very much.
Clear.
But after queen d3, the engine goes ed4, ed4, which is already a bit surprising to me, and then it does this. Bishop h6 check, king b1, and it castles queenside. And since this is sort of balanced, because the bishop on g4 is quite annoying, it's quite difficult to kind of shoo away. Rook df1 can be played, but black is not doing that poorly. And the move the machine likes the most here is a move I think most of us would struggle greatly to make.
No.
Because
never,
you're taught all your life that killing off your bishop like this, plus you're calcifying your center with these weaknesses forever.
Right.
And this is, according to our somewhat questionable engine, is by far the best move in the position, because it wants to preserve the structure in the center stable. We're actually taking on c6 if allowed next move, and then we're playing something like queen e2 in long castles. And this damages the black structure on the queenside a little bit, making castling queenside slightly more hazardous. It keeps the knight on g6 much more hemmed in, because ed4, ed4 gave it the f4 square, and now the f4 square will never be available. But I think your mind kind of refuses to go there.
Yeah.
You're just taught never to do that.
Right.
Pretty much. So I guess maybe this is why Prague went with knight h2, but knight h2, I think, is a little bit of a fancy play syndrome move. You know, it's a little bit too ambitious. Gh3, I guess he wants short castles, but after rook h7, let's say you play queen h5, black can even take on g2, something like rook f2, and your threats aren't really that impressive. You can't really bring the rook to f1 yet, you have to waste more time on it. Black can play something like queen e7, starting to bring...
Black's only problem is developing that bishop, so queen e7. And
queen e7 with the ideas of bishop e6, and also maybe even more annoyingly, the idea of just trying to change material. You do have this little tactic, winning the pawn back, but...
I wanted to ask,
Yeah, takes, and it goes queen e6 for equality, or bishop g7 to play for more, even. Forcing the rook to go to d1 first, and then queen e6. And it looks like, you know, black will quite comfortably unpin themselves. And then you are two knights against two bishops, equal material, open position. You were probably struggling to equalize.
But apologies, Peter. In that position, after queen e7, does rook takes f7. Isn't that a bit more annoying? Rook takes f7, queen
bishop
takes
e6 at the
g6?
end?
Bishop g7 is good, but d5 apparently is just winning for some reason. ed5, ed4, and if ed4, queen e3 check. You actually start getting mated on the other side.
We're not looking at d5 from either side.
No,
but sort of more human approach, bishop g7. Although, you still have to play d5 to win here. You can also play queen f6, but... Or queen g5 check, actually.
Yeah, gotcha. Definitely...
So knight h2, I think Prague is overthinking things a little bit. The tournament really isn't going, the way he would have liked it to go, and...
By the way,
I think he's kind of trying to force things a little bit.
Hard guessing the player's moves, because Fabi has not played g takes h3. He
played
e5 takes.
Yeah, Prague will recapture with the pawn, and now all the same lines actually start working out for white a little bit better. Gh, castle short, rook h7, and for some reason in this position knight g4 is quite strong. I'm not quite sure. Why wasn't it strong here? Just bishop e7, apparently. Then the question is, why isn't bishop e7 strong here? I think I think it's just generally the removal of the pawns on e5 and e3 made the white's position breathe. And sometimes, for instance, like after hg, maybe in some positions I will be able to play e5 and knight e4, or there's just more air in the position compared to
previously
the version with the pawns on e5 and e3 still alive. So it's a little bit of a relief, I think, for.
By the way, we
Prague.
do have
GH played, yeah.
GH.
Well, I'm assuming you castle, because if you don't castle here, I don't quite understand why we did what we did previously.
Knight h2, right.
It cannot be g takes h3. Like, there's no way you've done it to play gh3 here.
Yeah, I'm thinking of another move beside castles. I'm thinking of queen h5, but I don't quite understand what I'm doing. Knight f4.
Yeah.
Allowing hg doesn't seem
No,
like
he
it.
castled.
He did castle.
That was his
So,
idea.
rook h7, we have to protect the pawn.
Is bishop e6 is not playable, right? Because you take in queen h5
That,
or rook
it
f6.
works.
Yeah.
d5, I'm assuming, also isn't playable?
Yeah, I'll take and king's on e8. So.
Yeah, what am I doing with my king in the center? So, okay, rook h7, and then the move knight g4. It has a feel of a king's gambit.
A little bit, yeah. Absolutely.
This game of Prague. Let's put this game on a pause and go to another game. Which one
Let's
would you
check
like?
Wesley's game against Leinier. It was very equal and symmetrical.
Right.
Maybe now Leinier is a little bit under pressure.
Knight is on c5. That's
Yeah, I was a little bit
uncomfy.
surprised. If we go like 3 moves back, maybe 4 moves back, the move bishop e7, d6 on move, whatever it is, 13, 12.
Yeah, there
It was very strange for me to see black sort of completely abandoning any hope of equalizing fully. And I think in these types of structures, the way you equalize fully is you go knight d7, you go rook c8, and you fight properly against the idea of white placing the flag on c5. You know,
Right.
You don't really want white to put a knight on c5 so easily.
Exactly.
And Leinier clearly considered it because it took him a while to come to that decision. But bishop d6, these are, honestly, I mean, it feels like a kind of a sad dream, but it's definitely a dream of every exchange Slav player, this type of position.
Right. If you're playing for a model position, white has got it. And I think that just to further buttress the point, even though
Here, dc5 and bishop f5, I think, is very strong as well.
Of course. Agreed. I mean, dc5 and bishop f5, you're doubling the pawn structure, but...
At least I think we will survive, though, yes or no?
Why not e5?
Which? e5?
Instead of rook c8, yeah.
e5, queen c3. What I wanted to say is at the end of the day, there's one open file.
e4?
There's one open
Yeah,
file.
yeah, and white's in total control of
and
that.
white's the one who owns the file. Maybe it's not terrible, whatever, but I do feel like white is the one
I
playing.
agree with what you're saying, but I think a larger problem here is dc bishop takes f5 and white is...
More pertinent.
Yeah.
Just happy.
Massively in control. Bishop b5, ef, and then b4, or queen d3, and then b4.
Yeah.
I think this is borderline lost, frankly.
No arguments from me. Bishop d3, and as we say, Leinier is under pressure. I want to go to the game between Jan, one of our tournament co-leaders, coming into this, the 6th and final game of today. He and MVL are sharing. It's a Hikaru versus Yanin. When we left it, we thought it was even, but these two fighters are trying to make the life
still
interesting.
Looks even, frankly, I don't think it's...
Just the c-pawn is something to worry about, but...
I think they're going to repeat in a
Not
moment.
anymore.
Yeah, they are repeating. I think this is the
answer.
Okay.
Our King's Gambit adjacent game is heating up very nicely, though.
Okay, we're going to jump back. Hikaru is saying, today has not been my day. End of story. And we're going to go back to the game between Prague and Fabi and pick up where we left off. Guess what?
Whoa, king's on g2.
Yeah, d5.
d5, no rook h7.
e5, hg2, and king takes g2 is not approved.
Not approved.
Not approved. You had two very interesting choices. One is a move rook f6, which I think sort of aesthetically is quite pleasing. Put the rook on a good square. You probably threaten d5, d6 with some bishop takes f7 threats. It gets incredibly sharp because one of the potential replies from black is, let's say, rook g8, d6, bishop d6, bishop f7, queen f7. And yes, we're a queen up now for white, but, you know,
Oh, yeah.
black is 2 moves away from delivering some quite potent threats, and apparently this is equal, as is everything. And there is also a very fun idea of playing queen e1 check here, which I quite enjoyed, with the point being that after bishop e7 we have, for instance, rook takes f7 among other things.
Followed by d6.
Although, having spent some time thinking, our engine is now suggesting after king d8 black is doing quite well. So it was really only rook f6 that the engine kind of liked.
Why not just rook e1?
Thank you. I've been begging. Like,
I think the point is, the king on d8 is very safe. It's very difficult for white to open the d file properly. Let's say dc6, we can even go bc6, because d4, d5, I think you're always going to get mated on that side faster with bishop c5 check coming in than anything you can do yourself in the center. And after king g2, now knight f4, king h1, bishop h3, machine says you have to play rook f2 and allow black to castle queenside.
What we wanted when we gambited.
It's still sort of okay because the line continues. Black's pieces are also slightly, standing on air here. And yeah, this is quite unbelievable because the best line here, the point of course being that this is a check, so you cannot take on e2 because you lose all of them one by one. But to my kind of shock, the engine is suggesting just giving up 2 for a rook, playing king b8, and saying, this is safe, this isn't.
Less so.
Yeah. Zeros.
Zeros.
Triple
Get out.
zeros.
Get out of here. Get out of here. I mean, so often these engines are just, that d5 sequence that we saw in this game where white's supposed to play d4, d5, I mean, I would kick my student out of a house if he reached for the d pawn. King takes g2 on the board.
You know what? Nodirbek actually came back into his game. I don't think he's that lost anymore.
Really? When we left at Alireza, we were just...
So Alireza's currently sharing second, I believe?
Yes, coming in a tie, as a big tie. When we looked at, we did see the move queen e3.
Yeah, there was a miscalculation there by Alireza in a position, I think, in which he thought he was fully in control, and then he made a mistake.
This is 2 pawns?
Yeah, first of all, after rook e8, the engine suggests in this position to play bishop f3 and says it's extremely bad for black. We can go back there and talk about this for a second. Just supporting everything with bishop f3. My guess is if queen takes f5, knight d6 is very strong, and my screen does confirm that this is in fact very, very strong. And just generally, once we have established this full control over the center, we can start bringing the other rook into d1. If knight b6, we can just go rook d4. And we end up in most of these lines just being 2 up for not very much.
2 pawns.
Instead, he played queen c3, which is a very normal reaction. But now after takes, and knight b6, he needed to see rook b4, knight d5. Looks like we've blundered something. But we can play rook d4. And tactically, yes, our structure gets further compromised, but we remain 2 up.
But it's,
even though they all look kind of fishy, honestly, but we're still 2 up, and we should be winning from here. It will take some time. It will not be as easy a conversion as you expect, having bishop against knight and 2 extra pawns. But you should probably win this.
Yeah.
Instead, I think very understandably, he doesn't want to spoil the structure. He goes rook c. He goes rook c5, knight d7. There is still time to come back and go rook c4, rook b4. But he goes to a5. I mean, what's the problem? And now rook c8. And suddenly rook takes c3 followed by rook takes c2 is a threat.
Bishop to d3.
And annoyingly, there's also this.
Ooh.
Followed by b7, b6. We've kind of misplaced our rook there a little bit.
But hold on, there's still some pawns, isn't it? So let's say rook, I don't know, g3.
No, probably the best idea, you can also pick up on f7. But this no longer looks remotely
Fortunately,
clear.
our extra pawns, some of them are doubled. So.
Yeah, no, we have a bunch of them, but they start getting picked apart. I don't think black is in any real trouble.
Bishop c4 is on the board.
Is b6 the only move for black?
Rook e7 came quickly, by the way.
Rook e7.
He played rook e7
quickly.
You can also do that. Now rook d1. And I guess now we're taking on a6 instead of f7.
Right. That was...
which maybe is actually a better one to pick up in some ways.
That was my instinct, was not to play for the f7 pawn, but in this...
b6 we go rook a6. Yeah, knight a6, bishop a6. White is still better, but it feels like...
This was not the...
This is a dream, yeah.
Right.
Compared to where we were like 10 moves ago.
Exactly.
This is an absolute dream for black.
Right. you're right. He's fighting his way back into the game, Nazi.
Yeah.
Where would you like to take us? Wesley So versus Leinier?
Sure, let's check there.
Something.
Any updates?
I think we have quite a
Pawn
number of
structure has
changes.
changed, yes, for black especially.
Because Wesley decided to capture once on e4 and then do it again. I thought the knight on c5 was his pride and joy.
His other knight maybe can go there.
And check this out.
I'm not sure I like this.
The knight didn't make it to c5 so far.
We have rook c5 coming.
And we have
Double.
queen e6 on tap as well.
Yeah,
So
but
there are
black
good-
probably goes something like queen d7 followed by knight e7, knight e5. This no longer looks horrible.
As wonderful as before.
Yeah.
Yeah, once knight gets to d5, black's fine, completely fine.
We can maybe even try sniping all the rooks off. In the line you were showing knight e7, rook fc1. I can take on c5 and go rook c8.
Fair.
And I'm in time, I think, to take on c5 before the knight gets there, which I think is maybe important.
Yeah. By the way, I do believe we have queen d6 immediately on the board.
Maybe it's a better square. It seems very similar.
Same idea.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Just,
see any difference.
I mean, there has to be I'm looking for some reason, don't ask me why. I'm looking at f3 takes, rook takes f3, and it's just completely wrong.
But there's always knight e7, right?
Exactly. I mean, I have a one-move threat, but knight e7 not only defends, but asks me why did I create a weakness. I don't have a good answer to that question. Yeah, somehow Wesley has misplayed what we thought was an advantage earlier.
We can quickly check with the tournament leader MVL against Levon. They're in an endgame that looks like it's been a draw for a long time.
Okay.
And it's still looking that way, but
things have changed.
Keep fighting.
Okay, so let's see. We left it after queen c6, and there was a trade on f6. Who is playing what? b5.
I don't think either of... Well, maybe white, right?
Probably white, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a touch more pleasant for white, but should still be a... I mean, honestly, this is probably still a draw, even if you remove the pawn on before from the board. But yeah, it's still there. So.
Right.
Knight and am I warming up to white's position here?
You like white a little more.
Oh,
not sure.
Prague actually found queen e1 check. Remarkable.
Probably it's a draw. We're going to go to the game of Prague versus Fabi. When we left it, it's a crazy position. Absolutely crazy. King takes g2, frowned upon by the computer. The computer really liked the move rook f6.
It no longer hates it with a passion, but yeah, rook f6 was stronger.
With the idea of d6.
Yeah.
But king takes g2, check, bishop h3.
Queen e1 check is actually a good move, but you need to see why. And the reason why is kind of spectacular, and I'm not sure Prague knows. Basically, everything loses now, apart from the move queen e1, e3.
Queen e3.
What?
Yeah, you need to play queen e3 here.
That move really...
And that leads to more or less an immediate draw.
Looks like we're almost being checkmated.
Draw?
Yeah.
Bishop g2 check.
Right.
Bishop g2, king g1. You can play rook g8. Perhaps you even should play
rook
rook
g8.
g8. But I can go rook f4.
Well, let's take a rook first.
Yeah, but then rook f1 and king h1, and eventually you will have to move the knight away, and then d6 and d takes c6 will become very, very strong. Here you might be worse with black.
So
wow.
It's not unimaginable that you're worse there. So the draw, if we go, let me just show this properly. Yeah.
Please.
Queen e3 is strictly the only move. Everything else, like if you go rook g1 and allow long castles here, oops, sorry, not king d8, of course. Doesn't want to let me do it. Because I haven't played rook g1 yet. Come on. Yeah, it's not even difficult to understand why. Right. Equal material, black is threatening rook g8, bishop g2, safer king, white has no play. You have to play queen e3. You absolutely have to play queen e3. And now, yeah, basically black is worse unless it goes either immediately rook g8 or rook g8 here. And here, the only move is rook takes f4, but it's very easy to understand. And now you have to give a check from here, because otherwise I have an interposition on the g4 square. We cannot go forward because rook g2, rook h2 is quite strong. So we just...
Prepare.
We have and actually it's starting to show that king f2 is playable. It's starting to show that you can actually, if you're really brave, you can play that way. Black doesn't even take on h2. Black castles and becomes some kind of an unholy mess because rook dg8, rook g3 becomes a threat.
Yes, checkmate.
I don't know if you want to play this in 2 minutes. So I think maybe the wiser course of action is just to go king h1 and say enough for one day.
Pragg did not find queen e3.
Yeah, and if you go rook f2 here, black just castles and this is optically. I think you look at this for one second and you realize that
black's
maybe he thought queen e3 here does something, but unfortunately, now that the king is safe, all the same variations will be working out much better for black.
Exactly, bishop g2 check.
Now after rook f4, bishop g2 and bishop g5, a move which did not exist with the king on e8, just wins on the spot.
Somebody mentioned 2 minutes.
Yeah, Pragg is down to 1 minute and 52 seconds against more than 7 minutes for Fabi. And looks like all he needs to do is just castle, put his king...
Bring his king to safety.
And then white's king side is just very weak, no pawns. White king is alone.
So finally a bit of a break for Fabi, who has not been
he's been luckless.
This tournament.
Well, okay, last game he saved down a queen, so I can't say that.
Good point. What have you done for me lately? I mean, come on.
But on the other hand, he was the one present last game before he blundered.
Yes, he was. But that is funny. He was down a queen and made a draw. That was pretty good. Rook f2, castles we're looking at. Castles long for Fabi.
In the meantime, no need to switch, but the game between MVL and Levon did end in a draw. So.
Okay.
What about immediately rook g8? Because I'm threatening checkmate with bishop g2.
Sorry, instead of
long castle, just rook g8.
Rook g8.
How do you defend from bishop
g2?
g2?
Also very strong, yeah.
Does d6 make any sense? For some reason,
just doesn't seem to be doing anything.
I was going to go bishop f7 for some reason.
King takes?
And queen... Hold on, what am I looking at? Queen e4, bishop g2. I'm losing. I'm running out of pieces, huh? Yeah, I was...
Our bishop's open, but what can we do?
Right?
Yeah, it's too many pieces.
Very safe for black.
It's actually weird.
Queen e4, bishop g2 check.
Bishop g2 still. Sorry.
Yeah. And just to repeat, our tournament co-leader, MVL, drew with Levon, which gives Jan Nepo an opportunity to do something we haven't talked about, take a lead.
He also drew his game.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was his game with Hikaru.
Yes.
So those two players will be going into the locker, tied for first. Somebody might be able to catch them.
Maybe Firouzja.
Firouzja catch
if
them.
If he wins.
Potentially. Let's go to that game, in fact, because
let's check.
We were thinking Nodirbek was fighting his way back into the game, right?
He is.
Here we go. And so they went into that variation after rook e7, rook d1, b6. We've got a bishop and a couple of pawns.
3 pawns. That's a lot of pawns.
Yeah, and rook c5 is not very good, actually. And rook d8 was absolutely correct. Yeah, instead of rook c5 here, the engine suggests staying on the back rank because allowing rook d8 check is just very dangerous. I understand the desire to have your rook active, but now after king c7, if white goes rook f8, a move which wasn't played but should have been played, white would have been much better because knight b5 check is a massive rook f8. Yeah,
oh, that was a must-slip.
Clearly, yeah. It's just difficult. It's just difficult to deal with the idea of knight b5 check. You're not in like if you play king c6, you're still afloat somewhat. But let's say king c6, we go bishop d3. We have 3 for the exchange.
That's a...
Smoking out that rook on f8 actually presents, it's a difficult challenge because you cannot go rook e8, f7 is weak. Right. If you go king b7 here, you're still not, I thought b7 is probably slightly more.
Yeah.
But you're still not threatening rook c8 because bishop a6 check will win on the spot, right? So the rook on f8 is completely safe. I can go maybe king d2, for instance, with the idea of playing b4, gaining more space. This looks extremely unpleasant to my eyes, at least.
Let's see what has happened in the game because
instead he gave a check, and this makes life slightly easier for black. Although I think it liked king d7 more than king d6, so king d6 is a bit of an inaccuracy.
So of course we don't want to trade, so do we give another check? Rook d8? Because on king c7, then I can go rook f8.
Yeah, I was thinking rook to b8.
Rook b8.
Can I? I mean,
rook
I'm
b8.
Thinking I want to exchange this pawn, but maybe I'm
no.
not.
Black needs to start. Whoa, knight b5
Knight
check,
d5.
and the engine is unhappy.
Very unhappy.
Why is it so unhappy? Because now after king d7, black actually gets to generate a lot of counterplay. Yeah.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! And we do.
I think
d7.
this indicates a certain loss of control there by Alireza.
So Alireza is playing really fast while he's ahead on the clock. 7 minutes against 3.
Yeah, and here after rook f8, the machine says rook e1 check, king d2, king e7.
Nice in-between move.
In-between move, and you want to play rook g1 next, and white definitely does not want to trade rooks, generally speaking, in particular with his pieces on a6 and b5. I don't know why they're there. So if this happens, it feels like black is maybe fine.
Back in the game. Absolutely.
So rooks have been traded on c5.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Rook got traded. Bishop went to b7. So this was Alireza's idea that he's got a passer.
Yeah, he wants to just push the a pawn.
And he's got minor pieces ready to escort.
That's a good setup with the knight and bishop.
Yeah, right. Because all
Black
of
pieces
the
can't come close.
all of the
But
squares
now there's
will be
94, 96, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Knight
you can
e4.
disrupt this setup by 94, 96, and
And
generally
great timing, by the way, for 94, 96. Oh
and
my!
is the valuation equal or?
close. 0.30, and I think it's going to drop if we
Let it
stay with
yeah.
it for a while. Yeah.
Wow. It was very, very shocking because the outcome of the opening was so one-sided in favor of Alireza. We almost thought it was just a winning advantage. Extra pawns and superior pieces.
But Fabi
let's turn our attention, shall we?
is about to win. His position is absolutely crushing. Yeah, White's king is about to get checkmated.
Yeah. Normally, you have to sacrifice about a rook to get a position like this, and he's doing it with equal materials. So.
Yep. Check. Wow.
4.
Just about every black piece is.
He played queen e4.
Oh, excuse me.
24, and frankly, even offering queen, like something like bishop c5 ends the game on the spot. F5 ends the game on the spot. You have a very pleasant choice here. Pretty much any a-tempo move you can name, queen g3. They're all -6 or thereabouts.
Tell us what you really think.
Yeah.
-6. Okay.
Yeah, he's gone bishop c5.
Bishop
I think
c5. That
the
looks
game
like
is about
one
to
of
end.
the very many attractive possibilities for Fabi.
Yeah, he wants to
Yeah,
checkmate with the bishop pair.
I think the way to play to the gallery here is to play queen takes queen takes f4, right?
Okay.
And Yasser, show the people why I'm mentioning this.
Well. No gallery necessary. Prague had seen enough. He was also way down on the clock, right?
Yes, he
I
was.
mean, it was bad. But this.
Well, Fabi finishes the day with a win.
Yeah, and the whole G5 setup, I think Prague. Well. Very, very disappointing for the young man because he had so many great opportunities in the previous 5 rounds, 5 games that he was playing.
I think this is the one where the least kind of feeling
advantage.
The feeling of this being unfair.
Yeah,
is the least strong in this game. This feels like he got outcalculated and maybe even somewhat outplayed.
Right.
Even though at some point he was completely fine and maybe even to be preferred if he played precisely. But Fabi went for an extremely risky line, aiming to get exactly what he got. And once they got into those very unclear, sharp waters, he just played by far the best of the two of them.
By the way, we don't forget about Alireza. He is still at work.
He's
just
ahead
played
of the
A4.
clock, also 6 minutes against 50 seconds. And it's not that easy to play.
I'm not sure I like rook e2, but yeah, now the same plan of trying to get the knight to d6 is not connected with knight e8, not knight e4, because knight e4, king d1 looked a bit awkward.
Right.
Yeah. I'm guessing we're still in time.
E5?
Knight d6,
I can drop back, right? Knight c3.
Yes.
Rook e1, king d2, right? I think I'm not blundering.
No, but I can even play rook a1 if I want in the final position there, right?
So if I want to avoid trading pieces, and I think I want to avoid trading it, do I start with bishop f3?
You could. Yeah, I'm guessing rook f2 is probably the reply, as long as we are sure we're not allowing the a-pawn to queen. Yeah, I would like my rook on f2. We'll see in a moment. Yeah, rook f2 blitzed out. 5 against 1, by the way, on the clock.
And once again, I'm trying. I don't know if I'm ensnaring the rook, but I want to play knight d1, Peter. King to d2.
Yeah, I mean, it'll go to f1, h1. It'll be safe. It will not do very much as long as the knight is on d1. But you also don't want to keep your knight on d1 for the rest of the game.
No, I don't. So. But okay. I do have 5 pawns. You've been reminding me. Bishop f3, knight c3. By the way, pawn on h5. Also, a little morsel.
Okay. Oh, maybe you will take it if you can also pick up f7, right?
Ah, now we're talking. But okay, sorry. How are the clocks in this one?
4.5 against 1 minute.
Who's got the 1 minute?
Nodirbek.
Ooh. And again,
a5 on the board. We're expecting knight d6 or knight c7?
Well, he's reaching.
c7?
I'm going to go with c7 on this one. I had to wait for him to. It took a long time to play.
Just to be extra safe, right?
Yes, exactly. Knight to c3. I don't want to trade knights. There are reasons.
Yeah.
There are reasons to go
crazy,
knight
right?
a3 and knight to c4, right? Because sometimes you get the knight. I don't know.
Knight c3. Maybe he also wants, of course, knight e4.
Makes sense to me.
But if I give you check on h4.
4.
Oh, he wants to play h3.
True that, but that feels dangerous.
Okay.
h4.
It's very cute.
Okay, please.
We have a tactic now, which I think is incredibly easy to miss. But the way computer treats this, it goes knight d1.
Right, attacking the rook.
Then after rook f1.
Forced.
It also, knight e4 is not the way. So let's go back to the game. It's more relevant to things at hand.
Knight e4.
And king g2 played.
Sorry. But the problem with this, I thought, was rook a1. Kind of.
But
it starts with king e7 because I think you need to be able to play h3 after knight takes
c5
c5.
is check. Yep. Apologies. Sorry, knight takes c5 is a threat. Knight takes c5 check.
I'm still not entirely sure why he's gone with h3 immediately.
Oh, that's got to be terrible, isn't it? Knight takes d6 check. Knight takes c5 check. King
knight c5 and knight d3, and the engine suggests white is very much back in control because
I've got 3 connected passed pawns. That's usually a lot.
Usually.
Knight to d3. And
king e3 is also strong. You don't even have to play knight d3. Knight d3 would have been forced if you played king d6. But the way with the king on e7, the way Nodirbek has played it, even king e3 is pretty strong.
Just prepping g takes h3 and clarifying the king side. Wow.
Yeah, this looks very one-sided now.
Truly.
Yeah, how do you stop 3 connected pawns?
And the minor
that
pieces.
Fantastic bishop and the knight.
And the minor pieces, white's minor pieces are ideal to support them.
Yep.
Knight to d3.
Played knight d3.
I don't mind this one.
Threatening g takes h yet, but he wants king e2, I believe.
King e or b4. b4, c4. Let's go.
I'll try.
Mortal words of Rawhide. Push. Get those doggies moving.
Knight b5.
Knight to b5.
I just want some setup where you can't push the pawns easily. So if you play b4, I'll play knight d6.
Knight to d6. Really? Are you sure?
Best I can do.
Okay, I would probably start. Well, a6. Okay, b4. I don't mind. 3 connected passed pawns. I should get those doggies moving. c2, c3.
It's amazing how calmly the engine treats this.
Yeah.
There are some lines on my screen where it actually gives up on h2 with the pawn on h3 still alive, and it being pinned along the second, and still thinks it's completely winning. It's quite remarkable.
King f6 on the board. King f6.
So that means queenside is just winning on its own. We can ignore the kingside.
Yeah,
So
just
it's
push.
before
Just playing
c4.
something like bishop b7 and preparing gh and then just pushing on the queen side should just win.
Yeah, by the way, I forgot that with the move bishop g7, I'm just clarifying there's no
Yeah,
rook takes
I would
f3.
very much like not to have to think about hg2 anymore.
Right?
It's
you calculated every move,
it's
every move, every
unnerving. I
move.
no longer want to do that.
Exactly. Bishop b7, I agree. That does clarify everything. But
He is reaching for
king
the king.
e2.
King e3.
King e3. Apologies.
Okay, he wants to take on h3 and
Yeah.
move on.
Indeed.
So for k1, you would include b4.
Mm-hmm.
Takes
Probably going to see that now, rook a1.
on g2. Yep, b4. Here we go.
b4, king f5, and
Yeah, and you can honestly, you're in so much control. You can just start running with the king towards the queen side, like king d4, king c5, and so on. I like rook a2 as at least a try to prevent that. But yeah, we go king d2. We do not want to drop any of our runners.
Valuable goods.
king d2, king c3, king
Yeah.
b3, right?
He has done it. King takes f5. Okay, I liked that idea of dropping the bishop in on b7 earlier. I still like it.
King c1 is very, very strong right now, basically forcing black to abandon the a file because otherwise the rook will get caught. You have to play rook a1, rook g1, then we go bishop b7, and we just queen everything.
By the way, king c3.
It's similar. It's not much
idea.
worse, yeah.
King b3 to...
King c1 was a bit cleaner.
Yeah, to clarify. I agree with that. Actually, king c1 was just massive.
Very, very rough for black.
Yeah. g5, okay, he's doing his best, is Nodirbek. He's trying to get his own passer in the position.
But yeah, once again,
Very
this
slow,
is
though.
normally this should
Very
never be
slow.
fast enough. Yeah, king b3, king b2, bishop b7, and start pushing.
Exactly.
And then you can always sack one of your pieces once your
Right.
pawns are far enough. So king b3.
I mean, what a luxury.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, king to b3, rook to b1, driving the, rook to a1, king to b2, driving the rook away.
Rook g1 probably,
And
bishop
then
b7.
bishop b7, and it's time
That's it. Mm-hmm.
to get the queen side. Yeah, f5, f4, f3 is just so slow.
Yes, and just knight on c7 is not really participating.
And honestly,
It's very
like, how do you even get the rook to relevant squares? Bishop on b7, knight on d3 just control everything.
Yep.
Yep.
He starts with bishop b7. I don't think it makes much of a difference.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I remember these marvelous games by Ulf Andersson. He put his pawn on e2, his knight on d3. The bishop would be on f3, the pawn would be on f4, and he'd just control everything. It was like, you just untouchable. And
Yeah, and he's ahead on the clock still. 2 minutes and 20 seconds against 15 seconds. King f6, so he didn't even push the pawn. Maybe he's hoping. He's just a little update in Wesley's game. He's slightly better against Leinier.
ooh, that's a big
It's
game.
a knight end game.
Okay,
Knight end games are very delicate. One inaccurate move, it's over.
indeed. And by the way, we've just gotten king b3, rook a1. I know that Nodirbek has been playing literally in that 30-second zone. How is Alireza doing?
2 minutes for
2
Alireza.
minutes, 2 minutes. Okay, king b2.
In this position feels like eternity.
Yeah. Yeah. You play a6, a7, and you
Enjoy.
The position absolutely wins itself because
Right.
winning a knight for that pawn wins. If it's not immediately given up for that pawn, b5, b6 will be a bit of a threat. So.
Yep.
Do you take on a6 or go knight b5?
I take on a6. And
By
go
this point,
rook
you
a1.
take, yeah, because knight b5, c4, knight a7, b5, you might not have an opportunity to give it up for for a pawn anymore.
The sad part is, even after I've dropped, I take the knight for the a pawn. I'm not dealing with b5 and c4
Even if
either.
White didn't have b-pawn, he would still be winning. Yeah, there's a resignation.
Congratulations to Alireza. I think with that victory, he joins our leaders. But we have one game remaining. Let's jump to it. Wesley So versus
Wesley.
Dominguez.
Yeah, Wesley's playing for a win. He has an extra pawn. Okay, why isn't this winning? I guess Black King is a lot more active. King d5, King c4.
Yes.
The knight on d3 is very, very
good.
difficult to deal with. You can't really free yourself from needing to protect f2, and you aren't really pushing the b pawn forward either. I'm not sure why we are removing.
Reach for his knight to d. No,
You can always go back.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Oh, you're
not
going
so
to
fast.
c5.
Not so fast. Knight can come back to c. Knight can go to c5, right? Stopping you from coming back to d3 means that king.
He switched. He put the knight on d5. Probably also
And
very good knight.
interestingly, it's too far back, and we don't, considering how little time they have. I'll just mention the idea. For a number of moves, the computer was suggesting that changing the structure by playing e6, e5, and trading more pawns was a very, very beneficial idea for Black. But understandably, Leinier doesn't want to do that because, it felt like it kind of removes some of your supports, but
Okay.
for some reason, the engine was suggesting it's very important to play e5 in many, many positions. But not anymore with the pawn on
This is
g4.
starting to feel very, very uncomfortable. the
Yeah, I'm not
extra
sure why
pawn.
we're going backwards. Okay, he wants to force White to take.
Okay.
Is there any merit
I could
in
play
going
king
before knight
g3.
g4, b5?
Can I play king g3 here also?
Yeah, you can, and he has, yeah. Very good spot, Nazi.
Knight g4, knight d4. So
Nice.
f takes g.
Knight g4, knight e4, and gift me this one as well.
I think we have to go, whoa,
King
he's
d5.
he is still allowing before. Okay, now
Okay, now
Wesley
he's got
probably has to cash it in.
Well, now f4 is coming and taking on d4.
I want to try something along the lines of, before king c4, king knight e6. Trying to transform my advantage from an outside passer to removing some of the king side.
Somebody just mentioned f4 check as a
there it goes.
as a way of reducing the pawns.
Yeah, looks like it's working.
Takes.
I can maybe even play
Takes.
knight h5 check and knight takes f4.
King g4.
Trying
yes.
to be greedy. Okay, this
didn't
has to
take
be a
king
draw
h3.
now. Takes king c4 and then king d3, king takes e3. Maybe even the immediate.
No king d3, by the way.
Well, I'm assuming you go knight d6.
Aha. Right.
Because what else can you do?
Right.
This has to be a draw now.
20 seconds for both players.
And
king
king
c4.
c4 on the board, as you have correctly predicted. Yeah. Yeah, king h3.
King h3 did not seem like the way to go. Yeah.
No.
For better or worse, you had to go ef and fish for something there. Although it did seem like it was going to be a draw.
Takes.
No, this is just a draw for because e3 will remove everything on the king side and then we will take everything on the queen side.
Oh, he just goes for the draw, knight d4, king g4.
So, draw this one.
And this is our last game, right?
Yes. A very big moral victory for Leinier, as he's the one with the extra piece.
Absolutely, yeah.
I couldn't win with king and knight.
0.55.
Yeah. I couldn't win with a king and knight versus a king. Ooh, not the decisive crunching.
We absolutely
day
jinxed it by that graphic, didn't we?
Yeah, you came on.
I think
the show was straight nose dive.
1 out of 5 3-rounds in a row, if I'm.
There's 2 in this one.
Oh, there's 2. Yeah, okay. So.
But we do have Cristian with Fabi.
Probably a much better day at the office for you. What did you feel like you needed to change? Obviously, yesterday didn't go your way.
Yeah, yesterday was a disaster. The thing is that like all of the games that I've played so far could have gone either way. Any result was possible in all of them. And yeah, yesterday I could have potentially scored 2.5 points. I was objectively winning in 2 games and I managed to lose both.
Did you feel like the openings were not optimal or the middle game? What did you feel like was lacking?
No, I blundered against Leinier, and then I was a little bit tilted after that, for sure. I just blundered a piece. Okay, I wasn't playing well before in that game, so I had already spoiled an advantage, but That can happen. Blundering a piece, of course, shouldn't. And the game against Hikaru, he just went for a losing line in the opening, just completely lost. And I don't know what I was doing. I was just doubting myself at every moment and missing a lot of things. And then getting low on time, I started to get worried. But it's still plenty of time. Like, I should have taken my time. Instead, to avoid time trouble, I went to a losing position. So today, again, any result could have happened in the first two games. Yeah.
The first one especially, well, actually the second one especially. The first one, difficult battle against MVL, but you had a good position. You played well. Obviously, in the end, it ended up in a draw. Second game against Nodirbek, he starts off with the birds opening.
Yeah.
Did that surprise you at all?
Yeah, of course. But okay, he wanted to have some fun. I was happy to see it, of course. And we were just.
Did you know anything about it? When's the last time you checked this?
Maybe 8 years ago. I mean, you can make any move with black, of course. Everything's good. Everything's fine. It's all, I guess, equal-ish, but black is probably on the slightly better side of it. I just thought, okay, bishop g4 looks like a decent move, so why not play it? Yeah?
Yes.
And yeah, bishop h5 is also possible. Every move is possible for both sides. I thought that his play was suspicious, like bishop f3, knight c3. I was like, starting to get very ambitious with like this kind of thing. I was just, and then I spent some time looking at this stuff. I was like, okay, I just play normally and
keep it simple, yeah.
But I probably should have gone for something more concrete. Although I think I had a good position. Just g6 was probably a serious mistake. Like f6 maybe is good.
Yes.
I just wasn't sure about this position because I do ruin my pawn structure, but on the other hand, maybe I could do it after throwing
after
in h3.
h3. I think that was the best moment. h3, g3, and now f6.
I throw in h3 and then I play f6, and I wasn't sure because he gets this like knight on f4, but like d4, yeah, his king is chronically weak. So this was a huge positional mistake, and then it got very messy. I mean, I always felt like, it feels like it should be a draw somehow. The drawish tendencies are so high here. But then he was starting to outplay me, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And then he missed this very nice rook g. I mean, first I thought...
Now you're starting to take over, it feels like.
First I thought, okay, rook g8, king h2 is pointless, and I saw rook g4. I went straight for it. And then I thought I'm probably winning, but couldn't figure out how. I mean, the thing is, I always have like queen d3, I always have queen d2, I always have rook b6. So it's very, rook d7 is the win.
Only move, which is not easy.
And then I think I had like 2 ways to draw, but yeah, queen d5 is quite study-like because he can't prevent my pawn. Or maybe e2 is better, I guess. Yeah, he can't prevent the pawn, it's a draw. But I thought I was going for a draw anyway, I just missed this queen e7 when I went for it. Okay, I was a little bit disoriented because it was such a...
But you still found a way to keep the game going, right? Fight until the end.
Yeah, my 2 options were to resign or to play king d3, so I played king d3 because I ran out of checks. And of course, it's clear that white wins this. Queen e1 is I think I would probably resign here. I don't think I would find a move. I mean, I can play e2, but my pawns are stopped, yeah, so I don't have checks.
Queen d2, the queens.
Well, queen d, I'm always going to play queen d5. But yeah, I don't have checks, so he can slowly play queen c8 or something. But, with low time, these things can get confusing. Yeah, this was an unfortunate decision. But he missed. Actually, we both missed it. I already thought that I was maybe surviving.
Oh, that's nice.
So this is already not
easy.
easy.
If you give a check first,
king g5,
and then.
Oh, sorry, not king g5.
King g3, I guess.
King g3. Yeah,
only move.
So there's no check. Yeah.
Yes.
King.
Which is so strange.
No, I mean queen d3 and queen e2.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's very confusing stuff. So he went for this. The thing is, I know why he went for this, because he missed queen d8. So he probably thought this was like a free roll, king on f6, and maybe he wins. And he missed, because after queen d8, he looked very upset. So.
Yeah. And the last game against Prague. Obviously, Prague is another player that's struggling for the moment in this event. How did you approach this one with black pieces? Obviously, the opening was quite wild as well.
Yeah, okay. Like when you play knight e7, you kind of you're going for a huge fight. So that was the whole idea. And I don't know how he played, but I was surprised by knight h2. I just thought he would take and play queen d3 or something. But okay, he played knight h2. He invited this absolute mess.
Pragg is also a player that likes to surprise early on in the opening. Did you specifically want it to be the first one to kind of deviate from the main path?
I wasn't sure what he would do, but I thought, like, I really, at this point in the tournament, I need to get a fight. You know, it's -2 is a terrible result, and to fight for anything, not saying for first, but to fight for anything, should try to get a few wins on the board. And yeah, here it was very important that he plays queen e3. This was very important.
Was this still in your preparation? Or?
No, I mean, my preparation, I'll tell you when it ended. It ended
quite a while ago, yes.
So when he was thinking, I realized that queen e3 is the correct move. And I discussed it with him after the game, so I know what he missed. So basically, I have this like kind of bailout. I'm definitely not going to be better there because everything gets exchanged. Neither king is really unsafe anymore. Like this type of position. Both kings are kind of safe. But yeah, neither side is worse, I guess. But the reason that he didn't want it was because of bishop f1, rook f1, rook g8, king h1, knight h5, and he missed d6. Otherwise, he does lose. But here he wins. Knight g3, queen g3. And one of the things that I might have gone for, because, okay, this loses, unfortunately. I figured this out during the game, that queen d6 is rook e1. It's very, without rook g8 included. So knight d5, queen d6, there's rook e1. It's very important, and he wins this position. Rook g8, king f1 is quite important. But I have this knight g2, and I couldn't understand what's going on here, but I didn't feel like white is worse. I was very worried.
Yes.
Like queen e4, knight h4, or
plenty of play in the position, yeah.
Rook f7. It's unfortunately my attack has gone nowhere. So queen e3 was really important. Rook f2 is just losing, and then it was easy.
Well, Fabi, once again, you definitely bounced back in today's round. Still plenty of points at stake. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Fabi. The variations where there were 4 queens on the board. There were a lot of,
and then 2 pawns on the second rank.
Yeah, but that was fun. That was fun. That was really nice. Tell us the standings after 6 great rounds of chess.
Let's take a look. Now we have 3 players sharing first.
And then there were 3.
Nepomniachtchi, Alireza, Firouzja, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. There's one player who is just point behind. That's Levon Aronian. And in clear 5th is Leinier Dominguez.
Exactly. A lot of players sharing that 6th position. But for Fabi, that was a very, very big win. Pragg, he's been lucky.
Yeah, it's not been his tournament so far. And I think tomorrow will be probably an exercise in damage control, and then, you know, win every game in blitzes.
Of course.
The order of the day.
Exactly. Youth can bounce back.
Yeah, but clearly not up to his normal, usual level, and he will know that himself. There's
right.
Nothing we can say he doesn't know and is not telling himself anyway.
Just at the end there, Peter, in that analysis with Queen E3, I'm very impressed. And
Fabi saw a
game
bunch of
calculated really well.
Yeah, and it seems like this line that made Pragg refuse the idea with knight h5 d6 in the end. We should have shown it on the board. But yeah, they both analyzed Queen e3, and Pragg just missed that one final detail at the very end of the variation, which changes the variation from lost to completely fine.
Absolutely. Let's pause and throw it back to Cristian, who's with one of our tournament co-leaders, Alireza.
Alireza, first of all, congratulations. Great day at the office for you. 2 victories out of 3, no defeats, and you started with a bang, a victory against Hikaru. Tell us a bit about this game. How did you approach it?
Yeah, I mean, he surprised me with French. And of course, he plays a lot of things these days, so very difficult to prepare for him. But yeah, I think he was at least too excited for this guy. I don't know. It was he was playing like strange moves, like knight e7. He
wanted to provoke you, maybe.
I don't know. Yeah, because knight a5 looks very logical here, and you go knight c4. But he just wanted to play something like interesting. So knight e7, knight f5. Yeah, and already I was very comfortable here because all my pieces are active, and if I don't lose a pawn in the center, then I have good position. And normally you're down a pawn here and you have a good position, so.
It definitely was feeling like you were outplaying him slowly but surely, and then something happened. He came back into the,
yeah,
into the game.
I mean, I messed up pretty badly. Of course, g4 is very obvious, right? This and takes.
Ooh.
Yeah,
yes.
I had to see this. Knight g5, queen f3, queen h3, just mates.
Everything with tempo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very pity I missed this, but yeah, I rushed here because he had not so much time. I don't think this is correct. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I thought I'm safe here at least. So I thought if I push g4, knight e7, g6, it could also get dangerous a6. So I thought I will try this, and best he could do is to make draw. But I thought it's very annoying for him, this endgame. And I think first he thought he could take, but bishop e3 was winning. Rook d6, knight f8.
And bishop takes, bishop c5.
Yeah,
yes.
his hand was on to taking b5, but then he
realized.
He realized, yeah. And then I think that was the shock.
And why does he have to put the rook on d6 and perhaps not on
Then I go rook
d7?
c8, right?
You just go rook c8. Got it. Yeah, maybe you can show that.
Takes, bishop e3, rook c8.
Rook f7, bishop c5.
Yeah. Yeah, this was the shock, and then he was very nervous after. It was clear during the game he got things were getting out of control. But
and it was this final decision.
Yeah, a6. He got so panicked after a6, but it's not a special move. Like, he could just take on a6 because he saw that rook a3. I have check. I take the rook. He cannot go rook d6, and he bishop b5, rook a1, and it's very annoying.
So this was his idea, and if you go rook to d7,
yeah, and it's just a draw, of course. It's just he got panicked in with few seconds, but yeah, and I think we missed both rook d7. I don't know, it's very bad to say, I think, but we most missed. I think the line we saw was king f7. At least this is what I saw. Bishop c4 takes.
Rook d6.
And then I have bishop b6 here.
Probably a blind spot, and now you control d5 as well.
Yeah, these are the things we calculate during the game.
That makes sense. Yeah.
It's very nonsense because he just has rook d7, but you don't want to defend passively, right?
Yes.
So so he just thought b6, yeah, but then he just miscalculated, I think. Like,
yes.
He missed bishop b6, rook f8 check.
After this, you handled it quite
Yeah,
easily.
yeah.
Cool. Important way to start the game, and then obviously in the last round of the day against Nodirbek, you got a great position very early on out of the opening.
Yeah.
Were you surprised about, let's say, the fact that he allowed you to get this?
Yeah. I don't know why he played Najdorf. He normally doesn't.
He played the dragon in the first round.
Yeah, so he's very unpredictable, of course. But yeah, I have more experience than him in Najdorf.
You're a Najdorf player yourself.
So a3. Yeah, this is a very old line. e5, I couldn't remember if it was even a move. I just knew that it's not the best move, and I think it's very comfortable here. I didn't know the line here, but he knew something, but he couldn't remember. But it looks very comfortable. I'm up a pawn, I have two bishops. Knight c6, yeah, I thought knight c6, long castle. And I have very good position, like g4, g5 is coming. He needs to know many theory, a lot of theory, I think. Yeah.
Do you feel this was too much of a risky decision for him to play the Najdorf?
Of course, but this is his style, and if he knew here, I would be in some trouble. I mean, it would not be going so smoothly.
Yeah.
But yeah, here I was very comfortable. I thought I would win so easily, but he found amazing sequence here. Knight d7, rook c8.
So what's the idea behind this?
Yeah, because he's threatening to take on c3.
Yes.
And he goes knight c5 here and traps my rook. But I'm very lucky I have this idea of if king... I think he missed it, knight b5, and I'm surviving here.
That's very nice. And if knight takes a6, knight d6. Yeah, this is cool.
Yeah, somehow he survived. And here I was very confident. Because 3 pawns is always too much.
Especially given the fact that he was down to his last minute on the clock.
Yeah. And here I thought, okay, computer maybe says equal, but it's so easy just to push the pawns And yeah, he needs to be very precise. But,
how do you balance your time management? How do you spot the moments where you need to spend your time? Is it instinct? Is it something else? How would you describe it?
Yeah, I mean, if the move is not so obvious, then you have to take your time. So it's not such a big secret, I think. So when you don't see the best move, you have to take time to understand what is the best.
Well, Alireza, great game for you, great games for you, and a good place in the standing. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Congratulations to Alireza, as we have 3 players tied for first after 2 days of Rapid. We have one more day tomorrow of Rapids before we move into the Blitz. And oftentimes the winner of the Rapids wins the whole tournament. But we have 3 tied, Peter.
I mean, that stands to reason because the Rapid games count for twice as much. And having this leeway before the Blitz tournament starts is always very good. But it seems very tightly packed at the top there with 3 players on 8 points, a player behind them, 1 point behind them, 3 games to go as well. So I think we're in for a very, very interesting race on the last couple of days.
But the hilarity was that I was having with myself, I was writing down our 3 tournament co-leaders, Nepo, MVL, and Alireza, as they go into the Blitz with that cushion over the rest of the field. Then I was thinking to myself, which of those 3 players is the better Blitz? MVL is beastly. Alireza can be beastly, and Nepo can be beastly. So it is a very funny thing.
Race. Yeah.
Who do you like? Who do you like? We have a warning. Our predictions are coming up. Boy, I'm looking great.
So is yeah, you and I are doing great.
Great. We got him right where we want him. Nazi. MVL looks very good.
Peter's doing great too.
Cristian, wrap up day 2 of the St. Louis Rapid Blitz with your final thoughts.
Absolutely great action, great chess all around. I have to say, practical chess played by these players, and they understand very well the value of practicality in these games. They don't try to make the best, let's say, objective decisions, but they do try to keep practical chances alive at all times, and this is why they're the best chess players in the world. I have to say, Alireza, great pick, Peter, because he's definitely due to win one of these events. He's the 2022 Grand Chess Tour winner. I remember he played tremendously at the Sinquefield Cup and the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz a couple of years ago, so he's definitely looking to repeat that. I'm happy with my pick right now after a disastrous first day. In the second day, he's doing quite well. So Fabi definitely surging through the rankings, still 6 points in day 3 and a lot of Blitz to be played after. I cannot wait for those games.
Thank you, Cristian. Want to say, Nazi, Peter, wrapping up. It's always good
a pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely, my pleasure, my honor. And Peter,
it's been fun, and there's 3 more days of it.
Absolutely. We hope you've enjoyed yourselves. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. We'll see everybody tomorrow.
Thank you for watching. See you tomorrow.
See you then.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.